Football, starting with the templates of Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 101 He is the God of football. Sevilla played like a relegation team against Málaga, said the Cope TV backstage studio. During halftime, the live broadcast switched back to the backstage studio. The commentators were in the front, and in the back were guests discussing the first half. The invited guests were quite prominent: Real Madrid legend Fernando Ye Luo, born in Málaga, and Spanish football legend Marcos Alonso, who had played for and coached numerous teams, including Sevilla and Málaga. At this moment, Alonso was perplexed by Sevilla's performance. Look at these first half stats. Sevilla were practically pinned back in their own half by Málaga, and they didn't even manage a single decent shot. This is something even Barcelona and Real Madrid couldn't do, Alonso remarked. Why? Why is this happening? Málaga bought a lot of players this season, but can their midfield really compare to Real Madrid and Barcelona? The host asked. Because of Ye Luo. Ye Luo said. He's so threatening that Sevilla never dared to push their defense forward, which led to Sevilla losing control in midfield. Sevilla couldn't build a numerical advantage in midfield, allowing Málaga to dominate. Ye Luo, he's too threatening. If I were Sevilla's coach, I would also focus on marking him, and Pellegrini has clearly taken advantage of that. His signings this season have been quite successful. Alonso added. Do you think Ye Luo will defend his Golden Boot title this season? The host asked. The two guests exchanged glances. Of course, if he can play more than 30 league games this season, the Golden Boot is very likely to be his. Messi and Ronaldo are going to face a strong challenge from Ye Luo. Perhaps because of their names, or perhaps because Ye Luo plays for Ye Luo's hometown team. Ye Luo has a good impression of Ye Luo. He smiled slightly and said, look at his crazy form, he scored twice in the first half. I bet he can score a hat-trick in the second half. The host and Alonso didn't bet with Ye Luo. It was obvious that he was going to lose. Who would think that Ye Luo in this form would go silent in the second half? All three guessed correctly. Ye Luo did not stop scoring in the second half. Not long after the start of the second half, in the 53rd minute, Ye Luo scored. This time he received the ball on the wing. Sevilla quickly built up a defensive line in front of Ye Luo. The one who brought all the nightmares to Sevilla in this game was the Chinese player in front of them. They quickly called on their teammates to form the most tight defense in front of Ye Luo. Don't let him break through. Let him pass. Prevent him from breaking through. Regardless, Ye Luo was Malaga's primary threat, so for Sevilla, the ball posed a far greater threat with Ye Luo at his feet than with any other Malaga player. Ye Luo is being surrounded, he should pass the ball, the commentators exclaimed. Just then, Ye Luo indeed made a passing motion, but the next second, everyone was shocked. He suddenly twisted his right foot, flicking the ball with the outside of his foot. After a somersault, he cut through the gap in the defense into the penalty area. Then, he shot directly. Bang! A powerful shot with the instep, a genuine blast. The ball soared into the air, slammed against the underside of the crossbar, and bounced into the goal. Ye Luo. Hat-trick, the commentators exclaimed. Amidst numerous defenses, Ye Luo suddenly broke through, creating space, and shot. Decisive. Clean and crisp. Sevilla's defenders were dumbfounded. Silence. The entire Pizjuan stadium fell silent. Seville fans stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Ye Luo's breakthrough was too fast. And he didn't even need to get past everyone before shooting. He simply cut through the space and fired, something no one expected, nothing they anticipated. Most hadn't even seen how he broke through. Everyone looked at the stadium's big screen. Finally, the full replay of the goal appeared. People saw Ye Luo's perfect nutmeg, executed in a very tight space. The speed and rhythm were incredible. After cutting into the middle, his right foot whipped the ball like a whip, unleashing a powerful shot. For a moment, almost all the commentators were in awe. So beautiful. That breakthrough is simply art. The slow motion replay is such a treat. How can I describe it? How can I describe it? He's a football god. No one can keep up with his pace. Whether it's dribbling or shooting, it's all done at unpredictable times and rhythms. Sevilla's defense was practically non-existent in that instant. He's playing football that's like art on the pitch. Cheer for Ye Luo. Cheer for him. My God, he's a football genius. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Ye Luo sprinted across the Pizjuan Stadium with his arms outstretched. In the stands, the Sevilla fans were silent. They knew that with this goal conceded, Sevilla, trailing by 3 goals, had virtually no chance of a comeback. Moreover, Málaga still had that freakishly powerful player. With him there, Sevilla couldn't muster the fighting spirit to fight back. At the Pizjuan Stadium, the cheers of the away fans filled the entire stadium. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Málaga fans chanted Ye Luo's name again and again. This was their captain. He was the king of Málaga. Yes, even though this was only Ye Luo's second season with the team, there was no doubt that Ye Luo was Malaga's most awesome, legendary, and powerful player, now, in the past, and in the future. Pellegrini held his head in his hands, his face filled with disbelief. How many more unbelievable things can he do? My God, he turned to his assistant and said. Marasca was stunned. For the first time, he felt that being a coach was so simple, just give the ball to Ye Luo, and he could always create surprises. On the other side, Sevilla's coach Marcelino was dumbfounded. He had imagined his team losing in all sorts of ways. But in all his imaginings, he had never seen such a scene. Facing multiple defenders, he strolled leisurely, cut inside, and unleashed a powerful shot to score. Marcelino didn't know how to describe the shock he felt. At the moment Ye Luo scored, he even wanted to applaud, cheer, and worship the god of football, the football spirit. But thankfully, he remembered his identity as the head coach of Sevilla. On the field, the 18-year-old boy, dashing and spirited, exuded confidence. Even the opposing coach was almost impressed. Marcelino shook his head. His team was already 3 goals down. But he couldn't think of any way to fight back. All his methods couldn't bypass 1 point. Sevilla's defense was completely ineffective against Ye Luo. If they pressed forward to attack, it was more likely that Ye Luo would score even more goals. Marcelino finally decided to bring on an attacker in a desperate attempt. However, he himself didn't have much confidence. Facing an opponent like Ye Luo, his performance, his breakthroughs, his skill would absolutely destroy the opponent's confidence. God, how did you do that? You scored? Are you a god? Amazing. Long live Ye Luo. Ye Luo's goal stunned his Málaga teammates for a few seconds. They didn't really see how Ye Luo scored, they only saw him surrounded by the crowd, then break through and unleash a powerful shot to score. It all happened so suddenly, leaving no time to react. Isco was the first to run to Ye Luo's side, his eyes filled with adoration. He even raised his hands and bent down in a gesture of worship. This action stunned the audience. Then, one by one, the Málaga players came forward. Van Nistelrooy, Joaquin, Cazorla, Talerlin, Demichelis, these are all household names in football, these top stars, and like Isco, they collectively made the gesture of worship. Then, laughing, they surrounded Ye Luo in the center. He was the soul of this team. Perhaps it was a celebration plan collectively discussed by the Málaga players. On the field, the players are celebrating by worshipping Ye Luo. The Chinese commentator, Duan Zhuan, held his head in his hands. In fact, this celebration was never rehearsed beforehand. Holy crap. Awesome. Van Nistelrooy is worshipping Ye Luo. So amazing. I've watched that goal countless times. Awesome. So satisfying. A blessing for OCD sufferers. Fans discussed and talked. Ye Luo's name once again became a hot topic online. After the game restarted, Sevilla did indeed want to counterattack. They were down by 3 goals, so after the restart, Sevilla launched a desperate attack. Their attack did have some effect, at least. Sevilla had their first shot on target in the game. However, the direct consequence of their desperate offensive was that their defense was as vulnerable as a widow who had been widowed for 10 years. It was easily breached. When Ye Luo passed the ball across, and Van Nistelrooy put it into Sevilla's goal, the game was already over. Van Nistelrooy, 0-4. Málaga takes a 4-goal lead away from home. Winners secured. Victory sealed. An assist from Ye Luo. Amidst the commentators' cheers, the Sevilla players' fighting spirit was shattered by this goal, 0-4. This was the final score of the match. Málaga secured a resounding 4-0 away victory against Sevilla in this La Liga opening match. Chapter 102. 2 consecutive wins. The Champions League heats up. As the final whistle blew, almost all the Sevilla players visibly breathed a sigh of relief, glancing with lingering fear at Ye Luo, the man who had brought them such a nightmare. Every time Ye Luo got the ball, it instilled immense tension and anxiety in them, as if he could score at any moment. Playing against such a player and such an opponent was nothing short of mental torture. The final whistle even brought a sense of relief to the Sevilla players. Many of them clutched their knees, taking deep breaths. The end of the match was a complete relief for them. Marcelino couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight. Before the match, he had thought he could secure 3 points at home and get off to a good start to the season. Now it seemed he had greatly underestimated Ye Luo. Now, Marcelino faced the psychological challenges of the Sevilla players. He needed to quickly boost their morale, otherwise the impact of this match would affect Sevilla's form and morale in the following league matches. 3 points are a minor issue, the real problem lies in the heavy blow to the team's morale, which left Marcelino feeling helpless. In one match, a single opposing player had affected the morale of his entire team. Marcelino was certain he had never seen anything like it in his coaching career. While shaking hands with Pellegrini, Marcelino said with a wry smile, "How did you discover such a freak?" Pellegrini blinked and said, "He delivered himself to me." Marcelino looked at Pellegrini with envy. What incredible luck! It was unbelievable. Why couldn't he encounter such a player who offered himself up? He was certain that Pellegrini's coaching career would reach a peak because of Ye Luo, perhaps even this season. Your abilities might even be enough to compete with Barcelona and Real Madrid this season, as long as there aren't any widespread injuries, especially for Ye Luo. So, good luck. Thank you, Pellegrini smiled. He was actually worried about Ye Luo's stamina and injury issues. Strangely, Ye Luo hasn't shown any signs of injury so far. Sometimes, when Ye Luo leaves the field with bruises on his calves and ankles, he's completely healed the next day. He can only attribute this to Ye Luo's natural ability. Some people are just incredibly resilient. It's a kind of athletic talent. It's entirely a gift from God. So, as long as Ye Luo stays healthy, Pellegrini is bursting with confidence. As long as Ye Luo stays healthy, his team fears no one. At the post-match press conference, Marcelino couldn't help but praise Ye Luo's performance. "We lost to a historically great talent. Honestly, I still don't know how to completely stop him. He might just be the kind of player truly born for football. Losing is tough, but I can't blame my players. I can only say we lost to God," Marcelino said, shaking his head. Especially his third goal. Surrounded by so many players, he found the only way out and scored. That goal was simply despair-inducing. Marcelino's words made the reporters present not in agreement. The goal wasn't flashy, but it perfectly illustrated Ye Luo's threat to the goal. Even in front of so many people, he still managed to score, treating Sevilla's defense like nothing. "I must admit I underestimated Málaga before the match. They might be the strongest team in La Liga right now, and Ye Luo is the best player in the world. This is a wake-up call for us. Sevilla's strength in La Liga is no longer at the top level." Marcelino finished speaking and left the scene. It was Pellegrini's turn. The focus of the discussion was still Ye Luo. "Doesn't this hat-trick prove anything? The rookie wall? That's impossible for true geniuses. He's the best player in the world, no defense can stop him. First hat-trick of the season, Ye Luo completely destroys Sevilla, Málaga 4-0 Sevilla, Ye Luo shines with 3 goals and 1 assist, 4-0. Málaga wins big away and tops the standings. The next day, all the newspapers were reporting on this match. That very evening, online media had already propelled the match to the top of the trending topics. Ye Luo's Golden Boot win last season, beating Messi and Ronaldo, garnered him immense attention. Everyone wanted to see if Ye Luo, who had surpassed Messi and Ronaldo to win the Golden Boot last season, could continue his phenomenal performance this season. But now, it seems Ye Luo's form is even more phenomenal than last season. He scored a hat-trick in the very first game of the season, leaving everyone stunned. On social media, people were discussing Ye Luo's goals and Malaga's victory. In fact, this was also fueled by Mendez's agency. Mendez's agency assembled a professional team around Ye Luo. In this internet age, There are also dedicated online media management teams. On various social media accounts, Ye Luo's follower count skyrocketed. His Twitter followers now exceed 30 million. It's foreseeable that Ye Luo will soon become one of the athletes with the most followers on social media. This signifies Ye Luo's enormous commercial value. Before this, big names like Adidas and Nike wanted to sign Ye Luo, but their offers weren't high. So Mendes held back. Now, Adidas and Nike are even willing to offer prices comparable to Messi and Ronaldo to sign Ye Luo. Ye Luo represents a market of over 1 billion people. However, Ye Luo didn't agree. It was Ye Luo who didn't agree, not Mendes. For Ye Luo, since it's all about making money anyway, why should he cooperate with these two companies that will make him very unhappy in the future? With the conclusion of the opening match between Malaga and Sevilla, the first round of La Liga matches has begun. Real Madrid hosted Mallorca at home and ultimately won 4-1 thanks to a brace from Ronaldo and goals from Di Maria and Benzema. Barcelona played away against Real Betis, with Messi and new signing Sanchez each scoring a goal, but Barcelona failed to win, drawing 2-2 away to Real Betis. In other matches, the biggest point difference was Levant's 3-0 home victory over Athletic Bilbao. Therefore, with this 4-0 away win, Malaga climbed to the top of the standings. However, this was only after the first round of the league. Apart from Barcelona's shock draw against Real Betis, the other results were relatively normal. Even with a 4-goal difference, Malaga only secured 3 points. No one would have thought Malaga would become a favorite in La Liga this season. A week later, the second round of La Liga kicked off. The matches of several teams participating in the Champions League next week were scheduled for the first match day. Real Madrid and Barcelona both secured 3 points. Malaga returned home and thrashed newly promoted Granada 3-0. They achieved 2 consecutive wins and maintained their top position in the standings after 2 rounds. Check in. Take a picture. I declare the La Liga season over. Fans immediately took screenshots to commemorate the occasion. For Malaga fans, they had lost count of when their team had stayed at the top of the league table for more than a week. And after this match, the minds of all the fans following Malaga and Ye Luo were no longer focused on the league. Because the Champions League match was coming. Malaga was to host AC Milan. This match undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. Although Malaga wasn't a big name, they had Ye Luo in their squad. This was Ye Luo's first time participating in the Champions League. Therefore, in China, all the fans who were prepared to stay up late to watch the game were focused on this match. Even at the same time, there were clashes between giants like Real Madrid and Lyon, but the attention in China didn't compare to the Malaga vs AC Milan match. At 2:45 a.m. on September 15th, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League group stage kicked off. The match between Malaga and AC Milan in Group A was undoubtedly the most anticipated game for Chinese fans, as it marked Ye Luo's Champions League debut, and he had a very good chance of scoring the first goal by a Chinese player in the Champions League. AC Milan, as 7-time Champions League winners, are the dominant force in the competition. Their squad boasts many renowned players: Swedish strikers Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Brazilian golden boy Carlos Pato, elegant fighter Alessandro Nesta, Ghanaian international Jerome Boateng, Dutch veteran Seedorf, and other stars like Bonera, Cassano, and Robinho. It's a veritable constellation of stars. AC Milan's Champions League experience is immense, making them a formidable opponent for Malaga, who lack such experience. However, Malaga has Ye Luo. How will Ye Luo perform in this match? We'll have to wait and see. Ye Luo versus AC Milan's constellation of stars, who will emerge victorious? In an instant. All Chinese sports media outlets have shifted their focus to the Champions League matches. And it's not just Chinese media. Spanish media are also giving this match extensive coverage. America, in particular, seems to be enjoying the drama. They compiled Ye Luo's league goal tally from last season and directly compared it to several of AC Milan's star forwards. Ye Luo scored 40 league goals last season, while AC Milan's 4 forwards, Ibrahimovic, Pato, Robinho, and Cassano, combined a mere 0.39 goals. Ibrahimovic scored 14, Pato 12, Robinho 6, and Cassano 7. The combined league goals of these 4 forwards last season were less than Ye Luo's alone. This comparison was already striking enough. Marca further emphasized this with a powerful contrast, a picture of Ye Luo wearing Malaga's number 10 jersey from behind, alongside an image of 40 footballs. On the other side was a photo of the backs of AC Milan's 4 forwards, with a different number of soccer balls placed above their heads. Each soccer ball represented a goal. The goal tally was: Ye Luo alone led the combined total of Ibrahimovic, Pato, Robinho, and Cassano. Marca's report seemed like a declaration of war from both media outlets. Soon, both sides began reporting from different angles. The Italian media were naturally very unhappy with this reporting style from the Spanish. Gazzetta dello Sport bluntly stated that the defensive intensity of La Liga and Serie A was completely different, and such a direct comparison was unfair. The defense in Serie A is beyond the imagination of the Spanish. Ye Luo can score so many goals in La Liga. If he came to Serie A, he definitely wouldn't be able to score so many. Directly comparing goal tallies is simply unprofessional, Gazzetta dello Sport. Then what should we compare? The number of girlfriends and lovers, Marca. The two teams themselves weren't particularly hostile. The media on both sides started a war of words. And these reports greatly displeased one AC Milan player. He is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic calls himself God, revealing his arrogance. He's a very proud and self-important figure, but his career has been unsuccessful in recent years. His transfer from Inter Milan to Barcelona, in particular, is considered a classic example of choice over effort failure. After Ibrahimovic left, Inter Milan won the treble in the 2009-2010 season. Meanwhile, Ibrahimovic himself couldn't secure a starting position at Barcelona. Guardiola decided to play Messi as a center forward, sacrificing Ibrahimovic's traditional center-forward position. This greatly displeased Ibrahimovic, leading to a sharp conflict with Guardiola. He quickly transferred to AC Milan. Last season, Ibrahimovic scored a considerable number of goals, 14 in the league, which is top tier for a Serie A striker. However, unexpectedly, this statistic is being compared to Ye Luo, and not just individually, but combined with Pato, Cassano, and Robinho. And, crucially, he lost the comparison. This is simply too embarrassing. This deeply humiliated Ibrahimovic. How could the hot-tempered Swedish striker tolerate this? The Italian journalists, of course, knew Ibrahimovic was a big mouth. In this situation, provoking the Swedish striker would surely yield some valuable information. And indeed, when interviewed by reporters, Ibrahimovic first curled his lip, feigning disdain, then raised his head and said, 40 goals? Not bad. But that's not worthy of comparison with me. God and mortals cannot be directly compared. Yes, I will teach him a lesson in the game. Chapter 103. Why is it the best in the world? That Ibrahimovic actually dared to provoke you. He's finished now. I heard that big guy's arrogant and conceited. This time, Ye and I will definitely teach him a lesson. You and Kobe scored 81 points, right? Ye and I scored 40 league goals together. On the training ground, the Málaga players were also discussing the clashes between the media from the two countries over the past few days. For Málaga, this match was actually quite important. It was their first ever Champions League match, a very memorable one. However, the Málaga players weren't particularly nervous. It's just AC Milan, right? They've even beaten Real Madrid and Barcelona before. What's there to be afraid of against AC Milan? But as it turned out, the Champions League and the league were indeed very different. The day before the match, after the entire AC Milan team arrived in Málaga, the players felt the difference between the Champions League and the league. In terms of club size and the number of star players, Real Madrid and Barcelona were superior to AC Milan. But Real Madrid and Barcelona didn't have that kind of attitude when playing away against Málaga in the league. From the moment the AC Milan players stepped out of the airport, the players of Málaga had truly witnessed the level of attention garnered by the Champions League, the level of attention given to top-tier clubs. Dozens of media outlets were covering every detail. Nesta's perfume, Ibrahimovic's attire, Pato's nightclub habits, and so on. What AC Milan stars ate, what they wore, their training schedules, almost everything was reported by the media. The coverage was relentless. After all, they were superstars. They had so many fans, even the smallest, most trivial story could attract a massive audience. Holy crap, this is insane. Is this what the Champions League is all about? No wonder they've won the Champions League 7 times. Beating a team like this is what gives me a sense of accomplishment, right, Ye? Compared to the superstar-like aura of AC Milan's players, the Málaga players seemed rather ordinary. They joked and laughed in the locker room, showing absolutely no tension for the upcoming match. What was there to be nervous about? Ye Luo's strength was Malaga's absolute confidence. At the pre-match press conference, the issue of Málaga is inextricably linked to Ye Luo. Ye Luo's fame even surpasses that of the Málaga team itself. One could argue that Ye Luo is Malaga's biggest star and strongest player in history. A recurring question in any match against Málaga is how to deal with Ye Luo. This is a recurring question at press conferences. Whenever Málaga plays, the opposing coach is always asked this question at the pre-match press conference. Allegri was no exception. In his first season managing AC Milan, he led them to the championship with 82 points, 6 points ahead of second-placed Inter Milan, breaking Inter's league dominance. In the 2010-2011 season, Allegri dropped Ronaldinho, replacing him with Boateng as an attacking midfielder, thus creating a defensively solid AC Milan. However, this defensive solidity didn't mean AC Milan's attacking power was weakened. In the 2010-2011 season, they scored the second most goals in Serie A, second only to Inter Milan. AC Milan didn't make many signings this season, but as the defending Serie A champions, they still have several star players in their squad. Therefore, Allegri is currently brimming with confidence. Ye Luo. He's a very good player, but our goal in this match isn't to prove anything to him, we're here to win. Ye Luo is a good lad, but compared to Ibrahimovic, Nesta, and others, he's still too young. Ibrahimovic and Cassano are stars who have proven themselves in many leagues. Although Ye Luo is strong, he needs more games to prove himself. Allegri spoke confidently, naturally not wanting to boost the morale of others while diminishing his own. For Allegri, taking over AC Milan at the beginning was a challenge. The team had many star players, each seemingly more famous than him, the head coach. This was indeed a completely new challenge for Allegri, who had previously only coached smaller teams. Before this, many Italian media outlets questioned whether Allegri could manage a powerhouse like AC Milan. But after leading AC Milan to the league title last season, all doubts vanished. In the locker room, Allegri had gained the players' approval. Everything seemed to be on track. Allegri and his AC Milan had a bright future. Prove it? No. Ye Luo has never needed to prove himself to anyone. I don't understand how a player who has scored 40 league goals needs to prove himself, especially to players with far fewer goals. At the press conference, Pellegrini bluntly responded to Allegri's proof argument. Prove it? You think you deserve it? I think some people who think Ye Luo needs to prove himself need to prove their own math skills first. The Spanish and Chinese journalists present burst into laughter. They hadn't expected Pellegrini, this seemingly mild-mannered guy, to be so scathing when he insulted someone. The Italian journalists present changed their expressions slightly. They opened their mouths, wanting to say the same old things as Serie A defense is too good, it's too hard for strikers to score in Serie A, and do you even have the Italian chain defense? But the laughter from the audience made them speechless. The press conference was filled with a joyful atmosphere. When the laughter subsided, an Italian journalist stood up, looked up at Pellegrini, and asked, Mr. Pellegrini, what level of player do you think Ye Luo is now? Serie A hasn't completely fallen. The afterglow of the little World Cup still shines on the increasingly weakened Apennine Peninsula. With Inter Milan's treble victory, Serie A, severely damaged by the Calciopoli scandal and gradually losing its star power due to the deteriorating Italian economy, seems to be showing signs of a resurgence. The former Little World Cup hasn't completely degenerated to the point where the stands are sparsely populated. Therefore, Italians still have reason to be proud of their league and football, especially their understanding of football tactics. Historically, among the top coaches, Italy accounts for 8/10 of the world's best. This is a land where football tactics are constantly clashing and evolving. The best in the world. Pellegrini said. This statement immediately drew sneers from many Italian journalists. They didn't agree. Really? Mr. Pellegrini, do you really think a player who hasn't won a single trophy in his career can be the best player in the world? A championship is the only true measure. He has no championship honors, so why should he be considered the best in the world? Faced with the Italian reporter's aggressive questioning, Pellegrini entered the room with a sullen expression, his eyes even carrying a hint of impatience, as if to say, "You idiots don't know anything. I don't need to explain, I don't need to prove anything. You'll know why he's the best in the world after the game. Málaga can beat AC Milan? Why not?" Pellegrini stood up and answered calmly. His words greatly displeased the Italians present. Malaga beating AC Milan? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. How can Malaga's lineup compare to AC Milan's? A player like Ye Luo can score goals like crazy in La Liga, but he might not be able to against AC Milan's defense. I'm starting to look forward to the end of the game now. This guy is so annoying, I want to see his face after he loses. The Italian reporters discussed among themselves in Italian, occasionally punctuated by mocking laughter. In their eyes, Malaga? What a pathetic team. Beat AC Milan? They don't even deserve it. Huh, the best in the world? What a joke. This country bumpkin team has never seen anything like it. It's their first time in the Champions League. I can understand, they're like frogs in a well. On AC Milan's training ground, the Milan stars were chatting and laughing. Malaga? Just a nouveau riche. Maybe they could pull off some upsets in the league. In the Champions League? Don't even think about it. The most typical example is Manchester City. Manchester City also participated in the Champions League last season. And the result? 6 losses in 6 games, 0 points and eliminated. Even with a star-studded lineup, the Champions League and the league are completely different. Even if Manchester City can beat Manchester United in the league, they can't even beat Basel in the Champions League. In the eyes of the AC Milan players, Malaga is nothing more than another Manchester City. No, they're not even as good as Manchester City. At least Manchester City's lineup is more luxurious than Malaga's. Hey Zlatan, someone said Ye Luo is the best in the world. A player shouted on the training field. Everyone knew Ibrahimovic's temper. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ibrahimovic couldn't remain silent. Before the age of 35, the great Ibrahimovic was always so arrogant. After all, a player with a height of 195 centimeters and a weight of 95 kilograms, like a towering figure, possessed incredibly refined footwork and dribbling skills. This in itself was a source of pride for Ibrahimovic. He was incredibly strong, and his footwork was also incredibly refined. He was a center forward with exceptional talent. He raised his head and shouted, "It's just some small-town guy bragging. Let this world's best see what a Champions League level battle is like. Ho ha ho ha. Good. I like your spirit. Give them a good beating. Go, go." On the training field, the AC Milan players chatted and laughed. Chapter 104. Can Milan hold them off? Amidst the discussions, Robinho felt everyone was underestimating Ye Luo. "I think we should be careful of this guy, he's very good. He even gives me the feeling of a combination of Ronaldinho and Ronaldo." Seeing Robinho mention the 2 Brazilian Ronaldos, everyone's expressions became slightly serious. "You think that kid can reach the level of those 2 Brazilians? I don't know, probably close. Look at how many goals he's scored in La Liga," Robinho said. "He's just one person, don't worry too much." Another Brazilian striker, Pato, patted Robinho on the shoulder and laughed. "Even if that guy's strong, Malaga might not be, we're AC Milan." Pato reminded them. On the training ground, the AC Milan bigwigs chatted and laughed. But at this moment, another Brazilian, Thiago Silva, didn't blend into the atmosphere. He became AC Milan's starting centre-back last season. Actually, like Ye Luo, he was a newcomer to one of the top 5 leagues, and this season was his second season getting real playing time at AC Milan. The young Brazilian international was also eagerly anticipating his duel with Ye Luo. Both were newcomers who debuted last season. Thiago Silva's reputation was already quite good. After all, he was a Brazilian international and had represented Brazil at the 2010 South Africa World Cup. But compared to Ye Luo, he was a mere amateur. Their market values reflected this. According to the authoritative German website Transfermarkt, Ye Luo's value was €80 million, while Silva's was €20 million. Although everyone knew that at these prices, neither Ye Luo nor Silva could possibly transfer fees were already inflating. However, this comparison of market values still revealed a disparity in their reputations. Silva knew Ye Luo was very strong, because in preparation for this match, he had watched the coaching staff's videos of Ye Luo several times. The more he watched, the more apprehensive he became. This player's skill reminded him of his Brazilian national team predecessors, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. At the same time, Silva's fighting spirit soared. His success at AC Milan last season filled him with confidence. If he could successfully neutralize Ye Luo in this match, his fame would undoubtedly grow even greater. His market value would also rise accordingly. On match day, The Rose Garden Stadium was packed with cheers, one wave after another. However, as the players returned to their locker rooms after warming up, the entire stadium fell silent temporarily, the fans preparing for the upcoming climax. Inside the rudimentary away team locker room, the AC Milan stars didn't feel stifled, because this was the treatment given to away players. This was true in every league. Not just Malaga. Even top teams wouldn't provide comfortable conditions for their away team locker rooms. When Arsenal's new stadium was being built, Wenger personally oversaw the design of the away team locker room, ensuring that the away players could be as uncomfortable as possible. The away team's locker room at the Rosé Stadium is considered relatively basic, even if it's just rudimentary. Some teams even resort to tricks in their away locker rooms, such as dim lighting, unpredictable shower temperatures, and windows with no soundproofing whatsoever. The difficulties of the away environment aren't just limited to the noise from the away fans. In the low-ceilinged away locker room, AC Milan's players felt cramped even sitting together. But they were used to it. Among the players, Allegri took a deep breath. Last season in the Champions League, AC Milan was eliminated by Tottenham Hotspur in the round of 16. This season, Allegri has ambitions in the Champions League. As the defending champions of Serie A, their goal in the Champions League is not just to advance from the group stage. As 7-time Champions League winners, they won't allow themselves to perform weakly in the Champions League. Our opponents in this match are not easy to deal with. They have a player like Ye Luo in the attacking third, which requires our defense to pay extra attention to him, Allegri said. However, we're not here to defend. We just need to unleash our full potential, suppress our opponents with our attack, and score as quickly as possible. He turned to Ibrahimovic. Their two center-backs, Demichelis and Mathijsen, are both quite good, but I believe they're not enough to deal with you, right, Zlatan? Of course. Ibrahimovic puffed out his chest. I'll beat them to pulp. Allegri nodded. That was Ibrahimovic's style. He looked at Nesta and Thiago Silva. They were the starting center-backs for this match. Don't push too high in this match. You must immediately cut off any possibility of Ye Luo getting the ball and breaking through. Understood. Nesta nodded. The elegant fighter's expression was calm. His appearance carried a touch of elegance. He didn't look like the stereotypical fierce defensive player. Generally speaking, center-backs are usually quite fierce-looking. But Nesta didn't seem like a center-back at all. He looked more like a model. Despite his refined appearance, on the pitch, Nesta remained a fighter. Thiago Silva took a deep breath. Just you wait and see, boss, he said. Allegri nodded slightly. Having Nesta and Silva, two center-backs, handle Ye Luo was enough to demonstrate his importance. We don't need to make any changes. We'll continue to play our own football, control the game, and overwhelm them with our attack. Pellegrini said in the home team's locker room. With Ye Luo on the field, attack was Malaga's strongest weapon. Even against AC Milan in an all-out attacking battle, he had enough confidence. An all-out attack was simply a matter of who could seize opportunities better, and in this respect, Pellegrini had absolute faith in Ye Luo. They have a big reputation, but that's all. We don't need to fear them at all. This match is the Champions League debut for many of us, which might make everyone a little nervous, but I tell you, AC Milan, it's nothing serious. We don't need to fear them at all. Pellegrini said with a smile. He wasn't just whistling to bolster his confidence, he genuinely believed it. AC Milan has many stars, but they were getting on in years. Since Pirlo left, their midfield has been largely comprised of workhorse midfielders with limited creativity. The midfield of Van Bommel, Boateng, Seedorf, and Nazário is a formidable quartet. The aging Seedorf and Van Bommel have limited running ability, and the creativity of players like Boateng and Nazário isn't significantly better than that of Cazorla, Joaquin, and Isco. Up front, Malaga has Iro and Van Nistelrooy, while AC Milan typically pairs Ibrahimovic and Pato, or Ibrahimovic and Cassano. Regardless of the combination, Pellegrini doesn't believe their attacking prowess can match that of Iro and Van Nistelrooy. Therefore, if AC Milan plays with a mindset of easily defeating Malaga, they're doomed to lose. When the players appeared in the tunnel, many Malaga players seemed nervous seeing the aura of AC Milan stars. However, when they saw Ye Luo's back at the front of the team, they felt relieved and even began to look forward to it. The thought of these AC Milan stars being thoroughly thrashed by Ye Luo was incredibly exciting. Soon, as the referee stepped forward, both teams followed suit. Malaga's first Champions League match is about to begin. The players have now entered the stadium. The atmosphere at the Rose Garden Stadium today is the most enthusiastic I've ever seen. Listen to it. Listen to the cheers of the fans. This is a Champions League match. In the commentary box, Cope radio commentator Andres shouted into his headset. As the players entered, the DJ chanted the names of the Malaga players. When Ye Luo's name appeared, the cheers resounded through the stadium, vibrating everyone's eardrums. Ye Luo, wearing the captain's armband, walked in with a calm expression, as if this wasn't his first Champions League match, but just an ordinary league game. Dear viewers, welcome to the first round of Group A in the 2011-2012 UEFA Champions League. Malaga hosts AC Milan. The voice of Duan Zhuan, the commentator for China's national television station, blared from the television screen. Chinese fans, who had been staying up all night waiting for the match to begin, perked up. They immediately spotted a close-up of Ye Luo on the screen. The young Chinese player looked calm. Seeing Ye Luo's expression, their tense hearts eased slightly. Go Ye Luo! You must score! They silently cheered for Ye Luo in their hearts. This was just an ordinary Champions League group stage match. However, in the eyes of many Chinese fans, this match held special significance. I believe what viewers in front of the television are most looking forward to is Ye Luo's performance. Yes, this is Ye Luo's first Champions League match in his professional career. In his professional league debut, Ye Luo scored a hat-trick at the Bernabeu. What kind of performance will he deliver in this Champions League debut? We'll wait and see. In the studio of China's national television station, Duan Zhuan and Su Yang were both a little nervous. They had actually commentated on quite a few Champions League matches together, but even the Champions League final had never made them feel this excited. As the players entered the field, the Champions League match that had thrilled the Chinese fans was finally about to begin. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. For Malaga, there aren't many surprises. They're using the same starting lineup as in the last league match. Except for goalkeeper Asensio being recalled by Atletico Madrid, Malaga is forced to use their second-choice goalkeeper, Ruben. Their transfer negotiations with Elche goalkeeper Caballero are still ongoing. According to reports from Spain, Caballero has a good chance of joining Malaga before the transfer window closes. In defense, Demichelis partners with Mathijsen, Sanchez at right back, and Monterrey at left back. The midfield trio remains Talerlin, Cazorla, and Joaquin. Isco is positioned on the left wing, Ye Luo on the right, and Van Nistelrooy is the starting striker. Baptista is on the bench, ready to come on. As for AC Milan, it's a star-studded lineup. Goalkeeper Abiano, the defense features Nesta and Silva as center-backs, Zambert and Abate as full-backs, Seedorf and Boateng anchor the midfield. Van Bommel on the left and Nasserino on the right, and Ibrahimovic and Pato as the two strikers. A tall and strong pair. Duan Zhuan's words had barely finished when his commentator, Su Yang, exclaimed, Ibrahimovic and Pato, this attacking duo is incredibly powerful. I'm really worried about whether Malaga's defense can hold up. The combination of Ibrahimovic and Pato is strong, and the three-striker combination of Ye Luo, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco is also excellent. They complement each other very well. Exactly. The key to this match is whether veteran Nesta can withstand Ye Luo's attacks. Ye Luo will definitely give it his all in this match. The two focused their attention on Ye Luo. Given AC Milan's reputation and deep Champions League experience, they were genuinely unsure whether Malaga could win this match. They even felt that regardless of whether Malaga won or lost, as long as Ye Luo scored, that was enough. This mentality was similar to that of many fans in China. A Malaga victory would be great, but a loss or a draw wouldn't be unacceptable either. As long as Ye Luo scored, that would be a breakthrough for Chinese players in the Champions League. Before the match, many media outlets predicted that Malaga would revert to their defensive counter-attacking strategy from last season in the Champions League. After all, their opponent was so strong, AC Milan. Just hearing that name was intimidating. And this was Malaga's first Champions League match. In the early stages, consolidating their defense and waiting for counter-attacks was a normal and prudent approach. This wasn't just the thinking of the Spanish media and analysts, Allegri thought so too. Crucially, the AC Milan stars also thought so. Therefore, when Malaga launched an aggressive attack on AC Milan in the opening stages, Allegri, The AC Milan players, the Italian commentators, and football experts were all somewhat taken aback. As Ye Luo's shot was parried out of bounds by Abbiano, Allegri reacted first. The opponent was going to launch an attack. He immediately stood on the sidelines, pressing his hands down, signaling to the AC Milan players not to rush. Solidify the defense first. The AC Milan players were seasoned veterans, having seen it all. They didn't panic, but instead coordinated their defense. Málaga played a tactical corner kick. Ye Luo suddenly ran out of the penalty area, and Isco passed a ball to him. Ye Luo turned and pulled the ball away without stopping, shaking off Van Bommel's defense before dribbling along the byline towards the penalty area. Ye Luo. Ye Luo has broken through. The commentators in the commentary box exclaimed in surprise. Careful. Watch your defense. The Italian commentator's heart tightened. Ye Luo's reputation preceded him, and his movement from the byline was so smooth, his aggressive dribbling causing chaos in AC Milan's defense. At the crucial moment, Nesta suddenly rushed forward. A flying tackle, blocking Ye Luo's path forward. If Ye Luo continued his forward run, he would most likely have Nesta tackle the ball away. However, Ye Luo seemed to have anticipated this. As Nesta tackled, he stopped abruptly. After Nesta landed, he feinted with his left foot and swept the ball towards the goal with his right. Abbiano dived to the side to make a save, but missed the ball. AC Milan fans in the stands and in front of their TVs felt their hearts leap into their throats. It was Silva who saved AC Milan. He appeared on the goal line and cleared the ball with a powerful kick. The Italians breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Luo. Be careful of Ye Luo's breakthrough, the Italian commentator said with lingering fear. AC Milan players rushed over and patted Silva on the head, also shaken. If Silva hadn't anticipated that, Ye Luo would have swept the ball into the goal. And the game hadn't even been going on for a minute. Nesta got up from the ground and gave Ye Luo a very wary look. The fact that the opponent could move so casually and effortlessly in the penalty area showed that this young man didn't take the reputations of Milan's defenders seriously at all. He had a very relaxed mindset, and more importantly, he was very strong. Cheer up, don't let him fool you. Nesta clapped his hands and shouted. Then he high-fived his partner Silva. Well done. He's strong. Silva said. So, don't underestimate the opponent. Nesta looked at Ye Luo, but began to worry. AC Milan's players were too relaxed, even a little careless. If this mentality didn't change, could AC Milan withstand the attacking line of Malaga led by Ye Luo? Chapter 105, Dominating the Game. A historic goal. Ye Luo. Ye Luo has the ball again. Watch out. The Italian commentator was no longer calm. He tensed up the moment Ye Luo received the pass again. And it wasn't just the commentator. AC Milan fans and players felt the same way. Seeing Ye Luo with the ball, the fans were on edge, wishing they could rush over and stop the guy who had threatened their goal 3 times since the start of the game. Yes. In just a few minutes, Ye Luo had already taken 3 shots. And all 3 were on target. One was cleared off the line by Silva, and the other 2 were saved by Abbiano. It's fair to say that if it weren't for luck, AC Milan's goal would have been breached by now. Every time Ye Luo had the ball, AC Milan supporters felt a chill run down their spines, as if someone would violently break in at any moment. Ye Luo's record of scoring 40 league goals in La Liga, surpassing Messi and Ronaldo, is truly well-deserved. Allegri frowned. He knew Ye Luo was strong, he had studied Ye Luo on video. But unfortunately, he had studied Ye Luo more from last season. This season's Ye Luo had evolved. He was stronger. So, just when Allegri thought he had given Ye Luo enough attention, Ye Luo's performance on the field made him realize that the key to winning this match so far was whether AC Milan's defense could withstand Malaga's initial onslaught. If they conceded a goal now, AC Milan would face a very awkward situation. On one hand, they needed to attack and equalize. On the other hand, relying solely on Nesta and Silva as center-backs might not be enough to stop Ye Luo. No, it was the attack from the 3 forwards, Ye Luo, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco. Their defense and midfield dared not push too far forward under the threat of these 3 players. In this situation, AC Milan could only hope that the attacking duo of Ibrahimovic and Pato could pose some threat to Malaga's defense and relieve the pressure on their backline. But unfortunately, so far, AC Milan's forwards hadn't had many opportunities to get the ball. Malaga's midfield control was formidable. Through passing and movement, they firmly controlled the attack. Casorla's footwork was exceptional, Joaquin was incredibly experienced, and Talerlin, though over 30, was still at his peak, possessing seasoned defensive positioning. Add to that Isco, who frequently dropped back to participate in the team's attacking organization. These four players controlled the game. In this situation, Aero and Van Nistelrooy could directly confront AC Milan's defense, especially Aero, who constantly sought opportunities to receive the ball. Malaga's midfielder's primary passing target was also Aero. Crucially, every time Aero received the ball, it threw AC Milan's defense into disarray. His dribbling, passing, and shooting were all deadly, threatening goals with every mistake, forcing AC Milan's defense to be constantly on edge. This left AC Milan constantly on the defensive. And no one knew how long this situation would last. Therefore, Allegri simply ordered all four midfielders to drop back, essentially parking the bus in front of the penalty area. AC Milan, a powerhouse, actually parked the bus against a minor team like Malaga. This truly shocked many. However, anyone who watched the match from start to finish knows that Allegri's choice was pragmatic, otherwise, AC Milan's defense wouldn't have held out for long. As AC Milan retreated, the two forwards, Ibrahimovic and Pato, were only good at harassing Malaga's defense. Without their worries, Malaga's attack became even more unrestrained. Nesta. Beautiful defensive positioning. Ye Luo's shot hit him and went out of bounds. The commentators shouted, applauding Nesta's defensive play. But Nesta didn't think it was particularly impressive. In fact, he was panting heavily, his hair soaked with sweat, and his red and black jersey stained with mud and grass. Elegance was out of the question, the elegant warrior was now quite disheveled. After completing the defensive play, Nesta immediately directed the backline and midfielders to take their positions, preparing to defend Malaga's corner kick. The incredibly experienced Italian centre-back looked at Ye Luo with apprehension, even fear. In Serie A, he had faced countless opponents, but few strikers had made him so flustered, even intimidated. Nesta had played against Ronaldo. For some reason, he felt Ye Luo was somewhat similar to Ronaldo. He even had the illusion of facing a peak Ronaldo when facing Ye Luo. No, this kid's arsenal of attacking weapons was even richer than Ronaldo's. For example, headers. Inside the penalty area, Ye Luo reached out and grabbed Nesta's jersey. It's common for players to pull and tug at each other during corner kick defenses. As long as it's not too excessive, the referee usually turns a blind eye. Nesta also grabbed Ye Luo's jersey. Thiago Silva was providing cover. As for Van Nistelrooy, he handed the ball to the retreating Seedorf. AC Milan's two strongest centre-backs were both marking yellow. Isco passed the ball into the penalty area. Yellow pulled back, causing Nesta to stumble, and he seized the opportunity to make a diagonal run forward, then leaped high. Nesta was anything but elegant, he was pulled back by Yellow, but he didn't have time to complain. Instead, he desperately chased after Yellow, interfering with him as Yellow leaped. Bang! Yellow headed the ball towards the goal. Nesta's interference had some effect. This time, Yellow's seemingly certain header didn't hit the target area. Instead, it slammed against the crossbar and bounced out of play. Nesta breathed a sigh of relief, but inwardly he was cursing. Where the hell did this monster come from? The variety of his attacking methods was unheard of. Dribbling, long-range shots, positioning and positioning. And his headers were amazing. He possessed virtually every skill a striker could employ, and was proficient in it. This made it incredibly difficult for defenders to handle him. What puzzled Nesta even more was how this kid, who was only 18, could be so adept at simple tactics like pulling on jerseys, creating contact, and using borderline fouls. What was this? The physique and technique of a 20-year-old Ronaldo. The match experience of a 30-year-old Ronaldo? Nesta felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. This monster was simply too damn difficult to deal with. Crossbar. Whoa. The crossbar denied Ye Luo's goal. AC Milan escaped again. Ye Luo was less than 10 centimeters away from his first Champions League goal. Who could have imagined that this match would turn into a one-sided attack by Malaga in the opening stages? AC Milan was pinned down in the penalty area and couldn't move. Ibrahimovic was yelling at his teammates, but what was the point? AC Milan just couldn't break through. Duan Zhuan shouted. The fans of China were also collectively holding their heads in regret. So close. The replay on the TV showed just how close Ye Luo was to scoring. As he leaped high, Nesta nudged him with his body, causing Ye Luo's body to deviate slightly in the air. If it were an ordinary player, touching the ball at that moment would be considered good. But Ye Luo, with his powerful core strength, twisted his body and headed the ball towards the goal. Unfortunately, the ball ultimately failed to hit the target. Nesta. Still awesome. That was crucial. If Nesta hadn't taken that hit, the ball would have definitely gone in. Fans shook their heads in amazement. I rarely see Nesta so disheveled, someone said. At that moment, a close-up of Nesta appeared on the television screen. The elegant fighter was no longer elegant at all. He was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Facing an opponent like Ye Luo, he was truly giving it his all. He couldn't care less about elegance anymore. Ye Luo is too much of a threat. If AC Milan doesn't find a way to deal with his threat, conceding a goal is likely very soon, said Maldini, the commentator for Sky Sports Italia. Maldini is undoubtedly a legend of Italian football, the great Italian left-back mentioned by Wang Jiangxiang. He is one of the representative figures of Italian football. After retiring, he didn't become a coach but instead became a contracted commentator for Sky Sports Italia. He spends his time writing articles and commentating on matches, which is quite pleasant. At least he's much better than some retired stars who squander all the money they earned while playing and declare bankruptcy. AC Milan is in big trouble. Who could have imagined Malaga would have such strong control before the match? In fact, Yellow's threat was significant, but if Malaga's midfielders and forwards hadn't controlled the game, he wouldn't have had so many opportunities to attack the defense, said the commentator for Sky Sports Italia. Maldini nodded. He agreed. Regardless of Yellow's ability, if the other Malaga players weren't good enough, how could they have consistently dominated AC Milan for so long? And if Malaga hadn't been pressuring AC Milan, Yellow wouldn't have been able to get the ball so easily. Before the match, everyone's attention was focused on Yellow, but I must emphasize, Malaga was underestimated. This is AC Milan's biggest mistake, Maldini said. Yellow also shook his head regretfully. He was just a hair's breadth away from heading the ball in. Nesta's interference forced him to only manage a weak header, resulting in poor directional control. A pity. But it's not a big deal. If not this time, try again. AC Milan regained possession, and their attack ended with a long-range shot from Ibrahimovic. Malaga quickly moved the ball forward through midfield passing, and AC Milan initially planned a midfield forward press to push the attack into Malaga's half. However, their press quickly failed. Isco dropped back to receive the ball and dribbled past midfield, followed by Joaquin and Cazorla, creating multiple passing options. This forced AC Milan to abandon their midfield forward pressing plan and quickly retreat to build a defensive line around the penalty area. Meanwhile, Yellow moved to the left flank, and Cazorla's pass found Yellow precisely at his feet. Nesta didn't dare to rush out directly, as he was a centre-back. If he did, there would be a huge gap in the penalty area. Van Nistelrooy was watching the space behind him. So, the defenders now marking Ye Luo are fullback Zambrotta and winger Van Bommel. Ye Luo received the ball and paused. Then, he immediately cut inside. His acceleration was so fast that Zambrotta couldn't react in time. Van Bommel covered him immediately. Ye Luo feinted with his right foot, leaning forward towards the byline, feigning a breakthrough towards that direction, causing Van Bommel to lose his balance prematurely. Then, he calmly flicked the ball inside with his right foot and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The ball flew low towards the goal. AC Milan's goalkeeper, Abbiano, seemed to have been completely ignited by Ye Luo's repeated shots. Facing Ye Luo's shot aimed at the corner, he adjusted his stance, fell to his side, and with a slight flick of his fingertips, deflected the ball out of bounds. Ye Luo was about to celebrate his goal after the shot. But after seeing the ball saved, he could only hold his head in disappointment. Abbiano. A miraculous save. It's Abbiano again. A beautiful save. He's saved AC Milan from the brink of defeat once more. Yellow is facing an informed Abbiano today. His shots have been thwarted time and again. This is Abbiano's fourth save. The commentators showered Abbiano with praise, showering the goalkeeper with compliments. Abbiano was ecstatic, raising his arms in triumph after the save. Allegri, on the sidelines, was far from happy. His team was now relying on their goalkeeper's superhuman performance to keep a clean sheet. This clearly demonstrated how passive AC Milan was on the pitch. Under such constant pressure, Conceding a goal was inevitable. Milan needed to attack. They needed to push the attack into Malaga's half, at least threaten their goal, and prevent them from becoming so unrestrained. But AC Milan could only defend passively. This situation made Allegri extremely anxious. However, he had no better solution. The coach's options were extremely limited. Malaga's attack was so fierce, and led by Ye Luo, their morale was high. Taking advantage of their home field, they completely dominated AC Milan. Nesta faced Ye Luo again. The sense of urgency felt unfamiliar to him. For a long time, Nesta had great confidence in his abilities. This confidence made him appear calm and composed. But now, facing Ye Luo, his confidence seemed to vanish, replaced by a hint of self-doubt. Maybe I'm really getting old, Nesta thought, clutching Ye Luo's jersey. There were too many players in the penalty area. Several Malaga players rushed in to participate in this corner kick attack. Ye Luo was undoubtedly the key player in Malaga's corner kick attacks. His jumping ability and heading ability were excellent, so several tactics in corner kicks were specifically designed around him. But this time, Isco, taking the corner kick, raised his left arm. This move was immediately understood by the Malaga players. This time, they prepared to find the far post for Matheson to head the ball, while the other players were responsible for providing cover. Isco took a run up and delivered the corner kick. Ye Luo immediately sprinted towards the near post. His run was the same as the previous corner kick where the header hit the crossbar. This immediately alerted the AC Milan defenders. Nesta, Thiago, and Boateng all rushed towards the near post, but halfway there they realized something was wrong. The ball wasn't going for the near post, but the far post. Malaga's corner kick tactic wasn't random. They were prepared. Ye Luo moved to the near post, Demichelis rushed into the middle, and Matheson lurked at the far post. As the ball crossed the near post and Matheson leaped high, Malaga's corner kick tactic was almost a success. However, at that moment, Abbiano rushed out, leaped high, and punched the ball. The two collided in mid-air. Matheson didn't head the ball, and Abbiano didn't clear it. The ball struck his wrist and bounced towards the 6-yard box. Ye Luo had just turned back from the near post, preparing for a follow-up shot. The ball flew towards his side. Ye Luo was standing in the penalty area, closer to the goal. The ball was flying towards his other side, further away from the goal. To control the ball, he would have to turn around and face away from the goal, but by then, it would be too late. Now Abbiano had come out. There was no goalkeeper inside AC Milan's goal. This was an opportunity. Ye Luo acted decisively. Almost instinctively, he leaped into the air. His body lowered, his instep straightened, and he raised it. Ye Luo. The commentator's pupils contracted sharply, exclaiming, "A bicycle kick." Amid the commentator's exclamations, Ye Luo's right instep solidly struck the ball in mid-air. Bang! Nesta, who had come to cover, jumped up without hesitation, trying to block Ye Luo's shot with his head. However, Ye Luo was a step faster. The ball was kicked out, whizzing past Nesta's ear. Nesta turned his head in horror, only to see the ball hit the net. Goal. Ye Luo landed just in time to witness the ball spinning inside the net. The Rose Garden Stadium trembled, 1-0. Malaga takes the lead. This is Malaga's first goal in the Champions League, and also Ye Luo's first goal in the Champions League. A historic achievement. Chapter 106. Is this your challenge to Zlatan? Malaga's corner kick. Isco delivers the ball and heads it towards Matheson. The goalkeeper rushes out. Neither side can hit the ball. The ball bounces back into the penalty area. Ye Luo. A bicycle kick. As Ye Luo leaped into the air, the previously calm commentary booth erupted in cheers. Almost all the commentators jumped up at that moment, shouting at the top of their lungs. 1-0. Wow. Beautiful. A beautiful goal. A beautiful bicycle kick. Absolutely brilliant. The best goal of this round of the Champions League has been born. In an instant, the commentators in the booth gripped their headsets, shouting their commentary with all their might. They had to do it, because at that moment, the Rose Garden Stadium completely exploded. The entire stadium seemed like a volcano spewing out molten lava. It was incredibly intense. All the Malaga fans jumped up from the stands, raising their arms and cheering wildly. Scarves, hats, and anything else that could be waved were being flung around in the stands. The entire stadium seemed to be experiencing a mini-earthquake. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. The fans in the stands chanted Ye Luo's name in unison. Listen. Listen. This is the cheering of the entire Rose Garden Stadium. The king of Rose Garden has scored. 1-0. Malaga takes the lead over AC Milan with this goal. On the commentary box, Cope radio commentator Andres shouted. That goal was absolutely spectacular, a bicycle kick that's not usually seen. But if you've watched the game from the start, you'd think that even with a bicycle kick like that, Malaga's lead seemed inevitable. From the very beginning, Malaga dominated AC Milan, creating numerous opportunities. If it weren't for AC Milan's goalkeeper Abbiano's brilliant performance, they would have been behind much earlier. Before the match, many predicted Malaga would adopt a more conservative strategy. However, we all underestimated Malaga, underestimated Ye Luo, and underestimated their formidable fighting spirit at home. Even against a team like AC Milan, they took the initiative, dominated their opponents, and scored. Andres analyzed. In fact, after Malaga's strong away victory against Sevilla in the first round of the league, many believe that Malaga's strength this season was not to be underestimated. But Ye Luo's brilliance was so dazzling that many didn't see the overall improvement in Malaga's strength. And now, look at Malaga's performance in this match. They completely dominated AC Milan. This couldn't have been achieved by Ye Luo alone, it required the collective strength of the entire team. This match showcased Malaga's strength. Their starting lineup is incredibly strong. If they can keep this lineup healthy, they have a very promising future. Indeed, Ye Luo's goal had already sent shockwaves through Italy. The commentators on Sky Sports Italia had already anticipated this when they saw Ye Luo soar into the air. AC Milan was about to concede a goal. AC Milan ultimately couldn't withstand Malaga's relentless attack. In the 16th minute, AC Milan conceded a goal, a spectacular bicycle kick. However, even before that, AC Milan's defense was already precarious. Ye Luo was simply too active, creating too many threats and preventing AC Milan's midfielders and defenders from pushing forward to push Malaga's attacks away from their goal. AC Milan needs to respond. Judging from the first half, this group truly is a group of death. They have absolutely no room for error in this group. If AC Milan loses to Malaga, they cannot afford to lose any match if they want to advance from the group stage. They have to fight tooth and nail against teams like Bayern. Fighting tooth and nail against Bayern. Just thinking about it is terrifying. That's Bayern Munich. No one can deny the power of the Bundesliga giants, Bayern Munich. They wield unparalleled influence in the German-speaking world, an influence comparable to that of Barcelona and Real Madrid in the Spanish-speaking world. In Germany, in the German-speaking parts of Eastern Europe, young talents aspire to join Bayern Munich, a team that consistently ranks among the top 5 in Europe. They boast a truly luxurious squad. Relatively speaking, AC Milan's current squad is slightly weaker compared to Bayern Munich. Their stars are a bit older, and they don't really have much confidence in winning against Bayern Munich. It was initially thought that this group, dubbed the Group of Death, was more accurately described as a group of death between Malaga and Manchester City. AC Milan, at worst, would at least secure second place. They were confident of getting all 12 points from 4 matches against Malaga and Manchester City. But what happened? Malaga has shown such formidable strength, putting AC Milan in a very passive position. If they can't turn things around in the remaining time, elimination from this group is not out of the question. Could it be that the second most successful team in Champions League history is going to be eliminated in the group stage? In Milan, AC Milan fans looked grave. In the bars where many Milan fans gathered to watch the game, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone was glued to the screen, their expressions serious. Why isn't Allegri trying to turn things around? Substitute. Bring on an attacker. We still have Robinho and Cassano. Damn it, we're Milan. How are we being dominated by a team like Malaga? AC Milan fans shook their heads anxiously. Just then, a close-up of Ye Luo appeared on the TV screen. Ye Luo, who had just scored, stood up from the ground, arms outstretched, glaring at the goal with an air of dominance. This greatly displeased the AC Milan fans who had conceded the goal. Damn it! How can Malaga have such a great guy? It's just a goal, what's with the arrogance? We are AC Milan, we have 7 Champions League trophies. We will definitely respond. Go for it. The Milan fans' voices naturally had no effect on Ye Luo. His previous bicycle kick attempt was purely instinctive. The result was so good. It surprised even him. Just then, The Malaga players rushed up and celebrated inside the AC Milan penalty area. Nesta's face was grim. He had given it his all, but still couldn't stop Ye Luo's goal. Who could have imagined that Ye Luo would choose to shoot with a bicycle kick, and execute it so beautifully? Nesta and Silva exchanged glances, Silva's eyes also showing fear. Nesta patted his younger brother on the shoulder, took a deep breath, and said, "It's just a ball, nothing serious, don't give him another chance." Thiago Silva nodded. He suppressed his panic. Just now, he had become afraid of his opponent, his mentality had been thrown into disarray. This is absolutely a taboo for a center-back. As a center-back, one must remain calm at all times. In fact, the other AC Milan players were somewhat stunned. This kind of game situation was not something they could have imagined before the match. Many of them even thought that this trip to Spain was a pleasant vacation. They came to Malaga, played, won 3 points, and then went home. Who could have imagined that the Champions League newcomer Malaga would be so tough? No. It shouldn't be called tough, but rather, so strong. How many teams in the world can dominate AC Milan? Yet Malaga did. They truly suppressed AC Milan for 16 minutes and scored. Cheer up. Do you think this goal will make you surrender? Veteran Seedorf roared. His shout sent a shiver down the spines of the AC Milan players. Many players showed shame on their faces. They were all-stars who had proven themselves on the field, and now they were intimidated by this young Ye Luo. Instantly, almost everyone's face showed shame and anger. For the mighty AC Milan to be so thoroughly dominated was an utter disgrace. Ibrahimovic returned from the attacking third and placed a ball in the center circle. He exuded an aura of keep away. What was this? Being completely shut down by Malaga without any offensive threat. Ibrahimovic had barely touched the ball since the start of the game. This made him extremely unhappy. Conversely, Ye Luo could receive the ball whenever he wanted. His position allowed him to move freely from the left to the center and then to the right, receiving passes from his Malaga teammates and unleashing his attacking talent at will. Ibrahimovic believes that if AC Milan players provided him with that kind of support, he would have scored more than 1 goal already. Ibrahimovic isn't fast enough, so he's the kind of center-forward who needs support from his teammates. Asking Ibrahimovic to single-handedly attack the opponent's goal without support is simply asking too much of the 195 centimeters tall striker. In counter-attacks, Ibrahimovic can only act as a bridgehead in the attacking third, setting up faster teammates. His power lies more in positional attacks. His physique and footwork make him a battering ram in positional play. But AC Milan currently have very few attacking opportunities, even counter-attacks are rare. They are pinned back in their own half, their formation completely unable to break out. Ibrahimovic has played for over 10 minutes and hasn't even touched the ball a few times. How can he score under such circumstances? Ibrahimovic isn't an opportunistic striker like Inzaghi, he needs possession. During the corner kick defense, the big man naturally dropped back into the penalty area to participate in the defense, and he witnessed Ye Luo's goal up close. He had to admit, it was a beautiful goal. However, this only fueled Ibrahimovic's fighting spirit even more. A glint flashed in his eyes. Is this your challenge to Zlatan? Chapter 107 Who is the king of pretending? Not only Ibrahimovic, but the AC Milan players were also spurred on by Ye Luo's goal. This AC Milan is not the same AC Milan that suffered disastrous signings, mainly due to lack of funds, in the past few seasons. The current Milan still possesses the lingering glory of their Champions League dominance, and their squad is at least in terms of reputation. After starting to run more aggressively, they gradually found some advantage in the midfield and attack. Malaga, after scoring, decided to temporarily retreat, tightening their formation and solidifying their defense. This allowed AC Milan to start creating some attacking opportunities. In the 18th minute, Ibrahimovic received the ball outside the box and unleashed a long-range shot. The ball grazed the post and went out of play, almost helping AC Milan equalize. After this shot, Ibrahimovic became even more active. In the 21st minute, he pulled out to the edge of the penalty area to receive the ball, using his body to hold off Demichelis, forcefully pulling the ball back and turning to shoot. If it weren't for Matthijsson's block, the ball would clearly have been heading for the corner. Ibrahimovic's shots repeatedly created threats. This excited AC Milan supporters. Ibrahimovic turns and shoots. Blocked again. No problem. That's how we play. This is the strength AC Milan should show in the Champions League. Ibrahimovic has been very active since Ye Luo's goal, threatening Malaga's goal several times. AC Milan is starting to regain control of the game. Beautiful. Ibrahimovic has shown his top-class striker ability. AC Milan is starting to control the game. The Italian commentators rallied, cheering for AC Milan. Inside Milan, the Milan fans, initially dampened by Ye Luo's goal, erupted in cheers. This is Milan. This is Milan. Come on. Play like this. We were just taking a nap. What kind of weak team is Malaga? Do they even deserve to beat Milan? Milan fans were jubilant. Malaga supporters, however, were somewhat subdued. Juan frowned. Ibrahimovic's performance was quite active, but his activity was based on AC Milan's control of the overall situation. After AC Milan strengthened their midfield running and physical play, they gradually gained control of the midfield and attacking third, which allowed Ibrahimovic to threaten the goal several times. Malaga must withstand this period and find a way to regain their rhythm. Actually, Malaga might not be without a chance under these circumstances. As long as they launch a counter-attack and extend their lead, AC Milan will be completely on the defensive. Yang added from the side. Everyone knows this principle: when one side presses forward, space will definitely appear in the defense. However, the problem is that when the opponent controls possession, the opportunities for counterattacks are very limited, and before that, they also have to face the pressure of the opponent's constant attacks on the defense. Pellegrini frowned, and Marlaska suggested, why don't we have the players vacate the attacking third and tighten our defense? Pellegrini thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, we can't do that. We can't be weaker than them in terms of momentum. Thinking this, during a dead ball situation, Pellegrini pulled Taulin aside and gave him instructions: we need to intensify our pressing in the midfield and attacking third. Don't let them easily pass the ball up. Taulin nodded repeatedly. Soon, Pellegrini's adjustments paid off. The two sides engaged in a near-physical battle in midfield. Although interruptions began to increase, at least the danger in front of Malaga's goal was temporarily averted. In the 28th minute, Boateng received a pass from Seedorf. This Ghanaian international actually holds dual German and Ghanaian citizenship. His younger brother, Boateng Jr., later became a key central defender for both the German national team and Bayern Munich. Before choosing the Ghanaian national team, he had actually represented Germany's U-Series national teams. Having consistently played as a starter for various national teams in a football powerhouse like Germany, with its abundant talent pool, Boateng's ability is undeniable. After receiving the ball, he prepared to overpower Taulin, using his physical strength to crush him. Taulin didn't hold back either. He directly rammed Boateng with his shoulder, sending him sprawling. The referee blew his whistle. Foul. AC Milan were awarded a free kick in the attacking third. Taulin grimaced, rubbing his shoulder. On his way back to defend, he complained to Demokelis, this guy is practically an atypical attacking midfielder. Such a physically imposing attacking midfielder is indeed rare. People generally imagine attacking midfielders as having elegant footwork, a relatively slender build, and not relying heavily on physicality. However, Boateng's performance in the attacking midfield position was like that of a reinforced concrete type. His footwork wasn't flashy, and he was adept at utilizing his strong physique. This guy used to play center forward, many of his techniques are those of a center forward, Demokelis said. Taulin nodded and said, this style is really tough to deal with. As the two were talking, Boateng got up from the ground. The distance was a bit far, and he looked at Van Bommel. Generally speaking, if the ball is to be kicked into the penalty area for the players inside to contest for a header, Van Bommel is the first choice to take the free kick. But at this moment, Ibrahimovic grabbed the ball first and said without hesitation, I'll take this one. Boateng shrugged at Van Bommel, who could only shake his head helplessly. That's just the personality of this big guy. If he says he'll take it, it's best not to argue with him. AC Milan has been awarded a free kick from a slightly longer distance, about 28 or 29 meters. Ibrahimovic is standing in front of the ball, it seems he's going to take it directly. Ibrahimovic has a record of scoring from long-range free kicks. And he has shown good form before, so letting him try this one isn't a bad idea, said the commentator from Sky Sports Italia. Ibrahimovic stood in front of the ball, positioned it, and then took a few steps back. Malaga's goalkeeper, Ruben, was nervously setting up his defense. He was clearly tense. He had been Malaga's second-choice goalkeeper for several seasons, with only appearances in competitions like the Copa del Rey and very few league appearances. He never expected to start against a team like AC Milan in the Champions League. This was undoubtedly a huge pressure for Ruben. Once he had set up the wall, the referee blew the whistle. Ibrahimovic quickly took a run up, and after a few long strides, he struck the ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared through the air, clearing the wall and beginning to fall. A knuckleball. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, the ball rapidly descended towards the goal, beyond Ruben's reach, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball crashed into the net. At that moment, the away fans erupted in cheers. After conceding a goal, the AC Milan fans, who had been holding back for almost half an hour, suddenly jumped up, raising their arms and shouting, releasing all the emotions they had suppressed for 30 minutes. Beautiful. 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 A stunning free kick goal. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic. Wow. No one could stop that ball. It was amazing. The ball went over the wall and then plummeted, its trajectory unpredictable, making it impossible for the goalkeeper to defend. Zlatan Ibrahimovic has equalized for AC Milan. The balance of the game has now shifted in AC Milan's favor. They truly deserve to be called Champions League champions. The Italian commentators cheered. On the television screen, on the football field, Ibrahimovic, who scored the goal, was the focus of the entire stadium. He sprinted towards the corner flag, where a camera was positioned. He reached the camera, clenched his fist and roared, then turned around, pointing his thumbs to the name on the back of his jersey. "I'm Zlatan Ibrahimovic," he boasted arrogantly, his back to the camera, his eyes fixed on Ye Luo. Sure enough, Ye Luo also looked towards the AC Milan players celebrating at the corner flag. Ibrahimovic smiled smugly, clenching his fist at Ye Luo as he went back inside. "This guy, he's as arrogant as the rumors say," Isco said unhappily beside Ye Luo. "It's just a goal, what's with the swagger?" Ye Luo smiled slightly and said, "They've equalized, of course they have reason to be happy, but we can't let them be happy for too long. AC Milan's morale will undoubtedly be boosted after equalizing, and the best way to crush their morale is to score. If Malaga can regain the lead in a short time, AC Milan's momentum will be immediately extinguished. Malaga is in trouble now." Ibrahimovic's goal has greatly boosted AC Milan's morale, and AC Milan had already started to gain momentum before that. Malaga is facing a very difficult situation. Duan Zhuan frowned. Chinese fans were also getting anxious. AC Milan had just equalized with a stunning long-range strike, boosting their morale significantly. It was obvious Malaga was in serious trouble. The camera then focused on Pellegrini on the sidelines. Malaga's coach stood with his arms crossed, his brow furrowed. Pellegrini was indeed anxious, his earlier adjustments were showing results, and both sides had established a certain balance in midfield. Then, Ibrahimovic's direct free kick shattered that balance. Not far from Pellegrini, Allegri finally snapped, pulling several AC Milan midfielders aside to quickly explain his latest tactical plan. "Attack. Keep attacking. Don't give them time to react," Allegri instructed rapidly. If AC Milan could take the lead quickly, they would almost certainly win. Indeed, conceding a goal can easily lead to a blow to morale and a weakened defense, resulting in a disastrous 3 minutes. If AC Milan scored again soon, they could even expect a resounding victory. Conceding goals again after conceding one. The blow to morale and mentality was enormous. AC Milan's players were seasoned veterans, they knew this all too well. So, as the players lined up on both sides, awaiting the kickoff whistle, AC Milan's players were already eager to attack. They wanted to strike while the iron was hot. Score another goal, and take the lead. The previous few minutes were just an accident, the game had only just begun. Ibrahimovic was brimming with excitement. He stared at Ye Luo, who was preparing to kick off with Van Nistelrooy in the center circle, and noticed that the kid showed no sign of panic. He couldn't help but sneer. "Stop pretending. Wait until I score another one, then let's see how you pretend." Ye Luo had no idea what Ibrahimovic was thinking. He knew very well the impact this goal would have on the team's morale. Therefore, the best way to reverse the tide was to score. Before kickoff, Ye Luo had already held a small meeting with his teammates. They needed to take advantage of this kickoff opportunity to launch an attack. Whether they succeeded or not, They had to at least suppress AC Milan's momentum. So after the referee blew the whistle, Ye Luo immediately passed the ball back to Cazorla, who had dropped back to the defensive midfield line. He then quickly turned and charged forward. Joining Ye Luo were Van Nistelrooy, Isco, Joaquin, and the two full-backs, Sanchez and Monterrey. 6 players surged forward along the halfway line, displaying impressive momentum. However, AC Milan's players also immediately pressed forward, aiming to create pressure in the attacking third. Neither side showed weakness. Cazorla received the ball but didn't rush to pass. He waited for his teammates to get into position. When AC Milan's striker Pato rushed over, Cazorla unleashed a long pass. The ball flew through the air, arcing towards AC Milan's penalty area. It landed on Isco's right flank. He had been observing before the ball even hit the ground, watching Ye Luo and Van Nistelrooy's positions, and seeing them both making runs into the opponent's penalty area. Isco understood perfectly. Without stopping the ball, he flicked it with the instep of his foot, sending it towards the edge of the penalty area. Ye Luo, making a high-speed forward run, stretched out his foot to stop the ball. Beautiful. The commentators couldn't help but applaud. At high speed, facing a ball at waist height, he stopped it with ease and precision. His ball control was truly astonishing. Even Boateng was fooled by Ye Luo's control. He had assumed Ye Luo would charge forward directly, and he had positioned himself in Ye Luo's path, hoping to create a rear-end collision. The referee would likely not call a foul, and might even call a charging foul on Ye Luo. However, Boateng thought he had everything planned out. He hadn't expected Ye Luo to choose to stop the ball with his foot. Such a ball, even in complete open space, is difficult to stop properly, let alone under defensive pressure. But Ye Luo not only stopped it perfectly, the ball seemed glued to his foot, and before it even hit the ground, he flicked it past Boateng with ease. Fortunately, Seedorf was incredibly experienced. Upon realizing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately reached out, pulled, and fouled. Ye Luo was suddenly hugged and stretched out, helplessly looking at the referee. The referee didn't hesitate, immediately issuing a yellow card to Seedorf after whistle-blowing the foul. Seedorf shook his head helplessly and patted Ye Luo on the shoulder apologetically. The veteran Seedorf's physical condition was indeed not what it used to be. Even if he hadn't fouled, he wasn't confident he could stop Ye Luo from dribbling into the penalty area. If Ye Luo got into the penalty area, it would be troublesome. The previous 30 minutes of play had already made AC Milan's defenders realize the danger Ye Luo posed. Once he was inside the penalty area, there wouldn't even be a chance to foul. Ye Luo, holding the ball, placed it at the edge of the penalty area. He was the team's primary free kick taker. He naturally wouldn't hesitate to take this direct shot. At this moment, the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium held their breath, all staring at Ye Luo, who was already in position. In front of him, forming a wall, were Ibrahimovic, Pato, Seedorf, and Van Bommel. These are all star players. Goalkeeper Abiano stared intently ahead. A sharp whistle blew, and Ye Luo began his run-up. His speed gradually increased. The final step. His thigh propelled his lower leg, and the inside of his foot slashed the ball upwards. The football soared into the air, spinning powerfully. It was a curved ball. The players forming the wall leaped into the air. Ibrahimovic jumped with all his might. The ball was flying right over his head. He stretched his neck, trying to head it away, but he didn't touch it. This gave Ibrahimovic a slight sigh of relief. He was tall enough. The fact that he couldn't touch the ball at the highest point of his jump meant it was flying very high, most likely over the crossbar. As Ibrahimovic landed, he turned his head to look at the goal, his pupils shrinking. The football, spinning with a huge arc, was heading straight for the 10-point angle where the crossbar and post meet. Abiano had already leaped into the air, but even if his arms were 20 centimeters longer, he couldn't possibly touch the football that grazed the right angle between the crossbar and the post before flying into the goal. Boom! The entire Rose Garden Stadium exploded. Abiano landed on the ground in horror. Ibrahimovic, his eyes filled with shock, turned to look at Ye Luo. Ye Luo spread his arms wide, calmly opening his hands, and smiled at Ibrahimovic. Just a free kick? Why make such a fuss? This smile made Ibrahimovic's face burn. His previous performance had become a joke in the face of this nonchalant attitude. Damn it, this kid is the real king of show-offs. A genuine king of show-offs. Ibrahimovic clenched his fists, vowing to get his revenge. Chapter 108 The most consecutive dribbles in history, a header goal. Chapter 108 The header goal with the most consecutive dribbles in history. That trajectory, wow. That curve, so beautiful. That curve is simply too exaggerated, like a semicircular arc. How did they even manage to kick it like that? The television screen was replaying Ye Luo's goal repeatedly. The curve went over the head of the tallest player, Ibrahimovic. Given Ibrahimovic's height, and the fact that he jumped, the ball would normally have gone directly over the crossbar. But Ye Luo's ball seemed to draw a semicircle in the air, bypassing Ibrahimovic at his highest point before beginning its descent. A beautiful curved shot. Like a rainbow, precisely entering the goal from the corner. Absolutely perfect. Faced with that angle, that curve, that speed, Abbiano had absolutely no chance of making a save. In the commentary box, the commentators exclaimed in admiration. The fans of China were also full of praise for the goal. What do you call precision-guided shots? Incredible, a perfect 10-point angle. That curve is amazing. Ibrahimovic scored a long-range, powerful dipping shot, and Ye Luo immediately responded with a spectacular, high-arcing shot. Awesome. That's the second Champions League goal. Hat-trick. A hat-trick. The fans cheered. The Rosé Stadium trembled. Pellegrini clenched his fist and raised his arm in a triumphant shout, then embraced an excited Marasca. I knew it. Damn it. I knew he would respond. Pellegrini shouted. Actually, some media outlets have already said that his team relies too much on Ye Luo. But for Pellegrini, having a player like Ye Luo and not relying on him would be the stupidest thing to do. Why not rely on their strongest player? Isn't the coach's role to bring out the best in the players, to put the best, most capable players on the field and let them create chemistry? For Málaga now, allowing Ye Luo to receive the ball more often in the attacking third is their chemistry, their key to victory. Pellegrini's excitement was understandable. Regardless of whether the goal was aesthetically pleasing or not, the timing and significance of the goal were paramount. It was a crucial goal that stabilized Malaga's morale. This goal reversed all of Malaga's previous difficulties and the ebb and flow of morale between the two sides. If Ibrahimovic's goal had given AC Milan a glimmer of hope, then Ye Luo's goal was like a bucket of ice water poured over the heads of all AC Milan's players, fans, and coaches. A chilling blow. Morale plummeted. For Allegri, his only consolation was that there was little time left in the first half. Otherwise, given the current shift in morale, AC Milan would have had a hard time preventing further goals from conceding. In the remaining time of the first half, AC Milan's players did appear somewhat flustered. They seemed intimidated, making frequent mistakes. Fortunately, before AC Milan's goal was breached, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Allegri breathed a huge sigh of relief. Although they were on the back foot in the final stages of the first half, it was fortunate they didn't concede another goal. Being down by one goal meant less pressure in the second half. While no one could say they couldn't come back from a 2-goal deficit in the second half, AC Milan once led 3 goals in the first half of the Champions League final but were pegged back. This situation is generally called a miracle. Since it's a miracle, it's not something that happens often. What happens often isn't a miracle, it's the norm. But coming back from a 1-goal deficit to equalize or even take the lead isn't a miracle. At halftime, AC Milan would have a chance to readjust. The whistle for halftime ended Malaga's attacking frenzy, leaving Malaga supporters disappointed. Pellegrini, at least, was quite disappointed. He was certain that if the first half had lasted 5 more minutes, Malaga would have scored. What a pity. This was evident from the state of both teams' players as they left the field. Malaga's players were still full of energy, having played exceptionally well in the final moments of the first half, with their opponents cooperating effectively and their attack flowing smoothly. AC Milan's players, on the other hand, were clearly relieved. Those last few minutes had been agonizing for them. Both their defense and attack were disorganized, and their individual form was poor, with frequent errors in passing and dribbling. The end of the first half allowed AC Milan's players a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had 15 minutes to regroup. In the away team's locker room, the AC Milan players knew their first half performance had been poor, so they all hung their heads, bracing for their coach's criticism. However, Allegri didn't say much about their players' performance in the first half. His voice was calm, simply stating a fact. Gentlemen, do you know how the media and fans will react to you if we lose this match? They'll say AC Milan has become a stepping stone for a young man who made his Champions League debut this season. They'll say AC Milan stars are nothing compared to Ye Luo's brilliance. They'll say, Ibrahimovic? Ye Luo's defeated opponent. Allegri's voice was calm. He was merely describing the media's likely reactions. It was foreseeable that if AC Milan lost, their reputation would become nothing more than a stepping stone for Ye Luo. A young player, in his Champions League debut, performing exceptionally well against a Champions League powerhouse like AC Milan, leading his team to victory. What an inspiring story. But AC Milan, playing the big boss in this story, would become a laughingstock. The AC Milan players looked grim. Allegri's words were harsh. But they knew. Allegri was telling the truth. The media are fickle. If they lose, everything they do is wrong. They'll become a foil for Málaga, this small team, and for the young Ye Luo. Ye Luo, now with a brace, will be the focus of all of Europe and the world. And these star players will become his supporting cast. Damn it. Why should we be afraid of them? I refuse to believe they can dominate us for the whole game with just Ye Luo. Push forward in the second half and attack them head-on. Beat them. In the locker room, the star players spoke up one after another. The entire locker room erupted in chaos. Allegri smiled. AC Milan's players' fighting spirit and morale were back. As long as they performed normally on the field, what problem could they possibly have with defeating Málaga? Yes, Ye Luo is very strong, but he's only one person. As long as AC Milan can control the overall rhythm and suppress Málaga, what can Ye Luo do? After the second half began, the AC Milan stars, now fully focused, began to unleash their full potential. They ran tirelessly, coordinated seamlessly, and frequently displayed flashes of brilliance. This put immense pressure on Malaga's defense. When Pado's shot struck the crossbar and went out of play, Ye Luo frowned. He knew that during the 15 minutes of halftime, the opposing coach had clearly done an excellent job. Allegri had completely energized the AC Milan players. At this moment, Málaga was in the most danger. AC Milan could score at any moment. And what could be more effective than scoring another goal to completely crush AC Milan's momentum? Ye Luo dropped back to midfield to participate in the passing game. Malaga's players weren't inexperienced, they certainly knew how fierce AC Milan's initial momentum had been. So, after gaining possession, they didn't rush to attack but instead controlled possession, stalling for time, hoping to wear down their opponent's initial surge. Ye Luo, near the center circle, evaded several AC Milan players' tackles with a series of passes. When he received the ball, Ibrahimovic, who was rushing in, thought Ye Luo would continue passing, so he stretched out his long leg, intending to block Ye Luo's pass to the other side. However, Ye Luo's passing motion was feint. His purpose was simply to make Ibrahimovic react. He easily pushed Ibrahimovic through the legs. The 195 centimeters tall Ibrahimovic was completely nutmegged by Ye Luo this time. But no one had time to notice Ibrahimovic's predicament. After Ye Luo completed the dribble, all the focus was on him. Ye Luo's passes near the center circle were not random, they were prepared. The purpose was to lure out AC Milan players, expose their backfield space. Ye Luo dribbled forward, his speed not fast. Seedorf retreated while fighting, Boateng was also ready to press on the flank, and fullbacks Zambrata and Abate began to drop back. The two center-backs, Nesta and Silva, were also present. So Allegri, who was slightly nervous after seeing Ye Luo start his run, quickly relaxed. Seeing Ye Luo dribbling forward with few Málaga players ahead, he was certain Ye Luo would slow down and wait for support. After all, there were 6 defenders in front of Ye Luo. Could he possibly get past all 6? If he could swallow the ball whole. Allegri thought. Ye Luo indeed didn't intend to get past all 6 defenders. He immediately looked for teammates, intending to penetrate through a pass. However, AC Milan's players were indeed individually strong, and the Italian team's defensive organization was excellent. Ye Luo couldn't find a passing lane with his teammates immediately. In other words, at that moment, AC Milan's defenders cut Ye Luo off from the other Málaga players. Now Ye Luo had 2 choices. First, slow down and wait for his teammates to press forward. However, this would allow AC Milan's defense to organize, giving Málaga at most one opportunity for a positional attack. Second, continue dribbling forward. AC Milan's defense is currently retreating, but there's still a lot of space between their goal and the defense. However, Breaking through is easier said than done. Almost everyone thought Ye Luo would slow down and control the ball first. The AC Milan players thought so too. So when Ye Luo actually slowed down, Boateng and Seedorf breathed a sigh of relief. The prediction was correct, which meant the defense was successful. The next instant, the slightly relaxed Boateng and Seedorf were suddenly startled. Ye Luo slowed down, then suddenly accelerated. This change in rhythm allowed him to pass between the two in an instant. Seedorf and Boateng didn't even have time to close the gap. By the time they closed in, Ye Luo had already passed through the gap between them. The two almost simultaneously turned, fell, and attempted a sliding tackle from the side and behind. Before their legs could reach him, Ye Luo had already poked the ball away and jumped up, dodging their tackles. Upon landing, his body shot forward like an arrow, propelled by the powerful hamstrings, accelerating relentlessly. Ye Luo. He's getting fast. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Zambrotta, recovering his footing, braced himself and charged forward. However, Ye Luo, moving at high speed, flicked the ball and changed direction, whistling past the unsteady Zambrotta. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. 3 men in a row. He's now only facing Nesta and Silva's central defensive line. In the commentary box, Andres abruptly stood up. A hint of anticipation flickered across his face. Could it be? He stared intently, waiting for Ye Luo's next performance. Seedorf lay on the ground. His final defensive effort, throwing himself out, was a last-ditch effort. But he failed, and now he could only watch as Ye Luo dribbled towards AC Milan's goal. When Zambrotta was easily beaten like a wooden stake by Ye Luo's single change of direction, Seedorf's scalp tingled. Terrifying. This kid, he's terrifying. At such speed, making such a change of direction without slowing down could easily lead to a loss of balance. In Seedorf's view, only shorter players could pull off such a move. Messi is arguably the most impressive among them. For someone like Ye Luo, standing at just over 180 centimeters, to be able to make such a high-speed change of direction is, if not extremely rare, then 1 in a million. However, the next second, something happened that even left Seedorf speechless. In high-speed motion, Ye Luo flicked the ball with both feet. It was a croquet game. He passed between Nesta and Silva's goalkeepers. Nesta and Silva almost simultaneously reached out to grab him. But they only grabbed air. Nesta turned his head in alarm, seeing another full-back, Abate, covering him. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, his face froze as Ye Luo suddenly stopped the ball, but his body had already leaped up, pulling the ball back and turning. A high-speed version of Cruyff's turn. Such an incredibly elegant move had gotten past Abate. At this moment, Ye Luo was facing the on-rushing Abbiano. But in fact, after making his final move, Ye Luo was also staggering. He was about to lose his balance. Inside the penalty area, the AC Milan players watched the staggering Ye Luo with anticipation. Fall down, someone shouted in their hearts. Ye Luo indeed fell forward. He looked at Abbiano rushing out, his body moving at high speed, almost out of his control. But, damn it. I've gotten past so many people, how can I give up? He gritted his teeth. The veins in his neck bulged, and he used his last bit of strength to push forward. His body instantly became like a torpedo gliding across the water, skimming forward along the grass. His head suddenly slammed into the ball in front of him. Abbiano was shocked. When he saw Ye Luo staggering towards him, he thought he had the situation under control, and all he had to do was catch the ball. But who could have imagined that Ye Luo would actually slide face first on the ground and head the ball? The ball went through Abbiano's legs. Abbiano turned his head. The ball was over the net. Everyone's mouths were agape. They were dumbfounded. Allegri on the sidelines had his jaw practically dropped to the ground. His mouth was agape, as if he could actually swallow a football. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109: A quadruple victory. Is he the Champions League Golden Boot winner again? Ye Luo continues dribbling. Abate gets beaten, oh dear. In the commentary box, Andres thought Ye Luo's goal was lost. What a pity. He was filled with regret. How many players had he dribbled past in a row? Ibrahimovic, Boateng, Seedorf, Zambrotta, Nesta, Silva, and now Abate. 7. 7 players. If he failed at the last moment, wouldn't it be a pity? In that instant, Andres had already prepared his eulogy for this brilliant dribbling. If he couldn't score the final goal, this series of brilliant dribbles would only become fodder for conversation, since if it didn't change the score, its impact on the game would be greatly reduced. However, at this moment, Andres's breath caught in his throat. Under his gaze, Ye Luo, having completed his final dribble and dribbled into the penalty area, but whose body was already staggering and whose center of gravity was unstable, suddenly leaped forward, sliding along the grass. A header? Andres's tone was uncertain. This was definitely the most special header he had ever seen. Goal. The next second, Andres held his head in his hands and shouted, "God! God! He actually scored a goal like that." I must say, compared to a series of dribbles before, the way he scored the final goal wasn't pretty, but I believe the scene is the most exciting. Football is not just about skill, but also about fighting spirit. The moment when Ye Luo used all his strength to head the ball into the goal will be the focus of everything. This scene will be more moving than when he used his skillful dribbling skills and speed to get past a series of players. AC Milan's defense has been destroyed. Incredible. Incredible. If the previous dribbling was a victory of football skills, then the final goal was a victory supported by the spiritual power brewed from the desire for victory and the desire to score. 3-1. 3-1. Malaga won. They're going to win. Look at the AC Milan players, they were defeated by Malaga, they were defeated by Ye Luo. In the commentary box, all the commentators were shouting, their faces filled with a complex mix of disbelief and admiration. They were all roaring wildly. The breathtaking scene was still replaying in their minds. A footballing genius's dribbling, yet the final goal was so seemingly grassroots, like a melody spiraling upwards to its climax, suddenly stopping in its wake. The boy, clinging to the grass, striving forward, and heading the ball into the goal, had provided the perfect finale to this breathtaking symphony. This breathtaking moment lingered in everyone's memory. This might be the best goal in the Champions League. Andres exclaimed. He was a veteran commentator for Cope Radio, having covered many major tournaments, the World Cup final, the Champions League final, the European Championship final, and more. He was a seasoned commentator. But at this moment, Andres had to admit, this was the most breathtaking goal he had ever seen live. The camera focused on Ye Luo, and in the close-up on the television, Ye Luo looked somewhat disheveled. His head and face were covered in grass clippings. But no one would laugh at this moment. Ye Luo didn't care either. He spread his arms and sprinted across the Rose Garden Stadium. The fans in the stands were worshipping him, and the entire stadium was cheering for him. The cameras were fixed on his back. His outstretched arms resembled a soaring eagle. Under the dazzling stadium lights, the spirited young man's back shone. First Champions League match, a hat-trick. A hat-trick in his debut? Is it Ye Luo's own buff? So explosive. Can this goal secure this year's Puskas Award? Probably. On the Chinese internet, the fans' heated discussions quickly pushed this match, this goal, this scene to the top of the trending searches. Even people who had never watched a football match could feel the exhilarating desire to win when they saw Ye Luo dribble past several players and, on the verge of losing his balance, head the ball into the goal. This spirit is the greatest charm of competitive sports. In Milan, the fervent Milan fans fell silent. They watched the television screen in silence, speechless. Milan has two top clubs, and while the total number of their fans is roughly equal, AC Milan has a slight edge in local support, a point they've used to mock their city rivals. At this moment, the proud AC Milan fans were completely stunned. In every bar where Milan fans gathered, almost everyone was dumbfounded. Then, the commentator from Sky Sports Italia came through the television. Such a goal is simply too astonishing. Perhaps all the media's pre-match predictions for this game were wrong, and their assessment of Ye Luo was also wrong. Ye Luo is stronger than any Italian media outlet predicted, much stronger. AC Milan's chances of advancing are now somewhat precarious. Given Malaga's performance, to secure one of the two qualifying spots in the group, AC Milan must not only fight tooth and nail against Malaga at home, but also clash head-on with Bayern Munich and Manchester City. This group is truly a group of death, the Italian commentator said. In fact, before this, many Italian media outlets believed that this group was a group of death. Indeed, it was only a group of death for Manchester City and Malaga. AC Milan, no matter what, could still secure a place in the knockout stage. But at this moment, all Italians, all AC Milan fans, realized that for AC Milan, this was also a group of death. On the television screen, recent footage of Ye Luo was being replayed repeatedly. Under the high-definition slow-motion footage shot by a high-speed camera, every movement of Ye Luo was incredibly clear. From dribbling past Ibrahimovic to the final low header, the fans were even more awestruck by this clear display. Every touch of the ball, every change of rhythm, every feint and change of direction by Ye Luo was so perfectly timed, just a half-beat faster than the defenders. It was like a dancer dancing on a knife's edge, leaving everyone in awe. And the final goal was like the culmination of an essay, elevating the theme of the piece to a level that everyone looked up to. AC Milan fans fell silent. They knew that against such an opponent, AC Milan's chances of winning were slim. However, they couldn't bring themselves to boo such a brilliant goal. Silence was the prevailing sentiment in Milan tonight. Ibrahimovic was silent too. Boateng wanted to ask him something like, "Could you score a goal like that?" But seeing Ibrahimovic's expression, he wisely kept quiet. This big guy's height and weight were undeniable, and he was rumored to have trained in martial arts. Angering him would be disastrous. Nesta stood in the penalty area, hands on his hips, looking utterly helpless. He knew that such a goal was not a regular occurrence, it was a flash of brilliance from Ye Luo. But it was enough to demonstrate Ye Luo's form and ability in this match. Strong ability, and excellent form. AC Milan's loss to Ye Luo was entirely justified. Allegri was stunned. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Usually, it's quite normal for a manager to unleash a torrent of abuse after conceding a goal. But what could Allegri say now? Insult? Insult whom? Was this goal due to defensive error by AC Milan? Was it due to poor positioning? Was it a lack of defensive effort? Or were there simply not enough defenders? None of the above. Faced with such a miraculous goal, the head coach could only smile wryly and accept his bad luck. Allegri smiled wryly and shook his head. Then, he rallied his spirits and began to think of a strategy. After all, the game wasn't over yet. Robinho. Antonio. Go warm up. Allegri looked at the bench. Now that the team was 2 goals down, they had to focus on attacking. In this situation, the only players they could use were Robinho and Cassano. Hearing Allegri's words, Robinho and Cassano immediately put on their yellow vests and went to warm up. Soon, the television screen showed the two running from the bench to the warm-up area. AC Milan needs to make immediate adjustments. Robinho and Cassano are warming up. It seems they were going all in on this away game. The camera focused on the 2 former Real Madrid players. Robinho was a big name. He started his career at Santos FC in the Brazilian domestic league. At the age of 20, he made 36 appearances for Santos in a single season, scoring 21 goals and winning the Brazilian league title. It was at this time that he was hailed as Pelé's successor, known as the new Pelé in Brazil, and nicknamed the Bicycle Prince for his exceptional dribbling skills. In 2005, Robinho transferred from Santos to Real Madrid, wearing the number 10 jersey. That season in La Liga, he made 37 appearances and scored 8 goals. However, in the following seasons, Robinho failed to live up to the expectations of the new Pelé. While his performance wasn't terrible, it paled in comparison to the new Pelé title he carried. Furthermore, in 2008, he publicly broke with Real Madrid, announcing his move to Chelsea, causing considerable embarrassment for the La Liga giants. Ultimately, before the 2008 summer transfer window closed, he joined Manchester City for €42 million, becoming the season's most expensive signing. Robinho had a brilliant season at Manchester City, but in his second season, an ankle injury sidelined him for an extended period. He only stayed at Manchester City for a season and a half before being loaned to Santos for half a season. Then, in the 2010 summer transfer window, he joined AC Milan. Last season, Robinho seemed to have rediscovered his form, helping AC Milan regain the Serie A title. However, compared to the expectations placed upon him at the beginning of his career, Robinho's career development was rather high at the start and low at the end. Cassano also rose to fame at a young age. At 17, Cassano was considered a pillar of Italian football. In 2001, he transferred to Roma for a record-breaking $28.5 million, a truly astronomical sum at the time, especially considering Cassano was only 19. His time at Roma was the peak of Cassano's career. Whether at Real Madrid or Sampdoria, Cassano never quite lived up to the expectations placed upon him. He ultimately failed to become a pillar of Italian football, and his lackluster experience at Real Madrid even caused him to miss Italy's great 2006 and the World Cup title. His bad temper and rebellious nature ultimately prevented him from becoming the player people hoped for. Last winter transfer window, a sharp conflict with the Sampdoria club president led to his departure to AC Milan. In half a season, he made 20 appearances and scored 8 goals, a respectable performance. The arrival of these two once promising but now faded talents did little to reverse AC Milan's subsequent passive situation. In fact, during the rest of the match, people repeatedly discussed Ye Luo's goal, comparing it to Maradona's spectacular dribble past 5 players in the World Cup. On the field, AC Milan's players seemed somewhat dazed. They appeared to be frightened by Ye Luo's goal. The introduction of Robinho and Cassano did little to improve their attack. Malaga completely controlled the game. Despite this, Ye Luo continued his relentless pursuit of a goal. Finally, in the 83rd minute, he received a through ball from Cazorla on the edge of the penalty area, dribbled into the box, and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot into the far corner. The ball pierced the net. 4-1. Malaga led AC Milan 4-1 at home. The commentators could only shower Ye Luo with praise, racking their brains to bestow the 4 goals they could muster on his Champions League debut. This goal completely shattered AC Milan's fighting spirit. Their performance plummeted in the remainder of the match, and had the game continued, they might have conceded even more goals. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee immediately blew the final whistle. AC Milan stars, heads bowed, quickly left the stadium. Those last few minutes on the pitch had been an immense ordeal for them. Match over. Match over. Ye Luo scored 4 goals in this match, helping Malaga defeat AC Milan 4-1. In another match, Bayern Munich defeated Manchester City 3-0 at home, and Malaga temporarily tops the Group A standings on goal difference. With the commentators' exclamations, the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium celebrated their victory. This Champions League match was something Malaga fans would remember for countless times. It was also Malaga's Champions League debut. At the Bernabeu Stadium, cheers erupted. The highly anticipated match between Real Madrid and Lyon at home had also ended. The score was 3-0. And all 3 goals were scored by Cristiano Ronaldo. Scoring a hat-trick in the very first match of the Champions League group stage this season, Cristiano Ronaldo's goal-scoring form was simply superb. The cameras focused on the best player of the match. He smiled, radiating confidence. "So, I'm number 1 on the scoring charts now, right?" Cristiano Ronaldo asked the players on the bench with a big laugh. Benzema glanced at Ronaldo on the bench, his face showing unease. "What's wrong?" Ronaldo, Ye Luo scored 4 goals in this round of the Champions League." Ye Luo again. His La Liga Golden Boot was snatched. Now he's going to steal the Champions League Golden Boot? Ronaldo's smile froze. Chapter 110 Bayern's confidence. At the Rose Garden Stadium, the cameras immediately focused on Ye Luo, surrounded by his Malaga teammates. As the match ended, he clenched his fists and raised his arms in triumph. A 4-1 victory over AC Milan in the Champions League would undoubtedly give Malaga a huge boost in confidence, which would also be highly beneficial for their La Liga campaign. Ye Luo was also extremely excited. This was his first Champions League match, and he had scored 4 goals, helping his team achieve a resounding victory, a truly perfect performance. Just as Ye Luo was celebrating, Nesta approached and wanted to exchange jerseys with him. Ye Luo didn't hesitate and immediately took off his own jersey. Nesta was a legendary defender. In Italy, a country that frequently produces world-class center-backs, Nesta's fame was well-deserved. Moreover, Ye Luo used to watch Serie A matches frequently. "I used to watch your matches a lot when I was a child," Ye Luo said in Italian, which he had recently learned. Nesta was taken aback. Partly, he was surprised that Ye Luo could speak Italian, as Italian wasn't a widely spoken language. Secondly, he was quite moved by the phrase, "I used to watch your games all the time when I was a kid." It seemed he was truly getting old. The little kid who used to watch his games was now utterly humiliating him. Nesta gave a wry smile, shook his head slightly, then took Ye Luo's jersey and suddenly said, "Interested in playing for Milan, young man?" Ye Luo was taken aback. Then he realized Milan wasn't completely fallen from grace yet. They were still a top-tier club. However, AC Milan was on the verge of entering a period of decline due to financial problems. Milan didn't have the money to buy players, especially a star like himself. Leaving aside transfer fees, just the wages alone meant AC Milan couldn't afford a superstar in the coming period of financial strain. Although Ye Luo had a good impression of AC Milan, he wasn't about to give up his world-class salary to join them. After all, being a professional player wasn't fundamentally different from being a wage earner. Everyone was a wage earner. It was just that he earned 30 million while he earned 3,000. "I won't be leaving Malaga for the time being," Ye Luo said politely. He certainly wouldn't be so tactless as to tell Nesta that Milan was financially ruined and wouldn't be making any big-name signings for the next few seasons, with high-paid stars like Ibrahimovic and Silva leaving next season. Nesta sighed. He knew, of course, that AC Milan's financial situation wasn't good. If they couldn't turn things around financially, even a powerhouse like AC Milan wouldn't be able to attract superstars in their prime. Ultimately, professional football is all about money. Munich, Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich and their city rivals, 1860 Munich, share the stadium. Each side owns 50%. Later Bayern Munich bought ownership of 1860 Munich, gaining exclusive control of the entire stadium. As Germany's biggest club, Bayern Munich's home game against Manchester City naturally attracted a lot of attention. If their opponent had been Manchester City's arch-rivals, Manchester United, the media might have even hyped it as an England-Germany clash. While Manchester City now boasts a star-studded squad backed by a conglomerate, their performance in the Champions League over the past 2 seasons has been widely ridiculed. Their complete defeat in the group stage last season, in particular, drew laughter from all of England, cementing their reputation as a nouveau riche. To shed this label, Manchester City needs time to prove their strength and build their foundation. However, their current Champions League experience is clearly far inferior to Bayern Munich's. They suffered a 0-3 defeat away from home, continuing their winless streak in the Champions League. Even the victorious Bayern Munich players didn't celebrate excessively. For Bayern Munich, it was just a Champions League group stage match. Bayern Munich has experienced some turmoil in recent seasons. Although Louis van Gaal helped Bayern Munich regain the Bundesliga title in the 2009-2010 season, along with a German Cup and a Champions League final, though they lost to Marino's Inter Milan, it gave Bayern Munich fans hope of reclaiming their Bundesliga dominance. However, last season, Bayern Munich experienced internal turmoil. Van Gaal clashed with some key players and had disagreements with the club's management. After being sacked mid-season, Bayern Munich brought back Jupp Heynckes. Van Gaal had essentially built a new squad and structure for Bayern Munich, and Heynckes' arrival smoothed things over. In the second half of the season, Bayern Munich won several matches, ultimately finishing third in the league, but giving their fans hope. In Germany, as long as Bayern Munich doesn't have internal problems, winning the Bundesliga title is almost a foregone conclusion. This season, Bayern Munich brought in Germany's #1 goalkeeper, Neuer, and also acquired German international centre-back Boateng from Manchester City, along with Brazilian defender Rafinha. Their squad was further strengthened. With Neuer in goal, a defense featuring Lahm, Boateng, Dante, Alaba, and Rafinha, midfielders Kroos and Schweinsteiger, and the Robben Ribéry partnership up front, plus the versatile young star Thomas Muller who could play both striker and midfielder, this was a truly luxurious lineup. In fact, it formed the core of Bayern Munich's later treble-winning squad. With such a lineup, defeating Manchester City at home was a given. After the match, the Bayern Munich players returned to the locker room, but their discussion revolved around the other match in their group. What a surprise! AC Milan actually lost to Malaga? I thought AC Milan was the biggest rival in this group, but it seems Malaga needs to be careful. AC Milan is so weak. They lost to a team like Malaga by such a large margin. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone turned on the TV in the locker room. The TV was showing a replay of the goals from the Malaga vs AC Milan match on German sports channel ARD. It was showing Ye Luo's third goal. When Ye Luo dribbled past Ibrahimovic and Boateng, the Bayern Munich players in the locker room were still chatting and laughing. But when Ye Luo dribbled past Seedorf and Zambrata, the locker room gradually fell silent. Finally, it was deathly quiet. You could hear a pin drop. The Bayern Munich players stared in disbelief at Ye Luo's performance. After a long while, someone exhaled and said incredulously, "Is this guy even human?" This sentence seemed to open a floodgate of conversation among the Bayern Munich players. Is this our next opponent? How terrifying. Even Maradona isn't this good. Terrifying. I'm already a little nervous. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The goal was repeatedly replayed. Bayern Munich's players were all top professionals. They knew how difficult that goal was. What an amazing guy. Toni Kroos exclaimed. Yeah, that dribbling, that speed, that rhythm, oh, I want to stand up and give him a thumbs up. Thomas Muller stood up, gesticulating wildly, his expressions and movements exaggerated. Don't panic. I admit Ye Luo was in great form this game, and the goal was indeed spectacular, but goals like this are extremely rare. It might be the best goal of Ye Luo's career. AC Milan was just unlucky, Neuer said. His words resonated with the Bayern Munich players present. Indeed. Although AC Milan lost to Málaga, they were Bayern Munich. AC Milan's loss didn't mean anything. In the eyes of the Bayern Munich players, AC Milan was clearly caught off guard. They were too careless and underestimated their opponent, leading to their defeat. Similar situations are common in football. A stronger team on paper doesn't guarantee a win. If that were the case, what would be the point of the game? Everyone could just list their squad value and rank them accordingly. Upsets are frequent in sports like football, where a single match doesn't yield many points. In cup competitions, lower league teams eliminating top teams happens almost every season. Therefore, AC Milan's loss doesn't mean much. What amazed and shocked Bayern Munich players was Ye Luo's third goal. However, while the goal was impressive, they believed Ye Luo could never replicate it. Such goals are easily included in a player's career highlight reels, like Maradona's goal after dribbling past 5 players. If you only look at highlights, Golan could be considered a football legend. Such a goal was certainly impressive, but it didn't mean much, and Ye Luo couldn't replicate it in the next match against Bayern Munich. Therefore, the Bayern Munich players quickly focused their attention on the next league game. Málaga? With Bayern Munich playing at the Allianz Arena, defeating them shouldn't be a problem if they performed normally. It seems our players were a bit complacent. Bayern Munich's head coach, Hanks, shook his head and said after the players left the locker room. Do you really think Ye Luo can continue this crazy performance in the next game? His assistant asked. Hanks hesitated. Theoretically, Ye Luo's performance in this game was indeed a major breakthrough. But to expect consecutive breakout performances was indeed unlikely. However, this kid definitely needs to be closely marked, Hanks said. Why not use attacking pressure at home? His assistant suggested. Hanks nodded slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Chapter 111 Everything revolves around Ye Luo. Following the conclusion of this round of the Champions League, media outlets worldwide were frantically reporting on Malaga's home game against AC Milan. The Champions League newcomers had upset the reigning champions. A young player scored 4 goals in his debut. He dribbled past 7 players to complete a spectacular goal. All the elements were there. It caused a sensation in Spain, Italy, throughout Europe, and around the world. Several major Spanish media outlets featured the match on their front pages. Huge photos of Ye Luo appeared on the front pages of every sports newspaper. Headlines included, Málaga 4-1 Milan, Ye Luo's spectacular dribble past 7 players and goal, 4-1. Malaga's performance stunned the Champions League, and 4 goals. La Liga Golden Boot winner Ye Luo shines in the Champions League. Newspapers, television, and the internet were all buzzing about the match. In Italy, La Gazzetta dello Sport lamented in its report, AC Milan was destroyed by Ye Luo. Milan's stars were almost all overshadowed by Ye Luo. This night belonged to Ye Luo. Some Italian media outlets, however, seemed to be gloating. For example, media outlets in Turin and Naples showed a slightly sarcastic tone regarding AC Milan's defeat to Málaga. However, in China, it was almost unanimously praising Ye Luo. Almost every news report from other countries about the match was dug up, translated, and embellished by Chinese sports media, exciting Chinese fans. Of course, what excited fans most were the comments from famous football stars. Even Diego Maradona, who led Argentina to a lackluster performance at the South Africa World Cup, praised Ye Luo's performance on his social media. Dribbled past 7 players, W0000000. Amazing. The recently retired Brazilian football legend, the famous fat guy Ronaldo, also spoke about the match on a Spanish sports channel program. Facing the camera, Ronaldo said, "What can I say? Ye Luo delivered a world-class performance in this match, scoring 4 goals against AC Milan. Not many people in the world can do that. Especially his third goal. That goal deserves my hat off. It's the most spectacular goal I've ever seen. Ronaldo's praise was quickly added to captions by many media outlets in China and uploaded to the internet, rapidly becoming a hot topic. Ronaldo is already very famous in China. Thanks to certain throat lozenge advertisement, even people of all ages and genders who know nothing about football know that there is a very good Brazilian fat guy named Ronaldo. Although Ye Luo's ability no longer needs the endorsement of football legends after winning the La Liga Golden Boot, for Chinese fans, given the current status of Chinese football, the lack of a star like Ronaldo to endorse him seems to leave them feeling somewhat insecure. This match didn't just cause a stir in Spain, Italy, and China. Across Europe, people were discussing Ye Luo's brilliant performance. In England, the famous Messi fan Gary Lineker wrote on his social media, "God, is such a goal even possible for a human being?" The comments section of this post was quickly flooded with comments from fans. "Gary, aren't you a Messi fan? Gary, you've betrayed us. Welcome to the Ye Luo fan camp." For a time, media, legends, and fans were still talking about this historic Champions League group stage match even after the match day ended. However, for Málaga, they didn't have time to bask in the joy of victory. They needed to make way for the Copa del Rey match in just over a month. Therefore, the upcoming schedule was very tight. On September 15th, Málaga played their Champions League match against AC Milan at home. On September 17th, approximately 54 hours later, the team travels to Mallorca for an away game. On September 21st, they host Zaragoza in the 4th round of the league. On September 24th, they travel to Athletic Bilbao for the 5th round of the league. On September 28th, they travel to Bayern Munich for the 2nd round of the Champions League group stage. 4 matches in 13 days, an average of more than 1 match every 3 days. This packed schedule is undoubtedly a huge test for Málaga. In a La Liga preview program on COPE radio and television, renowned Madrid-based football commentator and his correspondent, Loritz, believed that such a dense schedule would overwhelm Málaga. Yes, Málaga has a surprisingly strong starting lineup. They showed excellent form at the start of the season, and I even think their 4-1 home win against AC Milan will be one of Málaga's most classic matches in recent years. However, a test is now in store for Málaga. They fielded their full-strength squad against AC Milan at home, but will definitely need to rotate players for the 3rd league match against Mallorca. This presents a dilemma for Málaga's coaching staff. What exactly are their goals in the Champions League? Is it worth it if playing in the Champions League leads to instability in the league and overburdens their key players? Lawrence's viewpoint left the guests speechless. They all understood that Málaga isn't a team like Barcelona or Real Madrid. Their squad depth is limited. Now, at the very beginning of the season, they're already facing the problem of competing on 2 fronts, unable to balance their starting lineup. The gap between their reserve and starting lineups is simply too large. In reality, while qualifying for the Champions League can significantly improve the economic and financial situation of many smaller teams, their weak squad depth often becomes a liability. Many smaller teams, competing on 2 fronts during Champions League seasons, often collapse on both fronts, a scenario rife with historical examples. Now, this dilemma faces Málaga again: go all out for the Champions League or prioritize the league? Málaga secured a home victory against AC Milan in their Champions League group stage opener, but immediately faces an away league match just 2 days later. This packed schedule is incredibly demanding for a small team like Málaga. Their key players just played a physically demanding Champions League game 2 days prior, and now they have to travel to the league. Such a schedule is undeniably brutal. If Pellegrini is rational enough, he will certainly make extensive rotations in this match. However, does Málaga have the resources for such rotations? Almost all media outlets and fans would answer no to this question. Mallorca's coach and players, playing at home, are eager for this match against Málaga. Last season, against Málaga, they allowed Iro to break the La Liga record for consecutive goals, forever cementing their place on the record list. When people talk about La Liga's consecutive goal-scoring record, they always mention that it was Iro who broke it against Mallorca. Therefore, Mallorca has a deep-seated grudge against Málaga and Iro. They don't care that Málaga has just finished a Champions League match, is extremely exhausted, and might field a reserve team. Their goal is to strike while Malaga is weakened and exact revenge in this match. Before the game, Mallorca players stated in interviews that no matter what lineup Malaga fields, their goal is to win at home. In fact, Pellegrini is indeed considering rotation. However, at the end of last season, he promised Iro that he would not rotate him under any circumstances. However, this match was indeed too close to the Champions League game. There was nothing that could be done about it. Malaga was really just a small club. The other three clubs participating in the Champions League had their matches scheduled for September 18th, giving Malaga an extra day of rest. In any society, the difference in treatment resulting from power and status is almost the norm. Pellegrini complained at the pre-match press conference, but few people stood up for Malaga. Therefore, before the match, Pellegrini approached Ye Luo, hoping he would be rotated for this game. "My fitness is perfectly fine, coach," Ye Luo said, shaking his head directly. "And I think you can rotate others, but as long as I'm on the field, I can lead the team to victory." Ye Luo pointed to himself. Pellegrini was somewhat troubled. Frankly, he didn't believe anyone could really play a high-intensity match just 2 days later without any impact on their fitness. Although in training, the other players who participated in the Champions League all seemed somewhat tired and needed time to recover, Ye Luo was full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Pellegrini was worried. He could accept losing a game, but if Ye Luo got injured due to fatigue, it wouldn't be as simple as just losing 3 points for Malaga. Pellegrini hesitated. "Coach, don't worry, I know my own body. If I feel tired, I will ask for a rest," Ye Luo said sincerely. He really didn't know how to explain to Pellegrini that his body and stamina were perfectly fine, so this was the only thing he could say. Pellegrini pondered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and said, I now think that agreeing to your request not to rotate was too hasty. But since I promised, I will keep my word." However, Pellegrini blinked. "I didn't say I guaranteed you wouldn't be substituted." Ye Luo was stunned. The old man in front of him had a smug smile on his face. "Half-time, I'll give you half-time, Ye." Pellegrini's smile faded. "I know you're eager to play, but I'm really worried about letting you play only 2 games in 3 days. It's too risky. I'll substitute you at half-time." Half-time. Ye Luo was somewhat helpless. He had no choice but to accept the coach's arrangement. Half-time was actually enough to score. As match day approached, an hour before the game, when the starting lineups for both sides were revealed, the reporters in the press box couldn't help but find it hard to believe. Malaga rotated everyone in the midfield and attack, except Ye Luo. Isn't Pellegrini worried about overusing Ye Luo and causing an injury? Is he crazy? They've rotated so many players, why not Ye Luo? I don't understand the point. The reporters shook their heads. On this starting lineup, in the previous Champions League match, all midfielders and forwards except for Ye Luo were rotated. Malaga fielded a 4-4-2 formation for this game, with the 4 substitute midfielders primarily focused on defense rather than attack, while the forward line consisted of Baptista and Ye Luo. The center-backs remained unchanged, with Demichelis and Mathijsen as the pairing. The 2 full-backs were rotated, replaced by 2 substitutes. In goal, Caballero, who had just passed his medical and signed with Malaga the day before the match, was brought in. This was Malaga's lineup for the game, adopting a defensive counter-attacking strategy. Ye Luo played the full 90 minutes against AC Milan just 2 days ago. Does he still have the stamina for this match? This was the question on everyone's mind. Mallorca, believing their opportunity had arrived, launched a fierce attack from the start, buoyed by their home crowd. However, Malaga was prepared. Their lineup wasn't designed to dominate away from home. For a small club like Malaga, the gap between their starting lineup and substitutes is too large, making it essential to prepare 2 different tactics. In fact, they are quite familiar with counter-attacking tactics. Malaga played that way last season, and most of last season's starters are now substitutes. Last season, Malaga used this lineup to secure a top 4 finish with a winning streak at the end of the season. The media is naturally aware of this, but considering that last season Malaga relied heavily on Ye Luo's breakout performance, and that Ye Luo has already endured a Champions League match before this game, how much impact can he have? Therefore, Mallorca's aggressive attack is understandable. This is their home ground, and they are facing a heavily rotated Malaga team. There's no reason for them to show weakness. Mallorca launched a full-scale attack. Malaga, after a major rotation, failed to maintain their strong performance from the first 3 games of the season. They retreated into their own half, waiting for a counter-attack opportunity. However, 18 minutes into the game, Málaga still hadn't found any counter-attacking chances. Ye Luo's form in this match didn't seem very good either. He hadn't touched the ball much so far, the commentators said. Caballero rushed out, leaped high to catch Mallorca's cross, glanced at Ye Luo's position, and with a powerful flick of his arm, tossed the ball across the halfway line. As the ball flew, the camera panned to show Ye Luo's high-speed forward run. Facing the defender, Ye Luo controlled the ball, accelerated, and used his speed to get past the defender, heading straight for the goal. One-on-one. Ye Luo one-on-one. He's so fast. Is this the form he had just displayed 2 days ago after playing a full Champions League match? My God, he's like he's got a rocket engine, getting faster and faster. In the commentary booth, the commentators, who had been calmly explaining the match, suddenly raised their voices. Mallorca's attack was pushed high up the pitch, giving their backfield plenty of space for Ye Luo to accelerate and run. Seeing Ye Luo's speed, Mallorca's players despaired. They could only watch helplessly as Ye Luo's speed increased, leaving them far behind. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. The commentators in the stands kept repeating Ye Luo's name, as if it were a spell to score. Mallorca's goalkeeper rushed out with a heavy heart. He knew, of course, that Ye Luo was incredibly accurate in one-on-one situations, whether shooting directly or dribbling past the goalkeeper to score into an empty net. He almost never missed. But he also knew that staying on the goal line was suicidal. Rushing out to block the angle might offer a glimmer of hope. As it turned out, even rushing out was futile. Ye Luo paused, and after the opposing goalkeeper slightly shifted his weight, he flicked the ball with his right foot, creating a small angle before sweeping it towards the goal with the instep. The goalkeeper was completely helpless. He could only watch Ye Luo send the ball into his net. Goal. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Beautiful. Out of stamina? Does he look like he's exhausted? Oh my God, he can still run and celebrate. The entire stadium was silent. Mallorca's fans had also thought their team would get revenge at home before the match. But what happened? The opponents scored first, and the momentum of the game was clear. After Málaga, who had adopted a defensive counter-attacking strategy, scored first, Mallorca faced even greater difficulties. Ye Luo spread his arms and ran to celebrate. With that goal, he left everyone behind. None of his teammates followed, they were all left in their own half. He ran to the sidelines, pulled up his trouser leg, and pointed to his thick thigh muscles. Pellegrini shook his head and smiled wryly. This kid, he's quite vengeful. Others thought Ye Luo was just showing off his muscles arrogantly after scoring. Only Pellegrini understood that this was him saying, "Coach, I'm strong. No need for rotation." Looking at Ye Luo, who was being surrounded by the Málaga players who had caught up, Pellegrini stroked his chin. "Have the medical department give him another full checkup tomorrow," he said, turning his head. Could it be that this kid's physical recovery ability is really that strong? Pellegrini himself found it unbelievable, because the scene of Ye Luo's explosive sprint was truly unforgettable. He certainly didn't look like he had been physically exhausted. Although this was rare, some exceptionally talented individuals had physical recovery far exceeding that of others. If that was the case, then Ye Luo's physique was simply a gift from God. Fast, with great stamina, quick recovery, and not easily injured. Truly a natural athlete's physique. Pellegrini sat confidently on the coach's bench. With a 1-goal lead, Málaga had at least secured 3 points. Pellegrini's confidence was not without reason. Playing away from home and having rotated most of their key players, Málaga launched a lightning-fast counter-attack. The entire counter-attack was simple. Goalkeeper Caballero caught a high ball, threw it in to initiate the counter-attack, and Ye Luo received the ball, using his speed to break through Mallorca's defense and score. With this goal in hand, it's uncertain whether Mallorca would dare to press forward. This goal alone practically put Málaga in an invincible position. Ye Luo's counter-attack threat was undeniable. If Mallorca continued to push forward, they would be giving Ye Luo an opportunity. In fact, the situation was simpler than Pellegrini had imagined. After conceding the goal, Mallorca was thrown into disarray, with both their attack and defense appearing chaotic. This allowed Málaga to seize the opportunity, scoring 2 goals in the first half. In the 29th minute, Ye Luo, on the edge of the penalty area, feinted a shot and then passed to Baptista with a pinpoint pass that pierced the defense. Baptista didn't waste Yellow's pinpoint pass, calmly sliding the ball into the far corner past the goalkeeper. Málaga took a 2-goal lead. Just before halftime, Yellow provided another assist, dribbling into the 6-yard box and facing multiple defenders before passing to the far post. Midfielder Joanito arrived in that area and instepped the ball into the net. 3-0. The away team, Málaga, led by 3 goals. By halftime, Málaga had essentially secured the victory. In the second half, Yellow was substituted and watched from the bench. Mallorca failed to break through Malaga's defense in the second half. Finally, as the final whistle blew, the camera focused on Yellow on the bench. The match is over. Who would have thought that Málaga, who rotated most of their key players, could easily defeat Mallorca 3-0 away from home? The key to this match was that Yellow wasn't rotated. If Yellow had been rotated, we might have seen a boring second half with both sides struggling in midfield and neither able to score. A match with Yellow is never boring, the commentators said. Meanwhile, reporters in the media section were also marveling at Pellegrini's gamble. Giving Yellow only 45 minutes was indeed a brilliant move. 45 minutes wouldn't drain his energy too much, but it also secured the victory. Only Yellow could be used like that. How could any other player guarantee a goal in 45 minutes? Will Pellegrini rotate players again in the next match? Probably, but not as drastically. The next match is in 4 days, giving the players ample rest, unlike the short interval between this and the previous match. After the match, many media outlets were discussing Pellegrini's use of Yellow. The post-match summary by his newspaper read, "Yes, Málaga won again. They've achieved 4 consecutive wins in all competitions since the start of the season, including 3 in the league. Their star player, Yellow, has scored 5 goals in the league and 4 in the Champions League, showing astonishing form. However, what's the price? The price is that he played the full 90 minutes in all 3 matches, coming on in the league just 2 days after the Champions League game, contributing 1 goal and 2 assists to help the team win. And after Yellow was substituted, the Málaga that struggled with their opponents for half the game, playing incredibly dull, was perhaps the real Málaga." This article came from us, the mouthpiece of Real Madrid. Publishing such an article after Malaga's victory is usually a privilege reserved for Barcelona. With only 3 league games played and Málaga currently leading the standings on goal difference over Real Madrid, they've been targeted by these mouthpieces. It's not just the media in Madrid. In Catalonia, Mundo Deportivo expressed a similar view. Rumors were rampant that Málaga was overly reliant on Yellow, even developing a Yellow dependency syndrome. Yellow is our core player. What else do we rely on if not him? At the pre-match press conference before the 4th-round home game against Zaragoza, Pellegrini looked at the reporter from us, Rorites, with disbelief. Pellegrini had a history with this reporter when he was Real Madrid's coach, so he wasn't exactly polite. Doesn't Real Madrid rely on Cristiano Ronaldo? Pellegrini retorted. Of course. Even without Ronaldo, Real Madrid is still a favorite for the La Liga title. Rorites smiled slightly. Oh, then please suggest to Mr. Jose that he not use Cristiano Ronaldo this season, to prove they don't rely on the Portuguese superstar. Pellegrini shrugged. Rorites' face stiffened. Wasn't this just arguing for the sake of arguing? Before he could react, Pellegrini continued. You're right to some extent, we do rely heavily on Yellow, but I think it would be quite foolish of us to have a player like Yellow and not rely on him, instead making foolish moves just to prove we don't depend on him. Pellegrini used a word that needs to be muted in public in Spanish. He's one of us, we're a unit. We rely on Yellow because we believe in him, we trust him. I need to field 11 players, and our goal is to score goals and win. Giving the ball to Yellow is the key to scoring. Pellegrini said with a hint of pride. He wouldn't change the team's tactics just because the media said they were too reliant on Yellow. He'd be out of his mind if he did. Relying too much on a star player, this criticism might have some merit when it comes to relying on the opponent and failing to win. But now, Málaga had won 4 straight games and 3 in the league. Ye Luo is able to lead the team to victory and keep the team moving forward. Under such circumstances, why not rely on Ye Luo? Chapter 112 The Mad Bursa, the Mad Bilba. In the match against Zaragoza, the team fielded its strongest starting lineup. They delivered a resounding 5-0 victory at home. Yellow scored in each half, Isco and Van Nistelrooy added goals, and substitute Baptista scored the 5th goal. After this match, Málaga achieved their fourth consecutive league win, earning 12 points. 2 hours later, good news arrived. Real Madrid, playing away against Sevilla, were held to a 3-3 draw. And it was in the final moments of the game that Sevilla managed a last-minute equalizer. For neutral fans, this match would have been incredibly exciting, a thrilling attacking battle with 6 goals from both sides, including a last-minute equalizer. However, for Real Madrid fans, it was a different story. Because after this draw, their points were caught up by Barcelona. The current La Liga standings are as follows: Málaga leads the table with 4 consecutive wins and 12 points. Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid all have 3 wins and 1 draw, with 10 points each. Barcelona sits second on goal difference, Atletico Madrid third, and Real Madrid fourth. However, the upcoming 5th round of the league presents Málaga with another difficult choice. Just 3 days later, they face the Bundesliga giants in Munich, at Bayern Munich's home ground. Which game is more important for Málaga, this one or the Champions League match 3 days later? This requires a careful consideration from the coaching staff. Ultimately, Pellegrini decided to field a rotated lineup of half starters and half substitutes against Athletic Bilbao. Having finally qualified for the Champions League, Pellegrini doesn't want to underestimate its importance. The team's victory against AC Milan in their first Champions League match proved they can respond to top teams. Given this, why make a decision so early? The league has only just begun, the final sprint hasn't started yet, and it's not a do-or-die situation. Therefore, Pellegrini's decision is understandable. His calculations suggested that, between Athletic Bilbao and Bayern Munich, rotating players against Athletic Bilbao was more likely to yield greater benefits, as even with a rotated lineup, Málaga might not necessarily lose away to Athletic Bilbao. However, when they faced a home field advantage Athletic Bilbao, the situation wasn't as rosy as Pellegrini's calculations. Athletic Bilbao is a founding member of La Liga, having never been relegated since 1928. Only Real Madrid and Barcelona share this honor. Moreover, since its inception, the team has used only Basque players in its squad. This is quite rare worldwide. Even before 2008, the Basque Lions jerseys never featured any commercial advertising. This demonstrates the team's conservatism. But this conservatism has allowed Athletic Bilbao to retain its style since its founding. They are like bulldogs, full of fighting spirit and tenacious willpower. The Basques are very tough, a mountain people living on the border between Spain and France. This fierce character manifests in Athletic Bilbao as their incredibly tenacious pressing and running. Add to that the arrival of the madman Bielsa as manager of the Basque Lions, and the combination of the madman and the Basque Lions seems like a match made in heaven, making the team's playing style even more passionate. As a head coach, Bielsa's trophy counts at 3 Argentine domestic league titles and 1 Olympic gold medal. Pale in comparison to coaches with numerous accolades. However, as a football theorist, Bielsa has undoubtedly had a profound influence on South American football. Since the 4-defender formation, originating in Brazil and influencing the world in the 1950s and 60s, no other South American has had such a significant impact on football tactics. Bielsa's tactical philosophy can, in a sense, be seen as a continuation of the total football philosophy. He's called a madman because of the almost frenzied pressing and pressure he employs in the attacking third. This kind of pressing and pressure seems commonplace in the 2020s. However, when Bielsa first implemented this almost insane tactic, it was indeed a madman's act. In an era when goalkeepers generally lacked the ability to pass the ball out, his suffocating pressing in the attacking third made it almost impossible for the opponent to organize attacks from the ground, forcing them to resort to long balls. Meanwhile, his own defense had far more players than the opposing forwards, giving him a much higher probability of controlling aerial balls. The effectiveness of this pressing was naturally quite high. Many subsequent coaches were influenced by Bielsa. Guardiola stated in an interview that his tactical philosophy was greatly influenced by Bielsa. Bielsa didn't achieve many championship honors, but he was undoubtedly a pioneering figure. His almost obsessive pursuit of tactics, even disregarding the outcome, meant his teams were always pressing, passing forward, and attacking. From the very beginning of this match, Athletic Bilbao, playing at home, launched a suffocating pressing strategy. They started with a 4-2-3-1 formation. Javi Martinez and Ander Herrera anchored the midfield, while Spanish international Fernando Llorente led the attack. These two physically imposing midfielders gave Athletic Bilbao the confidence to press relentlessly. In the 13th minute, Athletic Bilbao scored. Their relentless high press secured a direct interception and a crucial opportunity. Camacho, receiving the ball in his own half, was surrounded. He hesitated only slightly before being swarmed by Athletic Bilbao players. He was forced to shield the ball, hoping to draw a foul and create a chance to stop the game. However, Javi Martinez tackled him to the ground, won the ball, and passed it to winger Sasida on the wing. Sasida surged forward and delivered a first-time cross. Laurent and Demichelis contested for the ball in the center, the ball deflecting off Demichelis' shoulder and bouncing to the edge of the penalty area. Herrera, arriving from the midfield position, met the ball with a powerful shot. The football shot like an arrow straight towards the goal. Caballero was completely helpless against the shot. 1-0. Herrera scores. Andres shouted. Athletic Bilbao takes the lead. A huge cheer erupted in the San Mamés Stadium as the ball flew into Malaga's goal. Athletic Bilbao is in the lead. Malaga is behind away from home. This is their first time falling behind this season. From the start, Bielsa's team relentlessly pressed Malaga's attack, almost suffocating them. Cazorla and Joaquin are both on the bench. The midfield consists of Camacho, Isco, and Joanito, while the forwards are Ye Luo, Baptista, and Diego Bonanet. Camacho and Isco are too young in midfield, and Athletic Bilbao's pressing was largely aimed at them, with great success. Malaga is behind. Perhaps the happiest people right now aren't the Athletic Bilbao fans, but the Real Madrid and Barcelona fans. They finally see hope for Malaga's defeat, Andres joked from the commentary box. After the game resumed, the match became even more intense. Malaga wanted to quickly equalize, but Bielsa's team fought back fiercely, refusing to concede an inch. The Malaga players were filled with anger. They felt Javi Martinez's tackle was clearly a foul, but the referee ignored it, leading to the goal conceded. While Athletic Bilbao celebrated their goal, Malaga players surrounded the referee demanding an explanation. Captain Ye Luo, wearing the armband, questioned the referee's decision. The referee simply explained to Ye Luo that Martinez hadn't extended his arms, and it was a legitimate collision. This explanation naturally didn't satisfy the Malaga players. So, after the restart, Malaga's actions became increasingly aggressive. Athletic Bilbao, naturally, didn't back down, and the match became increasingly heated. In the 20th minute, Malaga's full-back Fernando received a yellow card for a foul on Laurent, further enraging the Malaga players, who felt that given the previous leniency in calling a foul on Martinez's collision with Camacho, the foul didn't warrant a yellow card. However, soon after, in the 23rd minute, after receiving the ball near the center circle, Ye Luo was tackled to the ground by defender Iraola, who had been following closely behind. Everyone knew how dangerous Ye Luo would be if he turned. Therefore, Athletic Bilbao's strategy was to prevent Ye Luo from receiving the ball as much as possible, to prevent him from receiving it in dangerous areas, and, even worse, to prevent him from turning after receiving the ball, by fouling him directly. This method was certainly effective. Malaga was awarded a free kick, but it was far from the goal and posed little threat. After blowing the whistle, the referee pulled out a yellow card and showed it to Iraola. Iraola looked confused and aggrieved, and this time it was Athletic Bilbao players who surrounded the referee. Within 3 minutes, both sides had received a yellow card. The referee had managed to balance things out somewhat. However, this method of balancing was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Both teams were seething with anger, making the game even more intense. The match began to spiral into a frenzied spectacle. Chapter 113 La Liga champion? Why not? Neither midfielder showed any intention of slowing down the pace. The game was incredibly fast-paced. Back and forth, fouls, falls, whistles, game interruptions. Both teams were playing with absolute abandon. Players were falling all over the pitch. Ye Luo was knocked down several times, his jersey covered in grime from the grass. In the intense competition, Athletic Bilbao, playing at home, gradually gained the upper hand. In the 38th minute, Malaga's goal was breached again. This time, it was Laurent who scored. The assist came from Athletic Bilbao's attacking midfielder, De Marcos. De Marcos, outside the penalty area on the left, curled the ball towards the goal with his left foot, completing a precise aerial link-up. Laurent didn't even need to jump. Using the momentum of his run, he headed the ball towards the goal. A powerful header, with a perfect angle. The goalkeeper had no chance. When Laurent headed the ball into Malaga's goal, the cheers in the San Mamés Stadium seemed capable of lifting the roof off the entire stadium. Athletic Bilbao's start to the season has been somewhat lackluster. They lost their first league match at home, followed by 3 away games without a win, resulting in 2 draws and 1 loss. With only 2 points after 4 league games, this is a very embarrassing start for Athletic Bilbao. Therefore, returning to their home ground, Athletic Bilbao will undoubtedly fight tooth and nail. They desperately need a victory. Athletic Bilbao fans unleashed all the pent-up emotions they had accumulated over several rounds. Malaga's strong rise in the last century, pushing Athletic Bilbao to 7th place and failing to even qualify for the Europa League, has left Athletic Bilbao fans somewhat resentful. Moreover, Malaga's outstanding performance this season, compared to Athletic Bilbao's slump, has only exacerbated their dissatisfaction. Athletic Bilbao are now 2 goals ahead of Malaga, and they've finally gotten their revenge. Everyone says a 1-goal lead isn't safe, but Athletic Bilbao are now 2 goals ahead, which is a bit more secure, a relatively safe score. Athletic Bilbao fans are full of confidence that their team will win the entire match. They firmly believe in their team's fighting spirit at home. In this stadium, even Barcelona and Real Madrid wouldn't fare well. Laurent. Wow. Beautiful. This could be the goal that helps Athletic Bilbao secure the victory. Andres shouted from the commentary box. Malaga is in trouble. They're now 2 goals down, and Malaga is very likely to suffer their first defeat of the season. If they lose this match, Malaga could very well slip to 4th place. The competition in La Liga this season looks incredibly fierce. Real Madrid and Barcelona, as top-tier Spanish teams, need no introduction. Malaga and Atletico Madrid have both shown excellent form. Valencia and Real Betis both have 3 wins and 1 loss, totaling 9 points, and are not far from the top of the table. At least from the start of the season, many La Liga teams are in excellent form. Malaga encountered fierce resistance from Athletic Bilbao at the San Mamés Stadium. They faced an almost frenzied Athletic Bilbao team. Under their mad coach Bielsa, Athletic Bilbao played exhilarating football, constantly pressing, tackling, and passing forward. Judging from the first half, Athletic Bilbao this season should not be underestimated. Although they didn't start well, they are getting back on track under Bielsa's leadership. What kind of chemical reaction will occur when the Basque Lions merge with the football philosophy of the madman Bielsa? It's truly something to look forward to. The commentators in the stands praised Bielsa's influence on Athletic Bilbao. Whether they understood it or not, legends and renowned coaches all praised Bielsa. The media naturally followed suit. Following the trend can also make you look cool, so why not? Just like football fans in China, if you say you're a Barcelona or Real Madrid fan, someone will definitely say you're a champion fan. But if you say you're a Tottenham fan, then you're definitely not a champion fan. Of course, Tottenham's prestige might not be high enough. What's more popular now is to support teams with big reputations but slightly declining in recent years, like Liverpool. That kind of prestige is enough. On Chinese social media, fans are also somewhat helpless about Malaga conceding 2 goals. The Champions League has a huge impact. That's why participating in the Champions League is a bittersweet experience for smaller clubs. Some teams might have made it into the top 4 last season to qualify for the Champions League, but this season they're busy fighting relegation. Losing this game might drop them to 4th place. What a pity. I thought they could stay at the top for a while longer. It would be best if they could stay until the end of the season. Dreams are beautiful. With Real Madrid and Barcelona in the league, other La Liga teams have very little chance. While the fans were discussing this, the first half was drawing to a close. Athletic Bilbao went into the locker room with a 2-goal lead. During halftime, Pellegrini made adjustments. He substituted winger Bonnet with Talerlin, adding an experienced player to the midfield and increasing the number of players to create more passing options, in response to Athletic Bilbao's targeting of the young players Camacho and Isco. After this substitution, Malaga seemed to be returning to their 3-man midfield system from last season. Joanito, Camacho, and Talerlin, 3 defensively strong midfielders, plus Isco playing as an attacking midfielder, and if necessary, Ye Luo could drop back to play alongside Isco as a double attacking midfielder, creating depth and layering in midfield. As Talerlin stood on the sidelines preparing to come on before the start of the second half, many commentators criticized Pellegrini's substitution. Pellegrini chose to bring on a defensive midfielder like Talerlin, but Malaga is actually 2 goals down. They need to attack. Pellegrini's substitution is a bit weak. When 2 goals down, bringing on a striker or attacking midfielder to strengthen the attack is the conventional approach. Now, replacing a winger with a defensive midfielder, what good will that do for Malaga's attack? The midfield defense is deep enough, but what about the attack? Replacing an attacker will weaken the team's offense, won't it? However, no one knows that in Pellegrini's mind, Malaga's attacking ability is extremely strong, because of Ye Luo's presence. In the first half, Camacho and Isco, the 2 young players, were targeted and were somewhat flustered by the pressure. Bringing on Talerlin was intended to utilize the veteran's experience to stabilize the midfield and allow Malaga to hold their own. Defense is the foundation of everything. As long as the defense is solid, Ye Luo will have opportunities to get the ball and attack the opponent's goal. Bielsa also saw Pellegrini's adjustment strategy, but he believed that this also meant Athletic Bilbao's opportunity had arrived. With 1 less striker, Malaga's attacking line was less able to contain Athletic Bilbao's defense. Therefore, Bielsa gestured for the 2 fullbacks to move further up, continuing their high-intensity pressing in the midfield and attacking third. That madman. Pellegrini took a deep breath. He knew Bielsa was gambling that Athletic Bilbao would score a 3rd goal before Malaga did. And he had to follow suit. Since Bielsa had already made these adjustments, how could they create attacking opportunities without maintaining midfield intensity and pressing in the attacking third? After both sides made their adjustments, the game remained largely unchanged, even more intense. However, unlike the first half, with an experienced veteran like Talerlin anchoring the team, younger players like Camacho and Isco became less flustered. As their composure returned, their midfield talents were able to shine. A change was quietly emerging. Malaga's consecutive passes in midfield were gradually increasing. Before this, they couldn't pass the ball more than 3 times in midfield, and the game would either be interrupted by fouls or lost possession. The continuity of the game was difficult to guarantee. However, as the second half continued, Malaga gradually began to pass the ball more effectively against Athletic Bilbao's pressing. Consecutive one-touch passes became frequent. This change made Bielsa start watching the game from the sidelines. He squinted, his brow furrowed. The opposing midfielders, had 5 midfielders. Ye Luo and Isco dropped back to participate in passing back and forth. And to avoid being entangled, they were all using consecutive one-touch passes. Although such consecutive one-touch passes were prone to errors, when Malaga began to pass the ball 3, 4, or even 5 times consecutively in midfield, the effectiveness of Athletic Bilbao's pressing was greatly reduced. So, when this happened more often, Malaga's attack began to gain momentum. In the 58th minute, Ye Luo and Isco switched positions. Isco moved forward to the left flank, and Ye Luo dropped back from the striker position to the attacking midfielder position. A quick exchange of positions created a fleeting passing opportunity. Talerlin, receiving Camacho's cross, spotted this space immediately. He glanced at Ye Luo's position and instantly passed the ball into that space. He couldn't guarantee the accuracy of the pass. It was a gamble. If he stopped, observed, and then passed, it would be too late. A slow, deliberate movement is unacceptable. Athletic Bilbao players are like dump trucks crashing into the curb, you can't dodge them. The space wasn't large, but Talerlin trusted Ye Luo's acceleration. And indeed, when he passed the ball into that space, Ye Luo's acceleration was far faster than Herrera's. He quickly accelerated, met the ball, and with a flick of his left ankle, the ball passed through Herrera's waist, accurately finding Isco on the left flank. Isco controlled the ball and launched a long diagonal pass. The ball reached the other side, landing at the feet of striker Baptista, who was positioned at the forefront. Baptista chested the ball down and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The ball was deflected out of play by Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper, Irezas. Corner kick. After Irezas' save, the television cameras first gave Ye Luo a close-up shot, then replayed the entire Malaga attack. This was Malaga's first complete attacking play since the start of the second half. It was very successful. Ye Luo dropped back, Isco moved to the wing, and the two interchanged positions. A pass from midfield, Ye Luo's left-footed lobbed pass while running, Isco controlled the ball and, without even looking to the other side, launched a long diagonal pass. All of this showed signs of careful planning. Malaga has finally completed a complete attacking play. In this attack, Athletic Bilbao's pressing failed to intercept the ball, and there were no opportunities to foul. Perhaps it was due to fatigue or Malaga's adjustments that were effective. In any case, Bielsa's team is now slowly starting to fall behind. Andres said. Indeed. It was clear to everyone that the previously chaotic match had become increasingly fluid after Malaga's adjustments in the second half. This meant that Athletic Bilbao's preferred rhythm had changed. Malaga had regained control of the game and were gradually dominating it. On the sidelines, Pellegrini held his head in disappointment after Baptista's shot was saved, then clapped his hands vigorously. Well done. That's it. Patience. Patience. The coach on the sidelines couldn't give a long lecture outlining a complete tactical plan. He could only emphasize the key points. Pellegrini pointed to his temples, urging his players to be calmer, more patient, not to fight with the opponent, and to focus on passing and organizing. It's unclear how many players on the field actually heeded Pellegrini's reminders in that situation. In Athletic Bilbao's penalty area, Demichelis, who had come to participate in a corner kick, became entangled with Athletic Bilbao's defensive midfielder Javi Martinez, the two of them embracing each other, almost turning the football match into a wrestling match. The other players were in a similar situation. Athletic Bilbao employed a corner kick defense strategy combining zonal marking and man marking. They had more players in the penalty area than Malaga's attacking force. Athletic Bilbao's entire squad had retreated to defend. Therefore, every Malaga player involved in the corner kick was carefully marked. The two sides became entangled, resembling a collective jiu-jitsu performance. The referee noticed the situation in the penalty area. He blew his whistle to stop the game, struggling to separate the most eye-catching players, Demichelis and Javi Martinez, one with his arm around the neck, the other with his crotch, whispering intimately. The referee called them out and gave them a verbal warning, telling them to stop any physical contact. Both were clearly unhappy, each believing the other was responsible, so upon returning to the penalty area, they resumed their physical contact. The referee was actually quite used to this situation. If he strictly prohibited physical contact in such situations, the corner kick probably wouldn't have been taken by the end of the match. Ye Luo was also being marked by Athletic Bilbao's other defensive midfielder, Herrera. Herrera was a strong fighter, sticking close to Ye Luo, even trying to grab his jersey with one hand. Ye Luo, meanwhile, used his teammates and opponents' positioning to constantly dodge and weave, avoiding their entanglement. During this process, chaos erupted in the penalty area again. The referee, exasperated, blew his whistle again, signaling Isco to take the corner kick as soon as possible. Isco stood at the corner flag. He had initially wanted to implement some tactical plan, but with the penalty area so chaotic, there was no opportunity for it. He decided to simply pass the ball to the center, letting Malaga's big men try their luck. Isco hesitated, knowing that even a corner kick was precious for Malaga. They were down by 2 goals. To come back, they had to seize every opportunity and not waste any chances to score. Before the season began, to avoid putting pressure on the team, Pellegrini hadn't set any specific goals. However, Ye Luo had already privately confided in some key players on the team. This season, a major goal for the team was to achieve a breakthrough in the league. What constitutes a breakthrough? Does finishing third last season and second this season mean it's a breakthrough? Of course not. Third and second place are essentially the same, except for a negligible difference in league prize money. Few people remember second or third place. Only the league title is a breakthrough. And to win the league title, to win the La Liga dominated by Real Madrid and Barcelona, every 3 points must be cherished. Being 2 goals down puts the team in a difficult position. This makes it even more crucial that the team doesn't squander opportunities. Baptista's shot just now didn't go in, which was regrettable. This corner kick can't be taken lightly either. Isco's gaze turned towards the penalty area. Ye Luo's gaze also turned towards the corner flag, their eyes meeting in midair. Then, almost simultaneously, they both looked towards the edge of the penalty area. A tacit understanding arose in their hearts at the same time. Isco retreated, taking a run up. Inside the penalty area, chaos erupted. Everyone was vying for advantageous positions. Ye Luo darted through the crowd like a fish, making it difficult for Herrera to catch him. Isco quickly assessed the power and direction of his pass before kicking the ball. The ball soared into the air, not towards the 6-yard box, but towards the edge of the penalty area. Simultaneously, Ye Luo, positioned at the far post inside the penalty area, suddenly sprinted diagonally towards the edge of the box. Isco's pass was perfectly timed, without spin or high altitude. With few players around the edge of the penalty area, the ball didn't need to fly too high to get through. As the ball landed, Ye Luo was already prepared to shoot. Without stopping the ball, he stepped forward with his left foot, then whipped it out with his right, leaning back with his left as a pivot, his right foot and body forming balance. All the power was concentrated on the incoming ball. Ye Luo's right instep clenched, striking the still airing ball with a powerful thud. The ball whistled past Herrera's ear as he lunged forward. The sound of the football scraping against the air exploded in Herrera's ears in that instant, drowning out the noise of the stadium. Herrera turned his head and saw the football, completely without spin, flying straight towards the goal. Many players were in that path. If any one of them touched the ball, Ye Luo's shot could have been wasted. Javi Martinez jumped, stretching his neck, trying to head the ball away. But he was a step too late. He only jumped when the ball was just flying over his head. At the same time, Demichelis, standing next to him, fell backward in horror. The ball flew past his shoulder, narrowly avoiding the shot and failing to block Ye Luo's trajectory. From goalkeeper Irezaz's perspective, the entangled Demichelis and Martinez suddenly separated, and the ball slipped through the gap between them. The ball instantly grew larger, its speed so fast that Irezaz didn't have time to fully exert his strength before leaping and stretching his arm to try and parry it away. He did manage to grotz the ball slightly. But against such a powerful shot, the tiny bit of force from his fingertips wasn't enough to change the ball's trajectory. So, in the end, the result remained unchanged. The ball slammed into the net. Ye Luo. A world-class goal. Duan Zhuan shouted. Beautiful. Beautiful. A volley to the side. So beautiful. Wow. Ye Luo. He's a professional world-class goal scorer. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Go Al. Andres shouted, at this moment behaving like a true Spanish commentator. After yelling, he took a deep breath, deciding to demonstrate the lung capacity and tongue skills of a seasoned Spanish commentator. Goal, 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 goal. The deafening noise of the San Mamés Stadium seemed to be silenced at that moment. The Basque stared at the field, mouths agape. After scoring, Ye Luo rushed into the goal, picked up the ball, and started walking back, urging his teammates to hurry back before restarting. At this moment, the San Mamés Stadium seemed to awaken from a dream, with sharp boos whistling through the air. But the Malaga players didn't care about that. They excitedly followed behind Ye Luo, shouting with joy. They knew all too well how important this goal was. This goal gave Malaga, trailing by 2 goals, hope of equalizing, and even taking the lead. It boosted Malaga's morale significantly. It was a goal that rekindled hope for the Malaga players. Amidst boos, the Athletic Bilbao players' mentality shifted. They had initially thought the game was a sure thing. They were leading 2-0 in the first half. But now, Malaga had scored a stunning long-range strike, making it 1-2. At this moment, a thought lingered in the minds of the Athletic Bilbao players. Won't we be tied? This thought, once it appeared, haunted them like a demon. From leading by 2 goals to leading by 1, although still the leading side, the psychological shift caused some emotional reactions. The Athletic Bilbao players began to feel anxious. They had once been 2 goals ahead, only to have their lead equalized with such a spectacular long-range strike. The psychological shock made the Athletic Bilbao players' faces show anxiety. They wanted to score another goal and regain their previous lead. But in reality, they were still in the lead. Malaga should be the ones anxious. The Malaga players didn't celebrate much. They wanted to capitalize on their momentum. The celebrations on the coaching bench and substitutes were wild. Pellegrini slipped on a water bottle during his celebration, grabbing onto the stands to avoid a nasty fall. However, the Athletic Bilbao fans in the stands were anything but polite. They pointed fingers at Pellegrini and unleashed a barrage of insults. Idiot, what are you so smug about? You're still behind. Go eat shit, you Malaga idiots. Eat bananas. Pellegrini, escorted by stadium security, returned to his seat on the bench. This little incident didn't affect his mood. This goal was significant. And there were still over 30 minutes left in the game. Malaga had every opportunity to equalize, or even take the lead. With their morale boosted, Malaga indeed took control after the restart, launching wave after wave of attacks. During this period, the Athletic Bilbao player most frequently seen on camera was goalkeeper Irezaz. He made numerous crucial saves, guarding Athletic Bilbao's last line of defense. It was thanks to his efforts that Malaga's hopes of quickly equalizing were dashed. 10 minutes later, Málaga also had to slow down their attack. Continuous high-intensity attacks are physically demanding, and they needed time to catch their breath. The Athletic Bilbao fans in the stands and their coach Bielsa on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. Having weathered Malaga's initial onslaught after their goal, the game had more room to maneuver. They were still leading by 1 goal. This lead would grow as time went on. The less time remained, the more anxious Málaga would become, and that would be Athletic Bilbao's opportunity. The failure to score quickly caused Pellegrini on the sidelines to frown. The previous chances were too good, they hadn't capitalized on that window of opportunity. The chances of repeating that 10-minute attacking surge in the following minutes were slim. The game began to move in the direction that Athletic Bilbao fans, leading by 1 goal, hoped for. The situation seemed to be slowly reversing. The scales of victory were tipping in Athletic Bilbao's favor again. Ye Luo could clearly feel it. He was receiving fewer passes in the attacking third. This meant that the team's midfield was starting to lose control. Athletic Bilbao was like a lion, already eyeing Malaga's defense, ready to pounce. "We need to make changes." Ye Luo quickly gathered a few teammates for a short meeting during a dead ball situation. "How? I'll go back to midfield, pass the ball to me from my position. Isco, Bap, you guys push forward aggressively, don't worry about anything else," Ye Luo said concisely. Everyone nodded and quickly dispersed. On the field, as captain and attacking core, Ye Luo naturally had this authority. The coach on the sidelines couldn't call a timeout like in a basketball game and then give detailed tactical instructions. Therefore, in many situations, players need to adapt to different game scenarios. Yellow quickly adjusted his position. He began operating in the midfield, moving between Athletic Bilbao's defensive midfield and attacking midfield. The other Málaga players completely trusted Yellow, passing him the ball whenever there was space. Yellow's ball control and shielding were excellent, making it very difficult to dispossess him, and most likely resulting in a foul. Herrera and Martinez were also discussing during a dead ball situation. "He's definitely looking for space to break through after receiving the ball in this area. His long-range shot is powerful. Once he breaks through our defensive midfield, he can shoot directly. Be careful not to get past him." Herrera and Martinez encouraged each other. Their judgment was reasonable. Yellow excelled at dribbling and shooting, and his dropping back was obviously aimed at scoring. Moreover, he didn't need to get past everyone. As long as he got past a defensive midfield, he could unleash a long-range shot. Yellow's long-range shot was very threatening. He was also Malaga's top scorer. Therefore, it's normal for the two to conclude that they need to defend against Ye Luo's long-range shot after a breakthrough. However, Ye Luo was also aware of the opponent's defensive strategy. After he received the ball once, Martinez and Herrera kept their distance and didn't close in directly, which he knew. So they were afraid I would get past them. Ye Luo passed the ball back and continued to create space laterally to receive the ball. On the field, when Camacho received Talerland's cross, Athletic Bilbao players rushed in from both sides. Such a high-intensity match was a big test for the young Camacho. However, when he saw Ye Luo appear directly in front of him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and passed the ball to him. Ye Luo turned the ball and dribbled forward. "He's going to break through." Herrera immediately became alert and quickly retreated to block the line, not daring to rush in easily. However, in the instant he retreated, the ball had already been lifted up by Ye Luo. Ye Luo, a lob pass. The commentators were somewhat surprised. They didn't expect that a striker with such a high scoring ability like Ye Luo would also have such a smooth passing technique. The ball sailed over the heads of the Athletic Bilbao defenders, landing between the back line and the goalkeeper. Isco and Baptista both executed Yellow's instructions flawlessly. They had repeatedly made runs into Athletic Bilbao's defense without receiving a pass, making the players less alert. When they made this run, many of Athletic Bilbao's defenders were focused on Yellow, who seemed poised to break through, and didn't expect him to make this pass. The ball landed in front of Isco. Yellow's pass was perfect, he didn't need to control the ball. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, he used the instep of his foot to pass the ball across to the other side. Baptista easily tapped it into the empty net. Baptista. 2-2. He's equalized for Málaga. Andres shouted excitedly. After equalizing, Baptista slid on his knees at the corner flag, then was immediately surrounded by the jubilant Málaga players. The entire stadium erupted in boos. In the 78th minute, Malaga equalized. The Athletic Bilbao fans were devastated to go from a 2-goal lead to being tied. And with over 10 minutes still remaining, there was plenty of time for another goal. Of course, Athletic Bilbao could use that time to launch an attack. But clearly, Malaga, having equalized, had overwhelmed Bilbao in terms of momentum. The balance of power had shifted back in Malaga's favor. The television replayed the goal repeatedly, but the most frequent replay wasn't of Baptista's goal itself, but of Ye Luo's pass. He bounced the ball up with the outside of his right foot. At the moment of the pass, Baptista was offside, so the ball was aimed at Isco, who was on the offside line. However, when Isco received the ball and passed it, Baptista was no longer offside. This exquisite pass created a goal for his team. Look at that pass, a lob pass with the outside of his foot. It's both imaginative and spectacular. Just when all the other players thought Ye Luo was going to break through and shoot, he warned his opponents with this beautiful pass. His passing skills are no less impressive than his scoring ability. Ye Luo has once again become Malaga's key player. Although this equalizing goal wasn't his own goal or assist, 70–80% of the credit goes to him. Andres exclaimed. A thought flashed through his mind. If Malaga can win this match using a semi-first team lineup, then they've already won 2 league matches using a rotated squad. With such a performance, could they challenge for the league title this season? This thought startled Andres. He then suppressed it. The celebrations of the Malaga players on the field quickly came to an end. Their goal wasn't just a draw at the San Mamés Stadium. The rest of the match saw both sides playing fiercely. Both players were playing with intense intensity. Time ticked by, but the score remained unchanged at 2–2. Athletic Bilbao were not content with a draw at home, and their coach, Bielsa, wouldn't allow his team to pack the defense and park the bus. Malaga were also chasing goals and trying to take the lead. Both sides fought tooth and nail for every inch of ground. The intense match kept both sets of fans and neutral supporters on the edge of their seats. Both sides had chances, but failed to capitalize. Frequent fouls and falls disrupted the game, resulting in a long 6 minutes of stoppage time. In the 95th minute, both sets of fans thought the match would end in a draw. But then Malaga gained possession. Isco dribbled past midfield and passed to the left flank, to substitute left-back Monterrey. Inside the penalty area, Malaga had already switched to a 3-striker formation. Van Nistelrooy had replaced Joanito in the 83rd minute, bringing the total number of strikers on the pitch to 3, Ye Luo, Van Nistelrooy, and Baptista. Malaga were playing with a relentless, all-out effort. After receiving the ball, Montrez glanced at the penalty area and decided to cross directly. The ball soared high, heading straight for the far post. Van Nistelrooy sprinted towards the far post to chase the ball. Ye Luo also immediately made a diagonal run into the middle. At this moment, Herrera and Martinez were both watching Ye Luo's position. They quickly blocked the central area. However, Ye Luo suddenly stopped and then retreated towards the edge of the penalty area. At the same time, Van Nistelrooy stretched out his foot and hooked the ball back. He didn't intend to shoot, because there was no shooting opportunity. Montrezl's pass was a bit too long, and Van Nistelrooy barely managed to hook the ball back. The ball he hooked back flew towards his penalty area. There, Ye Luo, who had just returned, met the ball and swung his right foot. Bang! The ball flew diagonally towards the far corner. With a thud, it hit the inside edge of the post and bounced into the goal. At this moment, the match had just passed the 96th minute. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. A last-minute winner. A last-minute winner. My God. In the 96th minute, just as the game was about to end, Ye Luo scored. He helped Malaga secure a dramatic victory. From being 2 goals down to completing a stunning comeback. Ye Luo controlled the game in the second half. The commentators went wild. After scoring, Ye Luo glanced at the ball inside the goal, confirmed the goal was valid, then spread his arms and ran wildly towards the corner flag. Amidst a chorus of boos, he executed a perfect knee slide. He was so excited. This kind of game was enough to get anyone's blood pumping. The Malaga coaching staff and substitutes erupted in cheers. We can definitely succeed. We will definitely succeed. Malaga's assistant coach, Marasca, was overwhelmed with excitement. On the pitch, the Athletic Bilbao players stood with their hands on their hips, heads bowed. They knew. They had lost this game. And indeed, they had. When the game restarted, Athletic Bilbao barely managed a few passes before the referee blew the final whistle. Match over. Andres shouted from the commentary box, Ye Luo. Ye Luo has dominated the game once again. A close-up of Ye Luo appeared on the television screen. After a brief celebration, Ye Luo, as the best player of the match, appeared in front of a backdrop filled with advertisements to be interviewed by reporters. Ye, you've achieved 5 consecutive wins in the league, maintaining your top position. How long do you think you can hold on to it? A reporter asked. Ye Luo looked at the reporter as if he were an idiot. I think we can hold on until the end of the league, Ye Luo said. Malaga is going to compete for the La Liga title? The reporters became excited. What a huge gimmick. Malaga's star player announced his entry into the La Liga title race. Ye Luo didn't hesitate. He felt that at this point, not announcing his goal and keeping it secret would be detrimental to the team's morale. Why not? Ye Luo said, pushing the reporter aside and walking towards the players' tunnel. The reporters watched his back. Ye Luo didn't say anything boastful like "we'll definitely win the championship." His tone was calm. But beneath that calm, the reporters could sense a heavy weight. This guy was serious. Malaga's goal is the La Liga title? That's insane, someone murmured. Just talk, someone else said. But they're at the top now, someone countered. Real Madrid and Barcelona will catch up. Really? A lengthy article follows. Chapter 114 Bayern Munich is going to lose. La Liga champions? Why not? Under the huge headline of Marca was a photo of Ye Luo looking somewhat arrogant, a carefully chosen shot, capturing Ye Luo's expression shifting from indifference to a smile, making it appear as if a slight smirk was playing on his lips, and the confidence in his eyes was easily interpreted as arrogance. The headline was essentially a dialogue between Ye Luo and the reporter. In fact, even without any arrogance on his face, Ye Luo's words were arrogant enough. Champions? Malaga is getting a little carried away. Even with 5 consecutive wins and 15 points, temporarily topping the standings, it doesn't mean they'll win the championship. The league is a marathon. Does leading in the first kilometer guarantee the title? Ronaldo, a top rider for us. His viewpoint was, in fact, shared by most media professionals. In Spain, many fans also believe that Malaga was unlikely to win the championship. There were, of course, many reasons. Malaga's squad was thin. Malaga is currently at its peak, and their form will inevitably decline. A team's performance is like a wave, fluctuating around its inherent strength. The fact that Malaga is also competing in the Champions League this season, juggling 2 competitions, is a significant factor contributing to the team's collapse. In their match against Athletic Bilbao at the San Mamés Stadium, Malaga played a rotated lineup, their intentions clear, to assemble a full-strength squad for Munich and the Allianz Arena. They aim for the league title and the Champions League. How could Malaga possibly have such a good opportunity? Immediately, many Spanish media outlets began to mock them. The struggles and explanations of Malaga's local media were drowned out by the voices of pro-Real Madrid and pro-Barcelona media. That's how the media works. Smaller media outlets are like sardines compared to megalodons in front of larger ones. Their influence is incomparable. Therefore, when the Spanish media news reached China, it was almost entirely met with ridicule. The Chinese football media, with almost no original news capabilities, are, I wouldn't say, 99% of them are mouthpieces for Western media, but that's the fact. This left Chinese fans bewildered. What's going on? 5 consecutive wins and still getting tortured? Before the Chinese fans could even react, the remaining 1% of original content arrived. From Modexon's Weibo, as everyone knows, Ye Luo's personality issues were a major reason for his break with the Football Association. Although he's currently playing well abroad, his personality will eventually become a hindrance to his becoming a better player. La Liga is dominated by Barcelona and Real Madrid. Even if a small team like Malaga has the ambition to compete for the title, they can't openly admit it and make themselves a target. Ye Luo's actions have clearly put Malaga in a difficult position. This Weibo post was published. The first comments flooded the screen: paid trolls, Modexon's lackeys, and Ye Luo's despised trolls who could only huddle together for warmth under the Weibo posts of Modexon's followers. Well said. Some people still think they were the best. Win the championship? That's laughable. Now they've offended the Spanish media, haha. Look at the Spanish media's ridicule, shouldn't they reflect on their actions? This comment became the most popular. This was originally a small circle's self-contained enjoyment. That's the ecosystem of Weibo. Even the smallest circles can find like-minded people within Weibo, and their opinions are reinforced through mutual praise. As long as they don't go beyond the mainstream and aren't discovered, those in the small circle still think they were part of the mainstream. However, Modexon's Weibo post was first screenshotted and posted on Tiba. Then it spread rapidly, and soon, many fans were furious. This Modexon, is he really lying through his teeth? Ye Luo's conflict with the football association is because of Ye Luo's personality? Damn it, not kneeling to the boss means there's something wrong with his personality, right? A dog thinks it's wrong for a person not to eat shit. On the comments section of the post that was trending among fans, it was all the same: reflect on your damn it. Reflect on your damn it. Reflect on your damn it. In an instant, with a large influx of fans, Modexon's Weibo became a trending topic. Soon, even bigger insults flooded in. So, Modexon's damn it turned into a featured post. For Ye Luo, the comments from the media and fans had absolutely no effect on him. After playing the 5th round of the league away game, the team returned to Malaga, had a day off, and boarded a plane to Munich on the 3rd day. Meanwhile, in Spain, the media wasn't very optimistic about Malaga's away trip. Perhaps we can only pray for Malaga now. They're facing Bayern Munich away, the mighty Bayern Munich. That's what is said in their preview of the match. Heink's team has rediscovered its former glory as a Bundesliga superpower this season. They won all 4 of their opening Bundesliga matches, scoring a staggering 14 league goals. Their attacking firepower, averaging over 3 goals per game, is terrifying. Although Ye Luo has scored 9 goals in 5 La Liga matches and 4 in the Champions League group stage, it remains a concern how Ye Luo and Malaga can perform against a Bayern Munich team with virtually no weaknesses. In fact, many Spanish media outlets believe that while Malaga defeated AC Milan at home, AC Milan's loss was not without reason. AC Milan's starting lineup was too old on average, they were playing away, and they were somewhat complacent. Their loss was deserved. But Bayern is different. Bayern is playing at home. They have completed a generational change. The team is built around almost entirely German national team starters, with world-class wingers like Robben and Ribéry in the attacking third, and a dominant center-forward like Gomez. Their tactics are also quite diverse. They are adept at short passing and penetration, counter-attacking, fast breaks down the flanks, and even aerial duels. Such teams are the most difficult to deal with because their arsenal is so rich. This team has virtually no weaknesses. Their players are all top-tier, with strong defense, tough physicality, and high technical ability. Under these circumstances, a small team like Malaga will find it difficult to gain any advantage at Bayern Munich's home ground. Therefore, many media outlets predicted in the previews that Malaga's best outcome at the Allianz Arena would be a draw, followed by 2 victories against Manchester City in the 3rd and 4th rounds of the group stage. This would give Malaga 10 points, easing the pressure in the 5th round. Even if they lose to Bayern and Milan in the 5th and 6th rounds, as long as it's not a heavy defeat, Malaga with 10 points has a high probability of finishing 2nd in the group and advancing. In the eyes of the Spanish media, in this group of death, Malaga's lucky qualification is the most feasible option. Marca even offered Malaga some advice in their preview. Malaga might be able to revert to their 3 defensive midfielder system from last season. With Talerlin's arrival, their defense is actually stronger. Otherwise, if they insist on a 3 midfielder system with Talerlin, Joaquin, and Cazorla, their midfield is very likely to be overwhelmed by Bayern Munich, who have players like Schweinsteiger, Kroos, Müller, Suukuk, and Gustavo. Malaga has no advantage in physical duels. German teams are known for their strong physical presence. Joaquin and Cazorla are technically gifted players like those in Spain. While their physical strength isn't weak, it's definitely not their strong suit. Amidst the pessimism, Chinese fans seemed quite optimistic. It's okay, winning or losing doesn't matter, as long as Ye Luo scores. Yet, playing Bayern at the Allianz Arena is really difficult. Bayern are in such good form this season, scoring 3 at home is a given. Their attacking power is terrifying. Fans discussed amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in Germany, many media outlets analyze Bayern Munich's opponent in this match. Malaga's most noteworthy player is undoubtedly Ye Luo. Ye Luo is the absolute core of Malaga's attack, accounting for more than half of the team's total goals. As long as Ye Luo can't score in this match, Bayern Munich is guaranteed to win. However, Malaga only has 1 Ye Luo, but Bayern Munich has Robben, Ribéry, Gomez, Müller, and Kroos. Therefore, playing at home, Bayern Munich doesn't actually need to make any changes to their opponents. They only need to field their strongest lineup to crush them. Hanks sat in his office, putting down the newspaper in his hand. Bild is a very famous German newspaper. Its reporting is relatively professional. This professional newspaper, however, often exudes a sense of underestimating the opponent. This feeling made the shrewd Hanks somewhat uncomfortable. This is what it feels like to lose before the match. Because those reporters' so-called professionalism is only slightly more knowledgeable than the average fan. What they say is superficial. Yes, at first glance, Malaga's three midfielders are inferior to Bayern's midfield. However, a closer analysis reveals that Malaga's midfield trio's passing ability is no less than Bayern's, and may even be stronger. Furthermore, if Isco and Ye Luo drop back to participate in midfield passing, Hanks even believes Bayern Munich won't be able to gain an advantage in midfield. Spanish teams excel at passing and ball control. Hanks is very clear about this. His opponents are not weak. They possess an absolute explosive point, an absolute powerhouse. Driven by this point, Malaga is capable of launching continuous attacks. This is quite formidable. If Bayern enters the game with a mindset of "I can easily beat Malaga," Hanks has no doubt that his team will likely lose. I had some errands to run during the day. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 115. What is the demeanor of a superstar? At Bayern Munich's training ground. The Champions League match was fast approaching, but the players on the field were still laughing and joking. Muller's pig-like laughter occasionally made Hanks, who seemed to be deep in thought on the sidelines, look up in annoyance. That silly kid, why is he laughing so loudly? After training, have Thomas do 50 extra drills around the bar and shoot. Just then, Neuer's strange laughter rang out. Muller and Neuer were somehow embracing. Neuer bent over screaming. Outrageous. Let Manuel guard his goal. Hanks said. Hanks' assistant, Herman, shook his head slightly. He knew what Hanks was worried about. Do you think Malaga can really do something on our home ground? Herman asked. Isn't it? Hanks closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Smell the air here. Is there a problem? We don't have smog here. The problem? I don't feel any tension about the upcoming big match here, Hanks said. So what? Isn't this how we always are? Herman spread his hands. This is just a Champions League group stage match. We don't need to prepare like we're facing the Champions League final. Mentioning the Champions League final, both Hanks and Herman fell silent. How many Champions League runners-up had Bayern Munich achieved? 5 times. A full 5 times. 5 times. In all of Europe, only Juventus, with 6 Champions League runners-up titles, had more. Maybe I'm being too nervous, Hanks said. Nevertheless, at the tactical meeting the afternoon before the match, Hanks emphasized a team's mentality. We absolutely must not underestimate our opponent in this match. Hanks wrote a name on the whiteboard, Ye. I think everyone knows this little guy, right? Hanks turned and asked. Of course, the La Liga Golden Boot winner, currently leading the Champions League scoring charts, the La Liga top scorer. Thomas Muller raised his hand and shouted. He's really too strong. It would be great if he could come to Bayern Munich. I heard that Chinese people are very good at card and board games. I wonder how good he is at bridge? He should be alright, but I think he'd be really good at table tennis. Not necessarily, that's a stereotype. It'll be hard to completely shut him down. It's okay, we just need to score more goals than them, right, Arjun? This guy might steal my starting spot if he comes. Robin shrugged. Everyone should be cautious. Lum said. Hanks listened to the chatter in the locker room and shook his head helplessly. Don't underestimate the opponent, don't underestimate the opponent, don't underestimate the opponent. He had said it many times. But it seemed that words were not enough to make the Bayern Munich players take it seriously enough. After all, Malaga's reputation was well known. Bayern Munich and Malaga were playing together, and Bayern Munich was playing at home, so how much more serious did they need to be? Showing Bayern Munich's attack would be enough to defeat Malaga. Bayern is very strong. Malaga also held its last tactical meeting before the match. In fact, the main purpose of this tactical meeting wasn't to assign tactics. The match is the next day. If we're only cramming now, Malaga might as well go home early. Tactics, on the other hand, are something the coaching staff started planning days before the match. Tactics aren't like a can of soda in a freezer, you can't just chug them down. Talking about them without practical training is just empty talk. For example, how do you beat Malong in a table tennis match? Deflect all the balls he hits back onto the other side of the table with your racket. How do you win a football match? First, don't let the opponent score. Second, kick the ball into the opponent's goal. Sounds easy, right? But that's the key question. Can you actually do it? Arranging tactics the night before the match, no matter how eloquently you talk, is useless. So this tactical meeting was actually a courage-building session. In other words, a high-tech way of saying it. It's about unifying the players' thinking before a big battle, letting them shed their mental burdens, adopting the right attitude, and daring to fight. This is a strong opponent, and I must remind everyone that the Champions League and the League are different. I said this before against AC Milan, but I must repeat it now. We might encounter some situations beyond our control in this match, such as conceding the first goal. Pellegrini looked around at his players. That's normal. We need to be mentally prepared. However, even if we concede, it's okay. We'll still play according to our established tactics. We can definitely score, can't we? Pellegrini smiled. Unlike Hanks, who worried that his players might underestimate their opponent, Pellegrini was worried that his players were too nervous and intimidated by Bayern Munich's reputation. Hearing Pellegrini's words, the Malaga players indeed smiled, and they all looked at Ye Luo. With Ye Luo there, they felt reassured. I won't go into too much detail about tactics. Many people say we should play a defensive counter-attacking style, and perhaps Bayern Munich thinks so too. However, I won't change our familiar tactical system. Ye, you need to drop back more in midfield and participate in midfield control, Pellegrini said. I know that sticking to a possession-based tactic against Bayern Munich sounds arrogant, but I don't think a tight defense is a good idea. Bayern Munich's attacking firepower is very strong, and even if we tighten our defense, we might not be able to withstand it. On the contrary, if we can try to control possession, you will have more opportunities to attack their defense. These opportunities are the key to our victory at the Allianz Arena. Pellegrini finished speaking. Captain Ye Luo stood up. I read the German newspapers today, and the praise for Bayern Munich in the newspapers made me cringe. Wait a minute. Cazorla raised his hand. San Diego, please speak. Ye Luo looked at Cazorla. Those were German newspapers, weren't they? Cazorla stroked his chin. Of course, I know that, but I'm a language genius. Reading a German newspaper is no problem for me. Ye Luo smiled slightly. Maybe I can even be a translator after I retire. Everyone in the locker room laughed. To be honest, they were indeed a little nervous facing Bayern Munich, a strange and powerful opponent. But now, after the laughter, the tension had subsided considerably. Getting back to the point, our opponents might underestimate us, or they might not. Nobody can say for sure, so we can't pin our hopes on that. Therefore, what we need to do is stick to our own game and play the style of play we are good at. Ye Luo looked at his teammates. If you can't find a passing spot, just look at my position and pass the ball to me. Isco was impressed. What is superstar style? This is superstar style. Pass the ball to me. This sense of responsibility. This commitment. Damn. So charming. Everyone looked at Ye Luo with admiration. These words reassured all the Malaga players. The night before the match was quiet. The next day, the Malaga players had breakfast together at the hotel, then rested for a while before not training much. Instead, they did some moderate exercise in the hotel gym to maintain their energy. After lunch, the players returned to the hotel for a nap. After their afternoon tea, they prepared to board the bus to the Allianz Arena. At this time, the area around the Malaga bus was crowded with reporters and fans. Many of the reporters were from China, and the fans, apart from some Spanish Malaga supporters, were mostly Chinese working, living, and studying in Germany. When the Malaga players appeared, the crowd stirred. Fans chanted Ye Luo's name. Ye Luo smiled and waved in response. This scene was naturally captured by fans. The Chinese fans, who had stayed up all night waiting for the match to start, couldn't just sit idly by. On forums like Tigba, Poker, and Weibo, everyone was checking the pre-match news. When they saw the video of Ye Luo and the Malaga players boarding the bus, the fans in China saw the smile on Ye Luo's face. Ye Luo doesn't seem nervous at all. Is he in control? As long as he scores, that's fine. Amidst the discussions, the team bus slowly drove into the Allianz Arena parking lot. The fans had already begun entering the stadium. Champions League matches are always so exciting. While the players were warming up, the Allianz Arena was already filled with chants. Ye Luo looked around at the famous stadium and then focused on his warm-up. As the warm-up ended, when the players reappeared on the field, only a few minutes remained before the match started. Ye Luo, wearing the captain's armband, shook hands with Lam, exchanged team flags, and chose the coin toss. Bayern Munich won the coin toss, and Malaga got the kickoff. As the players stood in their positions on the field, waiting for the referee to blow the whistle, the voice of Shan Duixun, the commentator for China's national television, came through the television. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated Champions League Group A match between Bayern Munich and Malaga is about to begin. Both sides have fielded their strongest lineups. Bayern Munich has adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Neuer in goal, Boateng and Dante in centre-back, Captain Lam at left-back, Rafinha at right-back, Kroos and Schweinsteiger in the double pivot, and Thomas Müller positioned as the attacking midfielder, a highly capable striker. On the wings are Robben and Ribéry, Bayern's strongest wing duo, and Gomez as centre-forward. On the Malaga side, after several rotations in the league, they have returned to their strongest lineup for this match. Goalkeeper Caballero, centre-back pairing, former Bayern Munich player Demichelis partnering with Dutch veteran Matthijsen, left-back Montrezl, right-back Sergio Sanchez, midfield trio Joaquin, Talerlin, and Cazorla, forwards Aiello and Isco on the left and right wings respectively, and in midfield, considering the intensity of this match, Pellegrini has chosen Baptista, who has better stamina and stronger attacking power. As Duan Juan finished speaking, a whistle blew on the field. Centre-forward Baptista kicked the ball behind him. The match officially began. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 The Glittering Armband. Chapter 116 The Shining Armband. The atmosphere at the Allianz Arena in Munich was incredibly lively. However, this liveliness wasn't due to the excitement of the match or the boos and jeers directed at Bayern Munich's opponents. Rather, it was a feeling of partying at the Allianz Arena. Why even bother watching my team's game? Another 3-0 victory after waking up. This season, Bayern's players and coaches were united, in excellent form, and playing at home against Malaga, a relatively unknown Champions League newcomer. For Bayern fans, coming to this match was about watching their players effortlessly defeat their opponents and achieve a resounding victory. But they hadn't expected it. From the very beginning, the game's outcome was far beyond the expectations of almost all the fans at the Allianz Arena. Malaga used their possession to immediately push their formation past the halfway line. With Ye Luo and Isco dropping back to the midfield, the one-touch passing between Malaga's 5 midfielders made it difficult for Bayern Munich to cope. For a moment, the game turned into a battle where Malaga relentlessly pressured Bayern Munich with short passes. In the 3rd minute, Ye Luo received the ball in the attacking midfield position, paused briefly, then flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, quickly turning and dribbling past Kroos. Just as Schweinsteiger attempted to dispossess him, Ye Luo cut inside with his right foot, bursting towards the right side of the penalty area. Facing the apprehensive Boateng, he dribbled past him, creating space, and unleashed a powerful shot from a tight angle. "Watch out," exclaimed Schmitz, the commentator for German sports channel ARD. The bustling Allianz Arena erupted in gasps of surprise. When Neuer made his save, narrowly avoiding a goal, a collective sigh of relief filled the stands. Ye Luo's shot. Neuer made a crucial save. The game is only 3 minutes in, and Malaga has already launched the first attack. German sports commentator Schmitz frowned. This Spanish team is absolutely not to be underestimated. Their control in midfield is very strong, especially Ye Luo's presence. He dropped back to help control the midfield, then found a weak point in Bayern Munich's defense and decisively used his individual skill to break through and shoot. If Neuer had been even slightly careless, it would have been a direct goal. Bayern Munich must be extremely focused. On the dental radio station, commentator Andres held his head in disappointment in the commentary box. Ye Luo. Beautiful. Wow, he gave Bayern Munich a shock right from the start. First, he dribbled past Kroos, then cut past Schweinsteiger, and then broke past Boateng to create shooting angle before unleashing a low right-footed shot. Neuer's save cleared the ball for Bayern Munich. Well done. If Malaga wants to achieve anything in this match, Ye Luo will be the most crucial player. Holy crap. Neuer. So close. What a pity. Just as the fans were lamenting Neuer's save of Ye Luo's previous shot, Malaga quickly took a corner kick. Cazorla didn't directly send the ball into the penalty area, but instead played a tactical move. Ye Luo came out to receive the ball, made a feint as if passing to Cazorla, then quickly dribbled along the byline, turned, and cut inside before passing back to Joaquin near the penalty spot. The veteran Spanish international took a left-footed shot. The ball went just over the bar. All the Bayern Munich players and fans were on edge. Lum clapped his hands and shouted to his teammates, "Get your spirits up." The coach was right. This team is very strong. Don't underestimate them. Don't underestimate them. Schweinsteiger pointed to his temples. This scene was also seen by Hanks on the sidelines. After Malaga's 2 consecutive attacks, Hanks' heart was in his throat. He was most afraid of the current situation. If Malaga went on a rampage from the start, it would be extremely difficult to suppress them. Malaga's initial attack was very threatening. But fortunately, Bayern did not concede a goal. In that case, this round of attack and defense was not a bad thing for Bayern. At least our players are alert, aren't they? Hanks, back in his seat, turned and chatted with Herman, showing no signs of the tension from Malaga's relentless attacks. He seemed very relaxed. Hanks's relaxation was justified. Bayern Munich, having regained possession, displayed the experience of the Bundesliga giants. Instead of succumbing to Malaga's relentless attacks for several minutes, they focused on passing the ball around in their own half, drawing Malaga players out before launching long balls forward, targeting the space behind Malaga's defense. In the 5th minute, Cruz received the ball in his own half and launched a long pass, which accurately found Ribéry on the wing. Ribéry dribbled down the flank and crossed the ball. Gomez, Müller, and Robben followed up in the middle. Gomez leaped high at the far post and headed the ball, but it went just over the bar. This attack showcased Bayern's offensive prowess. Malaga, not to be outdone, created shooting opportunities through patient passing in midfield. After 10 minutes of probing, both sides began to exert more pressure on the attack. In the 12th minute, Bayern midfielder Cruz dribbled past midfield and then played a diagonal pass to Robben on the wing. Robben received the ball and, without hesitation, cut inside and curled a left-footed shot that grazed the post and went out of play. A gasp rippled through the stands, followed by thunderous applause as Bayern Munich fans chanted Robben's name. Robben. His signature cut-in shot, so close. Bayern's attack is starting. That's it. That's it. This is the Allianz Arena, our home ground. In the media section, many reporters shouted these slogans. But then, Malaga quickly took a goal kick, and after a midfield pass, the ball reached Ye Luo on the left flank. Robben had just completed a cut-in shot on the right flank of Bayern Munich's attack. On the same flank, on Malaga's left flank, Ye Luo also cut inside and unleashed a left-footed shot. The ball slammed against the crossbar and went out of play. Ye Luo. The crossbar. The crossbar denied him a goal, same cut inside. Ye Luo's cut inside is just as impressive. What a pity. In a short time, both sides went back and forth, investing heavily in attack. Both sides were creating threats. This match is going to be exciting. On the TV screen, Ye Luo shook his head regretfully, then quickly retreated. Bayern Munich's attack was also very fast. All of Malaga's players had to keep up with the pace. From the 10th minute onwards, the match entered a high-speed, attacking battle. Both sides were increasing their attacking investment, and both sides' forwards were constantly creating threats. In the 13th minute, Ribéry passed across, and Müller's shot from the penalty spot was saved by goalkeeper Caballero. A minute later, Ye Luo broke through in the middle and passed to the wing. Isco crossed from the wing, and Ye Luo followed up in the middle, overpowering Dante to head the ball. Neuer puffed out his chest and blocked the ball, which fell to Lum's feet. Lum dribbled forward past midfield, then passed the ball across the middle to the advancing Cruz. Cruz took a step forward and unleashed a right-footed shot. The ball deflected off Demichelis's shin and bounced to the other side of the penalty area. Müller, seemingly out of nowhere, headed the ball towards the goal with his left foot, just over the crossbar. Müller. Wow, fantastic. Who would have thought Malaga could put up such an attacking battle with Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena? The pace of the game is incredibly fast. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Both teams have already completed some extremely dangerous shots. The exciting attacking battle brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The emotions of both sets of fans rose and fell with each attack, and they were practically running out of heart medication. The neutral fans cheered with excitement. Both sides relentlessly attacked at a breakneck pace, with attacking players showcasing their talents, creating a constant stream of spectacular moments. The Allianz Arena was filled with songs, cheers, and boos. A cacophony of sounds blended together, creating a thrilling symphony with the intense back-and-forth battle on the field. In the 29th minute, this symphony reached its climax. Cazorla dribbled laterally on the edge of the penalty area before delivering a diagonal pass. Ye Luo cut inside from outside the box to receive the ball. Ye Luo passed to the far post. Isco. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Isco made a diagonal run to the far post, intending to control the ball before shooting, but Rafinha cleared it first. Isco collapsed on his knees, frantically slapping the turf with his hands. The chance had been so perfect. But unfortunately, accustomed to playing in midfield, Isco's reaction at that moment was almost instinctive. Controlling the ball, if he were a striker, he would have shot immediately at that moment, no matter what part of his body he used. Isco. What a pity. The opportunity was fleeting. Controlling the ball before shooting meant no chance at all. In the commentary box, the Spanish commentators shook their heads. The German commentators, however, breathed a huge sigh of relief. The television replay immediately showed the attack. Cazorla dribbled laterally, pulling Bayern Munich's defense to the left, and then passed the ball to Ye Luo. The moment Ye Luo received the ball, Bayern Munich's defense seemed to be flipped, instantly converging to the left and forming a dense defensive formation in front of Ye Luo. In this situation, Bayern Munich's other side of the defense was naturally exposed. After receiving the ball, Ye Luo paused for a moment, and just when the Bayern Munich players thought he was going to come over himself, he suddenly curled the ball towards the far post with his right foot. The football drew a perfect arc in the air, bypassing all the defenses at the near post and in the middle, accurately finding Isco lurking on the right, cutting straight into the penalty area. As a result, this pass gave the fast-moving Rafinha the opportunity to intercept. What a pity. In China, the Chinese fans who stayed up all night to watch the game wished they could jump into the TV and kick the ball into the net for Isco. Just then, a sudden burst of cheers came from the television screen. The scene quickly changed. Counter-attack. Bayern Munich's counter-attack. Duan Zhuan's exclamation came from the television. The commentators were in an uproar. 3 against 2. Bayern Munich's three-pronged attack. Rafinha's clearance became the key pass for launching the counter-attack. The ball fell to Ribéry's feet, and Ribéry was advancing along the wing. He was too fast. Ye Luo was chasing him relentlessly. Ye Luo was even faster. He was constantly closing the distance with Ribéry. Ye Luo gritted his teeth and chased after him. While Isco was holding his head in regret, he saw the path the ball had cleared and was shocked. Then he shouted back up, and took off chasing. He was the fastest to react on Malaga's side. However, the ball was too fast. Even Bold couldn't catch it. And Ribéry hadn't returned to participate in the defense during this round of attack, staying in the attacking third to wait for an opportunity. When he controlled the ball, the nearest defender was centre-back Mathijsen, but Mathijsen dared not press him, instead retreating to the centre, leaving Ribéry free to roam the flanks. Charge. Frank. Charge. 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 In the stands, near the pitch, Bayern Munich fans waved their fists and chanted encouragement for Ribéry. Ribéry dribbled forward, the French winger's speed fully unleashed, his eyes already fixed on the centre. In the centre, following him were Gomez, who had been pressing the opposing centre-back, and the equally fast Robin. Meanwhile, Malaga only had 2 centre-backs involved in the defense. 3 against 2, a golden opportunity. Ribéry didn't simply dribble down the flanks. Without a threat to the goal, he couldn't draw the opposing centre-backs. Demichelis and Mathijsen were currently matched up against Robin and Gomez. While a straight run down the flank and cross would create a 2-on-2 opportunity, it would waste this excellent 3-on-2 chance. Ribéry dribbled diagonally into the penalty area, forcing Mathijsen to abandon his marking and Gomez to meet him. Ye Luo gritted his teeth and quickly closed in on Ribéry. "Watch out behind you." Bayern Munich fans in the stands behind the goal stood up, pointing behind Ribéry and shouting warnings. Ribéry was startled, only Ye Luo had the speed to chase back. He didn't continue dribbling forward. Even Ribery wasn't very confident in his speed when facing Ye Luo's relentless pursuit. However, reaching this position was enough. Ribery flicked his ankle, and the ball soared into the air with spin. Whoosh! Ye Luo launched a flying tackle. The ball grazed his foot, its spin intensifying. The high-speed spinning ball flew past Matthijsen, curving towards the edge of the penalty area. Demichelis, trailing behind Gomez, met the ball with a diving header. Bang! The ball bounced off the ground and towards the far corner. Caballero was helpless against the goal, forced to watch as it flew into the net from the far post. Boom! The moment the ball struck the net, Bayern Munich's die-hard fans in the stands almost simultaneously raised their arms, leaping into the air in celebration. The entire stadium shook. The television cameras trembled as they captured the footage. Gomez. Goal. Beautiful. Beautiful counter-attack, beautiful pass. Beautiful header, 1-0. Bayern Munich is in the lead. German sports commentator Schmitz shouted, raising his arms. In the commentary box, commentators from different countries and media outlets added their own commentary to the goal. German international Gomez suddenly got up from the ground and ran towards Ribery, who had provided the assist. Ribery was sweating profusely, and only after seeing the ball still being passed did he breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced with lingering fear at Ye Luo, who was lying on the ground pounding his fists, before opening his arms and rushing towards Gomez. Regardless, Bayern Munich had scored. They were in the lead. This goal brought some relief to the Bayern Munich fans, who had been tense for almost 30 minutes. On the coaching bench, Hanks rushed out with outstretched arms. In the distance of the same shot, Pellegrini lowered his head and shielded his eyes with one hand. Ye Luo patted the grass and stood up. Bayern Munich players roared past him on their way to the corner flag, almost all of them giving a shout to the Málaga number 10, who had chased Ribery for 80 meters, nearly thwarting Bayern's unexpected counter-attack opportunity. Ye Luo spat on the grass, turned and patted Matthijsen on the shoulder, who was stunned in the penalty area. He then helped Demichelis, who was lying on the ground, to his feet, and walked towards the goal, helping Caballero, who was sitting on the ground, to his feet as well. He then walked into the goal, carrying the ball, and headed back. On the television screen, the replay of Bayern Munich's goal quickly switched to Ye Luo carrying the ball back. He clenched his fist and shouted something to his teammates. Ye Luo. Ye Luo is encouraging his teammates, he's still full of fighting spirit. He chased back 80 meters, almost disrupting Ribery's pass, and now he's the first to rally and encourage his teammates. Can you believe he's only 18? The commentators couldn't help but cheer loudly for Ye Luo when they saw this. Even Schmitz, the commentator for German sports channel ARD, who cheered for Bayern from a German perspective, exclaimed, "What a great player." Ye Luo carried the ball all the way to the center circle, placed it at the kickoff point, and clapped his hands vigorously. "Look up. It's just one goal, the game is far from over." Ye Luo shouted to his teammates. Conceding a goal at Bayern's home ground is a major blow for any team. The players from Málaga were no exception. When they saw Ye Luo fight desperately but still fall short of stopping Bayern Munich's goal, their faces showed regret and frustration. Bayern Munich's reputation now felt like immense pressure, weighing heavily on the hearts of the Málaga players. However, when Ye Luo's voice boomed in their ears, all the Málaga players looked up. The pressure seemed to vanish in that instant. Ye Luo was like a towering tree, providing shelter for everyone. He was Malaga's support, and with him there, all the pressure was borne by him. Ye Luo gripped Isco's shoulders, staring at the incredibly frustrated Isco who had just missed a chance, leading to counter-attack and a goal conceded, and said, "Everyone can miss opportunities. Next time, I'll pass again. Do you dare to score from that position?" Isco froze. He looked up at Ye Luo. "I'll pass again. Do you dare to score? Answer me." Ye Luo roared. "Yes." Isco shuddered and couldn't help but roar back. "Good. Remember, don't hesitate." Ye Luo looked towards Bayern Munich's goal. "I'll pass it again, dare you score?" The Málaga players felt goosebumps rising on their skin. This bold statement made their blood boil. Everyone's expression calmed down. How can I be outdone by an 18-year-old captain?" Matthijsen whispered. "Wait for my pass, Ye." Cazorla assured him. Run. Run. We need to run more aggressively." Joaquin shouted. "I'll shut down their counter-attack routes." "Don't worry," Tulalin said in a deep voice. On the sidelines, Pellegrini saw what was happening on the field. He didn't hear what Ye Luo said, But he could see it. The players no longer had any fear of Bayern Munich on their faces, they were no longer afraid, no longer frustrated by conceding a goal. At this moment, Pellegrini was somewhat dazed. This was the true aura of a strong team. He had originally thought that a team like Málaga, after a big transfer window, needed to regroup and rebuild its culture. Culture might sound abstract, but it's what truly makes a team strong, even essential for becoming a top club. Without it, people will label you with all sorts of accusations: nouveau riche, market disruptor, stepping stone for big clubs, and so on. But now, Málaga is starting to have these things. Because we have a true leader. Pellegrini turned to his assistant, Maresca, and then sat back on the bench, his face calm and composed, seemingly without any concern for the game. "Aren't you worried about the next game?" Maresca asked. "No. Even if we lose this game, I won't worry, because we'll definitely have something to gain this season," Pellegrini said. The outcome of a single match is truly insignificant compared to building a team's character, spirit, and culture. Losing this game doesn't mean anything. In football, no team is invincible. And winning a championship is not just about tactics and skills. In Pellegrini's mind, his most triumphant moment coaching Málaga wasn't discovering Ye Luo and establishing him as the core, but rather the moment he placed the captain's armband on Ye Luo's arm. At that moment, no matter how much personnel changed, the team's fundamental character wouldn't change. Ye Luo was infusing the team with his character. This is something only a true leader can do. In Pellegrini's eyes, the captain's armband on Ye Luo's arm was shining. Chapter 117. Don't speak. Cazorla, Tiralion, Joaquin, Baptista. Beautiful, consecutive one-touch passes. Baptista shields the ball on the edge of the penalty area. Boateng has been pulled out, back pass. Cazorla, diagonal pass to the left wing. Ye Luo receives the ball. The commentators in the commentary booth were incredibly enthusiastic. The atmosphere at the Allianz Arena gradually calmed down. Many fans showed surprise and worry on their faces. According to the general experience of Bayern Munich fans, after conceding a goal to Bayern Munich in the stadium, they would likely lose their composure and become mentally unbalanced. Bayern Munich's specialty is seizing this window of weakness in their opponents, as if finding a breach in a dam. Soon, Bayern Munich's surging attack would completely overwhelm the opponent's defense like a flood. But now, after the game restarted, Malaga's entire team performed as usual. No, not as usual. Their performance was even better than before. Their players seemed to be on steroids, constantly moving around the field, keeping the ball under Malaga's control. After scoring, Bayern Munich, intending to press their advantage, even began to be pressured by Málaga. Although both sides were evenly matched in attack and defense, and Bayern Munich's defense seemed watertight, Malaga's continuous passing and possession quickly wore down Bayern Munich's initial momentum. Heinz could no longer leisurely sit on the bench waiting for a resounding victory. He frowned and walked to the sidelines. What was wrong with Málaga? For a moment, Heinz felt like he wasn't facing Málaga, but some top-tier team. Even after conceding a goal, their attack and defense didn't falter. In fact, they seemed enraged by the goal. They were even angry about conceding a goal to Bayern Munich. Even Real Madrid and Barcelona wouldn't be surprised to concede a goal to Bayern Munich, right? This team was really unpredictable. Málaga wasn't affected by conceding a goal at all. They actually launched a counter-attack after losing possession, pinning Bayern Munich back in their own half, exclaimed Duan Zhuan, the commentator for China's national television station. After Málaga conceded, both Duan Zhuan and commentator Su Yang believed the first 10 minutes would be difficult for Málaga, as Bayern Munich's strength lay in their ability to capitalize on a lead and finish the game quickly. However, after the restart, Málaga didn't panic. Instead, they patiently wore down Bayern Munich's momentum with their passing. And now, they were even planning a counter-attack. At that moment, on foreign social media, a video taken by fans at the stadium showed Ye Luo gripping Isco's shoulder, seemingly saying something. In this information age, information spreads rapidly. Lip-reading experts quickly deciphered the conversation. "I'll pass it to that spot again, do you dare to score?" This sentence sent chills down the spines of all the fans who saw the video. Only an absolute superstar could say something like that. So awesome, so charismatic. I'm in love with him. Damn, he's only 18. Now I know why Málaga was able to hold their own. They have a captain of historical top caliber. This video with subtitles quickly went viral on foreign social media. and it soon became popular in China as well. It was already past 3 a.m. in China. But on various social media platforms, fans were still quite active. Ye Luo is awesome. That's so awesome. Nothing else, just admiration. Respect. Respect +1. What does it mean to be a captain? Tactical lean back. It's a pity that our China has produced an absolute leader, but he can't lead the Chinese national team. Damn it, can you not spoil the fun? This video quickly became a trending topic. Bayern scored, and whether in China or Europe, it was Ye Luo who became popular. This made many Bayern fans very indignant. But their indignation didn't cause much of a stir in the internet world. And just then, Ye Luo received the ball on the left flank once again. Just like before, Ye Luo was the most threatening Malaga player. Whichever flank he was on, Bayern Munich's defense would focus on that flank. Ye Luo stopped the ball. Lom, facing him, was on high alert. Ribery and Schweinsteiger also came to assist in the defense, and Dante and Boateng were also focused on this side. At this moment, Isco was wide open along the right sideline. Ye Luo's words echoed in his mind. I'll pass again, do you dare to score? I dare. Isco gritted his teeth, diagonally, heading straight for the right side of the penalty area. Ye Luo raised his head, seemingly staring at the defender in front of him, but in fact, he was watching Isco's position. When he saw Isco unhesitatingly cut diagonally into the penalty area from the sideline, the corners of Ye Luo's mouth slightly turned up. Seeing the smile on Ye Luo's lips, Lom immediately tensed up. Damn it, what mischief is this kid plotting now? He lowered his center of gravity slightly, staring at Ye Luo, not moving unless the enemy moved. Ye Luo's left shoulder dipped, and he flicked the ball towards the byline with his right foot. Lom immediately started moving, and Bayern Munich's defense instantly tightened. Just as Ye Luo accelerated, he suddenly stopped. Lom had overshot his marker. But thankfully, Schweinsteiger stopped in time and quickly closed in on Ye Luo. However, it was too easy for Ye Luo to create space against one defender. He flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot and then immediately chipped it up. The ball spun towards the far post. The camera followed the ball to the far post. Isco! The commentator exclaimed. Isco surged forward at high speed, while on the other side, Rafinha also retreated, swinging his leg to clear the ball. I dare to score. Isco was blinded by rage. Facing Rafinha's incoming kick, he suddenly leaped forward. A diving header. Rafinha was shocked, his already kicked foot couldn't be pulled back in time. Bang! That was the sound of his head hitting the ball. Then Isco's head collided with Rafinha's foot. As the sharp pain shot through him, Isco stared at the ball. The ball, sent flying by his diving tackle, hurtled straight towards the goal. No one would have expected him to handle the ball in such a dangerous way at that moment. So, even Neuer didn't react in time. As the ball hit the net, Isco clutched his head and fell to the ground. But after rolling once on the ground, he opened his arms and rushed towards Ye Luo. Thank goodness I didn't hit the studs, otherwise my handsome face would probably be disfigured, Isco thought to himself. Holy crap! You're fucking reckless! Ye Luo exclaimed, but he was quickly caught by Isco. Shut up! Yellow passes to the far post. Isco. Goal. Equalizer. Malaga has equalized. Isco. Beautiful. This is his first Champions League goal. An assist from Yellow, Isco helps the team equalize. Brilliant. After conceding the goal, Malaga responded quickly. The commentators exclaimed in surprise. Even the German journalists in the media section were marveling at the performance. Malaga responded quickly. Brilliant. This match is truly spectacular. The most exciting first half of the Champions League so far this season. Malaga is truly unexpected. They didn't panic after conceding the first goal, but instead responded quickly. Cope radio commentator Andres exclaimed excitedly, it's the same point again. Ye Luo passed the ball in the same way, and this time, Isco didn't hesitate. He didn't stop the ball, but instead opted for a diving header. Rafinha clearly didn't expect Isco to handle it that way. 1-1. Now the problem is back in Bayern's hands. No one can predict how the match will unfold. Malaga is no pushover. If Bayern Munich thinks they can easily dominate the game after scoring first, they're sorely mistaken. The television replayed Isco's diving header again and again. This goal was earned through hard work. Duan Zhuan exclaimed. It must be related to what Ye Luo said to him after conceding the goal. Su Yang laughed. In short, Malaga has now equalized. Who'll win this match is anyone's guess. As Du and Juan finished speaking, Bayern Munich quickly kicked off. The Bayern players seemed enraged by the conceded goal, quickly pushing their formation forward and launching a full-scale attack. However, Málaga had anticipated this, defending tightly and not blindly clearing the ball after regaining possession. Instead, they controlled the game and tempo through passing, vying for dominance with Bayern Munich. The two sides traded blows on the field. In such an intense and fast-paced match, time flew by. When the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, the players on the field seemed reluctant to leave. The fans felt even more so. The first half is over already? It feels like the game just started. Time flew by. The fans exclaimed. In the media section, the reporters also seemed to snap out of their daze and began discussing the first half of the match. Most people thought Málaga had a very successful first half. They held their own on the field and, despite conceding the first goal, didn't panic but quickly responded to equalize. Málaga actually did that. It's truly surprising. If Málaga can maintain this level of performance, it's not impossible for them to compete for the La Liga title. Do you think that's possible? I still think their squad is too thin. If they had a few better substitutes, they might actually be a threat to Real Madrid and Barcelona. Maybe they can just give up on the Champions League. With such a strong starting lineup, focusing entirely on the league is the best option. Spanish journalists were surprised by Malaga's performance. German journalists were even more surprised. This is the first time this season that Bayern Munich has conceded an equalizer after taking the lead. This is their second goal conceded this season. Malaga's performance was truly surprising, but the most impressive player was their number 10, Ye Luo. His presence was so strong, he alone made Bayern Munich hesitant to attack. While the journalists were discussing, the commentators were also reviewing the first half. When German sports commentator Schmitz received the first half match statistics, although he was somewhat prepared, his face still showed occasional surprise. It must be said, Malaga's performance is truly admirable. Their goal wasn't just a lucky shot. Bayern Munich's goal, on the other hand, had an element of luck. The key statistics from the first half also show that Málaga is absolutely no less capable than Bayern Munich. Possession 44% minus 56%, Málaga has the advantage, passes 225 to 312, Málaga has the advantage, shots 9-12, shots on target 3 to 6, Málaga has the advantage in all these areas. Although the score is tied, in key statistics, Málaga is comprehensively ahead of Bayern Munich. This data comparison truly illustrates Malaga's performance in this match. Possession, passes, shots, and shots on target, all were superior. Malaga's performance in this match drew the attention of many football commentators and observers. During halftime, the most discussed topics were Málaga and Ye Luo. They were the focus of this match. In the home team's locker room, Heinz watched the Bayern players walk in. Almost all of them looked as if they'd been pulled from a water tank, their jerseys completely soaked with sweat. Many players took off their jerseys as soon as they entered the locker room, sat down, and took deep breaths. The intensity of the first half was evident. How was it? Heinz's voice came. The Bayern Munich players sat up straight. They knew what Heinz was asking. Before the match, Heinz had emphasized not to underestimate Málaga. At that time, the Bayern Munich players thought the old man was exaggerating. Now they didn't think so. I felt like I was playing against a top team, Cruz said. They're very strong. Boateng wiped his sweat with a towel. Don't laugh, but every time Ye Luo entered my defensive zone, I trembled, Dante said, shrinking his neck and shaking. We must strengthen our defense against him in the second half. Lum frowned. The biggest reason Bayern's attack failed to fully open up in the first half was because of Ye Luo. He tied up too many of Bayern's resources. But Bayern Munich couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't allow Ye Luo too much space. Was Malaga's midfield really stronger than Bayern Munich's? Lum didn't think so. He knew very well that the key was Ye Luo. Because of Ye Luo's presence, Bayern's midfield couldn't get much support from the defense, resulting in Bayern failing to control the game in midfield. I know what everyone is worried about. Ye Luo is very strong, there's no doubt about that, Hank said. That's why I asked everyone not to underestimate him. In the second half, we'll still focus on defending Ye Luo. In midfield, we won't fight them anymore. We'll attack the flanks. We'll play faster than them, pick up the tempo. We'll wear them down, wear them out with that fast tempo. Hank circled the two flanks on the whiteboard, his gaze fixed on Robin and Ribery, the two world-class wingers. Engaging in midfield battles with Malaga? Bayern Munich doesn't seem to have much of an advantage. Therefore, Bayern Munich should concede midfield duties and launch quick attacks down the flanks. This is Hank's strategy after observing the first half. Chapter 118 Victory. Even to the point of madness. In the away team's locker room, the Malaga players returned, their initial lingering excitement gone. They felt a physical fatigue from the intensity of the first half, a level of play rarely seen in the league. That's why the Champions League is so different from the league. How was it playing Bayern Munich for half the game? Pellegrini asked. Very intense pressure. Their defensive organization was very tight. Fast speed, strong physicality, the players chimed in. That's our opponent, Pellegrini said, holding up one finger. They might be one of the strongest teams in the world, but I'm very proud because you played a full half of attacking football at their home ground and held your own. Pellegrini's words made the Malaga players puff out their chests, clearly pleased. At the Allianz Arena, they were still able to put up a fight against Bayern Munich. Malaga is not a pushover in the Champions League. They can definitely advance from this group of death. Before the start of the second half, as the players emerged from the tunnel, the confidence on the faces of the Malaga players was palpable. Hanks, sitting on the bench, complained to his assistant, Herman, some people actually call this team the weakest in the group. Herman shrugged. You can't blame the media for being blind. Who would have thought Malaga, on their first Champions League campaign, could unleash such power? Hanks nodded. Indeed, it was something no one could have predicted. Normally, a Champions League newcomer with significant signings would perform like Manchester City. If there's anything different about Malaga, perhaps the biggest difference is Ye Luo? No. Their coach, Pellegrini, also deserves credit. Malaga didn't just buy the most expensive players, they strengthened the team based on its needs. Cazorla is an excellent midfielder. Van Nistelrooy, Joaquin, Matheson, and Taulerlin are all very experienced players. Therefore, although Malaga is a Champions League newcomer, their core includes many experienced and mature players. This guarantees the team's minimum standard. If that's the case, the team isn't a big deal, given the age of these veterans. But Malaga has talented young stars like Ye Luo and Isco, especially Ye Luo, who is playing like a superstar in explosive form. Therefore, it's not surprising that Malaga can go toe-to-toe with Bayern Munich. However, Hanks looked at his bench. Malaga's biggest weakness is their squad depth. That's why Hanks had Bayern Munich actively slow down the pace, playing fast breaks down the flanks. Even if they couldn't score, they wanted to wear down the opponent. Once the opponent's stamina reached its limit, he had players like Shaqiri, Oleg, and Shipchak available as backup. These energetic players could easily close out a game in the last 10 minutes. Malaga doesn't have such backup plans. Therefore, Bayern Munich has a better chance of winning this match than Malaga. The second half begins. The pace of the match was indeed incredibly fast. Bayern Munich's attack mainly focused on the flanks, using rapid, continuous passes and overlapping runs from their fullbacks to create a truly swift and dynamic game. Malaga, on the other hand, relied on quick short passes to penetrate the midfield and target Ye Luo, a key player. Both sides maintained a high-paced, attacking style of play, much to the delight of the neutral fans. In the 50th minute, Ye Luo was fouled by Dante while cutting inside from the wing, earning Dante a yellow card. Ye Luo's free kick went just wide of the post, giving the Bayern Munich fans in the stands a scare. The second half is incredibly fast-paced. Bayern Munich is focusing on wing attacks, with almost no crosses. Ribery's crosses and Robin's cuts inside are constantly creating threats. Meanwhile, Malaga is targeting Ye Luo, with almost all of their threatening attacks involving him, whether it's his own dribbling and shooting or creating opportunities for his teammates. People say Malaga relies too much on Ye Luo, but if Malaga didn't rely on him, could they keep up with Bayern Munich? As Duan Juan was speaking, Bayern's wing attack came again. Kroos's long diagonal pass accurately found Ribery, who was widening the attack along the wing. Ribery easily controlled the ball and dribbled diagonally towards the inside, creating space for the overlapping fullback Lam. Ribery cuts inside, Lam overlaps, through ball. In the commentary booth, German sports commentator Schmidt spoke at breakneck speed, mirroring the pace of the game. Malaga's left-back Montrezl and midfielder Joaquin both dropped back to defend. Lam caught up with the ball, assessed the situation inside, and feinted a direct cross. Having crossed from this position several times before, Montrezl, unsuspecting, immediately blocked the pass. But at that moment, Lam cut inside with his right foot, evading Montrezl's defense and dribbling towards the inside. Joaquin, who had been marking Ribery, had no choice but to quickly retreat. Lam had the ball and was closer to the penalty area, posing a greater threat. Joaquin couldn't just watch Lam enter the box. Who is Lam? Who is the best right back in the Bundesliga? It depends on whether Lam plays right back. Who is the best left back in the Bundesliga? It depends on whether Lam plays left back. Lam can play on both flanks, even as a defensive midfielder, and he plays very well. Facing the aggressively charging Joaquin, Lam opted for a diagonal back pass, finding Ribery in space. Ribery didn't stop the ball, dribbling it towards the inside, feigning a left-footed shot to draw Malaga's defense before sending a diagonal pass to the other side. The ball passed between Malaga's centre-back Demichelis and fullback Sergio Sanchez, finding a huge gap behind them where no Malaga defenders were present. Only Robin. German commentator Schmitz shouted. Robin easily received the ball and dribbled towards the center, one-on-one. The Allianz Arena erupted in cheers that shook the entire stadium. One-on-one. This was Bayern Munich's best scoring opportunity so far. As the roar of cheers swept across the stadium, in the commentary box, almost all the commentators left their seats. Robin. Schmitz excitedly repeated Robin's name. At this moment, no one had the mind to think of any other words to describe the situation on the field. This was a direct duel between Robin and Malaga's goalkeeper Caballero. The two quickly met in the penalty area. Robin glanced up at the goalkeeper, raised his foot, and shot. Everyone held their breath for a moment, and the entire stadium seemed to fall silent. Robin kicked the ball with his left foot, with great power, and the ball was shot very fast. The ball was so fast that Caballero had no chance to react. But in fact, he didn't need to react, because Robin's shot was too straight. It was unbelievable. Robin, who could curl an amazing shot after cutting inside, was so bad at handling a one-on-one situation. The ball hit Caballero's shoulder, bounced up, went over the crossbar, and went out of bounds. Robin. Schmitz held his head in his hands. How could the ball be shot at the goalkeeper's body? The entire Allianz Arena let out a sigh at the same time. Robin felt a chill after taking the shot and instinctively knelt down. He buried his head in his hands inside the penalty area, his expression blank, seemingly questioning himself about why he had handled a one-on-one opportunity so poorly. Robin. He missed another one-on-one. Arjun missed a one-on-one. Robin. Damn, what a coward. Well, Robin's getting old. Actually, it wasn't that Robin had a problem with his one-on-one technique. Missing one-on-one opportunities is something any striker will experience. After all, the success rate of scoring on a one-on-one is actually not very high, much lower than a penalty. Because the goalkeeper can come out and close the angle. Scoring a one-on-one is much harder than scoring a penalty. But why was Robin so criticized for missing one-on-one opportunities? Because in last year's World Cup, the 2010 South Africa World Cup final, Robin missed 3 one-on-one opportunities, leading to the Netherlands being dragged into extra time by Spain. In extra time, Iniesta scored a powerful shot that helped Spain win the World Cup, while also allowing the Netherlands to remain the uncrowned kings of the World Cup. If Robin had scored just one of those 3 one-on-one chances, the outcome might have been very different. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Missing 3 one-on-one chances in the World Cup final cemented Robin's reputation as someone who misses one-on-ones. He was labeled a mole and a big game weakling. Every time he missed a one-on-one, he was inevitably criticized. This time was no exception. Of course, missing a one-on-one in the Champions League group stage is not the same as missing one-on-one in the World Cup. Robin patted the turf and ran to the corner flag to take the corner kick. Bayern Munich's tall players rushed into the penalty area. Lam and Ribery, the 2 shorter players, stayed behind to cover the perimeter. Robin looked at the dense crowd in the penalty area, raised his right hand, and then kicked the ball towards the center of the box. Caballero rushed out quickly, leaping high and punching the ball out of the penalty area over Gomez's head. At the edge of the penalty area, Isco chested the ball down, then swung his right foot and sent it forward. The ball wasn't flying very high, only about half a person's height, and it was moving very fast, but its spin was opposite to the direction the ball was flying. Lam and Ribery both sensed something was wrong after seeing the pass. Sure enough, Ye Luo, who had been defending a corner kick in the penalty area, took off running, quickly weaving through the space between Lam and Ribery, chasing after the ball. Isco's clearance, no. It's a pass. This is a counter-attack. Ye Luo's speed has picked up. Can you catch up? In the commentary box, Andres suddenly stood up, staring at the field and shouting loudly. From the commentary box's perspective, Ye Luo was very fast. But the ball was flying even faster. Just as a look of regret appeared on Andres' face, the ball landed near the center circle. Its speed suddenly decreased. Ye Luo quickly caught up with the ball, dribbling forward. One-on-one. Andres exclaimed. Isco used an unconventional passing technique. The ball flew incredibly fast in the air, but slowed down upon landing. This gave Ye Luo time to catch up. Beautiful. Ye Luo charges into the penalty area. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. On the field, Ye Luo dribbled forward, his speed no slower than when he was running in the air. At least, Lam and Ribery were completely helpless. They used all their strength but couldn't close the distance between themselves and Ye Luo. Now, only Neuer could save Bayern Munich. Neuer had a wide range of movement. During this corner kick attack, he was positioned at the edge of the penalty area. When Ye Luo received the ball, Neuer had already rushed to within 5 meters of him. Neuer charged aggressively towards Ye Luo. At this moment, it was a contest of momentum. An ordinary striker facing the aggressive Neuer might have their legs go weak first, naturally unable to complete a quality shot. But facing the charging Neuer, Ye Luo was completely unaffected. While sprinting at high speed, he didn't even touch the ball. A mere sway of his body shifted Neuer's center of gravity, and in that instant, Ye Luo flicked and pushed with the outside of his right foot, speeding past Neuer. An open goal. Faced with such a wide-open goal, how could Ye Luo waste this opportunity? He dribbled to the edge of the penalty area, and with a push of the instep of his foot, before the ball even crossed the goal line, he was already running towards the corner flag with outstretched arms. In that area, the Málaga fans were gathered in the stands. As the ball crossed the goal line, Ye Luo was already sliding forward on his knees. Holy crap! King of style. Awesome. So cool. Seeing the ball rolling towards the goal line on the screen, and Ye Luo's preemptive knee slide celebration at the corner flag, the fans went wild. What is superstar charisma? Gual. Ye Luo. Ye Luo calmly scored that one-on-one. Bayern Munich's corner kick actually gave Málaga a quick counter-attack opportunity. Looking back now, if Robben's previous one-on-one had gone in. The commentator, Schmitz, shook his head. On the television screen, the entire process of Ye Luo's one-on-one goal began to replay. Observing the goalkeeper, feinting to deceive Neuer, suddenly shifting the ball to the right, breaking through, and shooting into an empty net. Everything was done so perfectly. A textbook one-on-one finish past the goalkeeper and into an empty net, Schmitz sighed. The television director seemed to know what he was thinking. He then replayed Robben's one-on-one situation. No change of weight, no feints, a powerful shot that slammed into the goalkeeper. Yellow's one-on-one chance is still solid. What a pity, it was a great opportunity for Bayern. If Robben's one-on-one chances were this solid, we wouldn't have conceded this goal. If Robben's one-on-one chances were this solid, the Netherlands would still be World Cup champions. Reporters in the media section were all making sarcastic remarks. Spanish and Chinese reporters were all smiles, while German reporters frowned. No one expected that the game would suddenly begin to move in Malaga's favor. On the television screen, the camera first focused on Malaga's attacking hero, Yellow, as Málaga players came up to hug him and celebrate his goal. Then it cut to Robben. Robben stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the sky, looking helpless and frustrated. The camera then cut to Hanks in the technical area. The visual language clearly conveyed the message, shouldn't they substitute Robben? Herman approached Hanks, the situation isn't good right now, we need to make some changes. Should we take Robben off? Hanks stared at the field. He saw Robben's frustration. One-on-one chances have almost become Robben's mental block. It's a hurdle for him. You know, if we take him off now, he might never be able to handle a one-on-one situation again, Hanks suddenly said. He wasn't just considering this match. This was just a Champions League group stage game. Even if they lost, he could afford to lose. But if Robben continued to struggle in one-on-one situations, he could very well falter in crucial future matches. After all, a healthy Robben is so important to Bayern Munich. Hermann paused, then nodded. You're right, I didn't think it through. Hermann looked at the pitch. Robben looked bewildered. Missing a single one-on-one chance wouldn't be such a big blow to Robben. But the key point was, less than a minute after his missed one-on-one, Ye Luo scored. The contrast between the two was so stark. And this goal directly determined which team was leading, and might even decide the outcome of the match. Robben knew very well. Based on his performance just now, the coach was probably already considering taking him off. Just then, Robben suddenly heard Hanks calling his name from the sidelines. He looked towards the sidelines and saw Hanks clenching his fists and roaring at him. Origin. Run. Keep running. Hanks yelled. Kick the damn ball in. Kick it into their goal. Hearing Hanks roar, Robben was instantly jolted. In this situation, instead of substituting him, he chose to continue trusting him. Robben took a deep breath, and the bewilderment on his face disappeared. What a disgrace, Robben muttered. He was a seasoned star. He had been a key winger at Chelsea, hit an electric baton in the Real Madrid dressing room, and lost a game of bridge at Bayern Munich. What hadn't he seen? He had just let a missed one-on-one chance affect his mentality. It was just a missed one-on-one chance. What was the big deal? I, Robben, have missed countless one-on-one chances in my life. I even missed 3 in the World Cup and I still made it through. It's just a Champions League group stage match where you missed a one-on-one chance. Is it really that big of a deal? Embarrassing, embarrassing. Robben, jolted awake by Hank's shout, took a deep breath. Seeing Muller staring at him, the old man's face darkened. What are you looking at? Give them another one. Okay. Muller grinned and scurried back to midfield. Robben wasn't affected by the 2 one-on-one chances. One of Bayern Munich's key wingers remained rock solid. After the game resumed, Bayern Munich quickly launched an attack. Robben raised his hand on the wing for the ball. Muller received a through ball from Kroos but didn't dribble. Instead, he delivered a precise pass with a very awkward posture, then darted into the penalty area, drawing Cazorla away. Robben was now facing Sergio Sanchez alone. Robben prepared to cut inside. Sanchez knew Robben was going to cut inside. Demichelis knew Robben was going to cut inside, and all the Málaga defenders knew Robben was going to cut inside. But they just couldn't stop his momentum. Robben cut inside to the edge of the penalty area and curled a left-footed shot. The ball grazed the post and went out of play. A gasp rippled through the stands. Robben cuts inside and shoots. That was close. Everyone knew Robben was going to cut inside, but no one could stop him. Robben doesn't seem affected by that missed one-on-one chance. He's still very active. Hank's decision not to substitute Robben seems correct. The normal Robben can create a huge threat. This kind of attacking style suits Robben. Don't give him one-on-one opportunities. As the commentators chattered, Pellegrini on the sidelines breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw Robben's shot miss, and then began making substitutions. The game was over 60 minutes in. It was time to bring in fresh players. Veteran Joaquin's stamina was wearing thin under this intense pace. So, the first substitution was Joaquin. Substitute midfielder Joanito came on, replacing Joaquin. Joaquin is an attacking midfielder, while Joanito is a defensive midfielder, so this substitution seemed somewhat conservative to many. However, Málaga was now leading by 1 goal, so they had reason to do so. This was, after all, the Allianz Arena. If they didn't make substitutions at this point, their players' stamina wouldn't be enough to withstand Bayern Munich's late onslaught. At this point, the difference between Málaga and Bayern Munich became apparent. Pellegrini could only field relatively unknown players like Joanito, whose market value was only €1.5 million. Hanks, on the other hand, could utilize players like Shaqiri, dubbed the Swiss Messi, as well as Croatian international Awakens and Ukrainian international Gimashchuk, all top-tier contemporary footballers. Seeing Pellegrini's adjustment, Hanks immediately followed suit, replacing Muller with Awakens. Since the goal was to play more directly, Awakens, as a center forward, was more effective than Muller. Gomez and Awakens formed a twin-tower attacking duo. Crosses from the wings would be aimed at their heads. After both sides made their substitutions, Bayern Munich gradually began to control the game. Both of their fullbacks pushed past the halfway line, with Robben, Ribéry, Lahm, and Rafinha taking turns interchanging positions on the flanks to play a 2-winger tactic. Of course, to ultimately score, the ball still needed to be passed into the center. Bayern Munich's two center forwards then relentlessly pressured Malaga's defenders in the middle, using physicality, height, duels, and heading ability. Relying on their sharp wing attacks and central solidity, Bayern Munich launched a series of attacks after the 70th minute. Robben receives the ball and cuts inside, passes to the wing. Rafinha crosses directly. Gomez heads it. Beautiful. Caballero makes a crucial save, blocking the ball inside the penalty area. Demichelis kicks it out of bounds. Bayern Munich switches sides and continues their attack. Ribéry and Lahm exchange passes on the wing. Ribéry passes to the center. Kroos comes up and passes to Robben on the weak side. Robben crosses with his left foot. Alec. What a chance. Alec headed the ball wide. German commentator Schmitz held his head in disbelief as the football crashed into the advertising boards on the side of the field, then his face lit up with excitement. That's how you play. Bayern Munich's strength is evident in the final stages of the game. After a long stretch of play, Malaga has lost its previous edge, and Bayern Munich's two strikers are playing very aggressively, putting even more strain on Malaga. In the media section, many Spanish journalists were frowning. The situation is a bit dangerous now. It's a pity Pellegrini doesn't have a better option. Luckily, they haven't conceded a goal yet. Malaga is still in the lead, a Spanish journalist said. Just then, cheers erupted again from the Allianz Arena. Everyone rushed to look at the field. They saw Schweinsteiger intercept the ball from Joanito and dribble forward, passing it directly to Gomez, who had dropped back from the center forward position. Gomez, a tall center forward, is a great attacking anchor, his massive body firmly protecting the ball. After his teammates came up, he passed it back to the advancing Kroos. As Kroos was running, he caught a glimpse of a figure making a diagonal run into the penalty area. Before this, Bayern Munich's tactic of consistently crossing from both flanks to find two center forwards had caught Malaga's players off guard by Kroos's passing choice this time. He didn't pass to the wings, but made a through pass. Kroos received the ball, a through pass. Robben. People were shocked when they saw the pass. The cheers from the stands roared once more. Robben. Robben has another one-on-one chance, the commentators exclaimed. On the sidelines, Hank stood with his hands in his pockets, his face seemingly calm, but his hands inside his pockets were already gathering strength. Robben dribbled the ball in and pushed it inside. Caballero had already rushed out. Shoot. Behind the goal. Bayern Munich fans pointed at Malaga's goal, wishing they could rush up and kick the ball into the net for Robben. Robben feinted, made a shooting motion, then flicked the ball in with his left foot, continuing to cut inside, also dodging the sliding tackle from Tallinn. Facing the closing in Mathijsen, Robben continued to cut inside. Too slow. Schmitz gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Watching Robben take a one-on-one chance really tests one's mentality. Satisfied. Robben only felt slightly relieved when he saw someone in front of the goal. This is equivalent to cutting inside and shooting. Bang! A left-footed shot into the top corner. The football slammed into the net. Robben. Goal. Schmitz shouted, raising his arms. Robben scores. Bayern Munich equalizes. The game is now in the 75th minute, with 15 minutes of regular time remaining. Including stoppage time, there are at least 18 or 19 minutes left. Bayern Munich still has a chance. They still have the chance to score. Schmitz shouted. Bayern Munich fans cheered. Malaga supporters were silent. Malaga's performance in this game had been excellent. But they were facing Bayern Munich. They substituted Alec. Malaga substituted Joanito. That was the difference. The balance of the game was tilting in Bayern Munich's favor. Robben, having broken his one-on-one curse, had released his mental block. He even completed a successful knee slide at the Allianz Arena. Bayern's players were celebrating wildly. They're like they've won the Champions League, a Spanish journalist said with a disgruntled smirk. It's just an equalizer, is it worth celebrating like this? But from another perspective, this also proves Malaga's success. Look, they pushed Bayern Munich to this point. Thinking of this, the Spaniards' expressions improved slightly. But would Malaga be satisfied with just a draw? The answer is naturally no. Ye Luo clapped his hands, loudly encouraging his teammates. On the sidelines, Van Nistelrooy was also preparing to come on as a substitute. Van Nistelrooy was replacing Isco. Now Malaga would also be playing with two center forwards. What about Ye Luo? Ye Luo's position was not fixed. Bayern Munich quickly followed suit with a substitution. Shaqiri came on, replacing the nearly exhausted Ronaldo. Bayern Munich's wing attacks remained sharp. After equalizing, their momentum completely overwhelmed Málaga. Ye Luo didn't go back to defend. Firstly, of course, because his defensive skills weren't very good. Going back might only cause trouble. Secondly, he believed his greatest value lay in the attacking third. As long as he was there, Bayern's two centre-backs, and Schweinsteiger, wouldn't dare push too far forward. Furthermore, Van Nistelrooy has now moved up and pushed into the centre, forcing Bayern Munich's two full-backs to avoid pushing forward simultaneously. They had to leave one player in the backfield. As a result, while Bayern Munich was still looking to attack, their offensive efforts were clearly not as intense as before. After this round of substitutions, Malaga's substitutions were more effective. Ye Luo tirelessly sought opportunities in the attacking third, and when he had possession, he would drop back into midfield. Thanks to his efforts, the two sides gradually returned to a more balanced game. Perhaps a draw is a reasonable result for both teams. For Málaga, managing a draw against Bayern Munich away from home is already a very good result. After 2 rounds of group matches, they have 4 points, topping the group ahead of Bayern. Málaga should be quite satisfied with this result. Málaga has worked hard, but the objective gap in strength between the two sides is not so easily bridged. From the current perspective, both sides seem hesitant after the score became tied, worried about conceding a goal. After all, conceding a goal at this point is not easy to come back from. The commentators in the commentary booth analyzed the current situation. Their points were all valid. The game had indeed become tense. After the score was tied, the players' mentality changed. They wanted to attack, but were also afraid of conceding. This is what it means to be hesitant. Both coaches watched the field with serious expressions. They each had 1 substitution left, but neither made a move, worried about breaking the balance and causing their team to concede a goal. A draw, in fact, is acceptable to Pellegrini. A draw at the Allianz Arena was more than enough. But Hanks wasn't satisfied. A draw at home against Málaga meant a potential away loss that would drop Bayern to second place in the group. And second place meant facing Arsenal, since the second-place team draws the group winners. What if they drew Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, or Chelsea? Bayern Munich could be eliminated in the round of 16. To go further, winning the group was crucial to avoid facing a super-strong opponent in the round of 16. So Hanks quickly made a decision: intensify the attack. Hanks waved his hand, signaling Bayern to push forward. Pellegrini, seeing Bayern Munich's aggressive, last-minute push, worried whether his team's defense could withstand the onslaught. He quickly made a substitution. Camacho replaced Baptista. Málaga switched to a 3 defensive midfielder system, with Cazorla as the attacking midfielder, and Ye Luo and Van Nistelrooy leading the attack. However, during the substitution, Pellegrini instructed Camacho, "Tell Ye, we can't just defend completely, we need to attack." "Understood, coach." Camacho brought up Pellegrini's instructions. Málaga needed to attack, to suppress Bayern Munich's momentum. But how to attack? That was entirely up to Ye Luo to decide. Towards the end of the match, whether they could hold on to the draw, whether they could suppress Bayern Munich's attack and relieve the pressure on Malaga's defense, depended entirely on how well Ye Luo performed. Pellegrini still placed his bets on Ye Luo. Okay. Ye Luo heard the coach's latest instructions brought up by Camacho. "Brothers, the coach told us we need to score. We have to beat Bayern," Ye Luo shouted. Pellegrini, on the sidelines, almost stumbled upon hearing Ye Luo's shout. "Beat Bayern? Not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. When I said we needed an attack, I didn't mean for everyone to score, but to relieve the pressure on the defense." But for Ye Luo, needing an attack meant needing a goal. What's the point of an attack if it doesn't result in a goal? Just dribble around without scoring? You're kidding me. Ye Luo shouted. "Watch my position, pass the ball to me by any means necessary." With Ye Luo's words, the Málaga players felt very reassured. Sure enough, after the game restarted, Ye Luo's range of movement increased. He tried to appear as close as possible to the passes from the Málaga backfield players. But because the Bayern Munich players were now playing with frenzied intensity, pressing relentlessly, Málaga often had to clear the ball forward with long kicks, and whether Ye Luo could get it depended on luck. However, Ye Luo demonstrated his aerial ability at this time. 18-year-old Ye Luo was still growing, but his growth rate had begun to slow down, which relieved Pellegrini. There are many examples in youth training camps where some 17 or 18-year-old players grow more than 10 centimeters in just 1 year, jumping from over 170 centimeters to 190 centimeters. Such a rapid increase in height has a huge impact on players. The change in the center of gravity can lead to many unpredictable results. For example, a player's agility and dribbling habits must all be forced to change. Ye Luo's growth from 176 centimeters to 182 centimeters in just over 6 months, last year, has already worried the medical department in Málaga. If he continues to grow at this rate, it could be disastrous if he can't adapt to the changes in his body. Fortunately, after reaching 182 centimeters, Ye Luo seems to have stopped growing. At 182 centimeters, given his age, the medical department in Málaga predicts that Ye Luo's final height will be around 185 centimeters. This height is neither too tall nor too short, considered quite standard. Add to that Ye Luo's jumping ability and his aerial dominance, and he has the upper hand in aerial duels with Boateng. He headed the ball, which bounced off Ye Luo's head and arced through the air, landing right in front of him. Controlling the ball so well with his head while in a challenge was quite impressive. Boateng and Ye Luo landed simultaneously, the ball still in mid-air. But at the same time, Cruz and Schweinsteiger had already closed in. Ye Luo had already been dispossessed twice by the three of them. Boateng was there to create physical contact, while Cruz and Schweinsteiger were responsible for stealing the ball. This time, after landing, Ye Luo knew he had to make some changes, for example, handle the ball faster. If he waited for the ball to land, it would be too late. Boateng quickly closed in, keeping a close eye on Ye Luo's feet. As soon as the ball touched the ground, he could move forward to create physical contact with Ye Luo, making it difficult for him to control the ball, thus completing the defense. But this time, he didn't get to see that moment. Because he didn't even see the ball land. Just then, a gasp rippled through the Allianz Arena. Boateng was startled and looked up sharply. Malaga's number 10 was turning. And the ball? In the direction he was turning. That lob turn, the commentators exclaimed. Ye Luo hadn't even waited for the ball to hit the ground before he lobbed it over Boateng's head. Then he quickly completed his turn. By the time Boateng noticed, Ye Luo had already turned around. Boateng went all out and pulled Ye Luo's jersey. Ye Luo's body was pulled to the left, but he smoothly raised his right foot, using his left foot as a pivot. Even Boateng's pull helped Ye Luo's shot to some extent. The ball didn't hit the ground either. When the ball fell, Ye Luo's right foot lashed out like a whip. Ye Luo, the commentator roared. Ye Luo's right toe struck the lower half of the ball. Immediately afterward, the ball flew forward. A strange trajectory appeared in the air. The ball flew straight up first, then suddenly plummeted downwards. Then, it grazed the post and flew into the goal. No one reacted immediately. This included Boateng, Neuer, the commentators, and the fans at the Allianz Stadium, all stunned. Neuer tensed up when he saw Ye Luo turn around, but he was defending against Ye Luo dribbling into the penalty area. Who could have imagined that Ye Luo would shoot directly at Boateng before the ball even hit the ground? This left him completely unable to react. The curve of the dipping shot meant that even if he had reacted, it wouldn't have mattered. Goal! In the commentary box, Andres roared, raising his arms in celebration. His roar was like a fuse, igniting a frenzy throughout the Allianz Stadium. Boos, cheers, shouts, a cacophony of sounds mingled and collided in the stadium. Málaga has taken the lead again. They've taken the lead again away from home, 3-2. Ye Luo scores twice. My God. They're in the lead again. That turn and shot was brilliant, so beautiful. This might be the most brilliant turn and shot ever. Fantastic. It's a work of art. Duan Juan also shouted. He unleashed all the praise he could think of in that instant. No wonder he was so excited. Ye Luo's goal was indeed brilliant, so beautiful. Just as he said. Very imaginative. No one expected Ye Luo to get past Boateng's close marking in this way, to score in this way. A long pass from the backfield, taking position, a header, and before the ball even hit the ground, a flick of the left foot, a turn, and before the ball even touched the ground, a shot. The whole process, the ball didn't even touch the ground. What ball control! What shooting feel! What a divine goal! All the Málaga fans went crazy. All the Chinese fans went crazy. Holy crap! The most spectacular turn and shot in history. Awesome! Awesome! Incredible! All the Chinese fans were ecstatic. The goal completely dispelled their drowsiness in the dead of night. Everyone raised their arms high, cheering. Málaga had taken the lead again. After scoring, Ye Luo excitedly spread his arms, ran to the corner flag, suddenly turned around, and pointed his thumbs behind him. Look! It was Ye Luo who defeated Bayern. The Bayern fans who had been booing seemed stunned by Ye Luo's performance. They fell silent. The cheers of the Málaga fans resounded throughout the stadium. As the Málaga players rushed towards Ye Luo to celebrate the goal, the camera's focus was on the dejected expressions of the Bayern players. Málaga is in the lead again, with only 15 minutes left in the game. Can they hold on to this lead? This was the question on the minds of all the commentators. In the final moments of the match, Málaga completely resigned themselves to defend. Pellegrini brought on a fourth defensive midfielder, Málaga's youth product, the 21-year-old defensive midfielder Reggio 4-4-2, Van Nistelrooy and Ye Luo even returned to participate in the defense. In the final moments, Málaga also parked the bus. For Málaga, holding on to the victory was the most important thing. Whether the game was exciting or not was irrelevant. In the end, Málaga United as one and withstood Bayern Munich's final onslaught. When Kroos's long-range shot went over the crossbar, when the referee blew the third whistle, all the Málaga players rushed onto the field and hugged their 11 teammates. This was a hard-won victory. Surrounded by his teammates, Ye Luo shouted, "Look! Look! So what if it's Bayern Munich? We can still win. Damn it! We are Málaga. We can beat any opponent." He was excited to the point of madness. "We can beat anyone." Ye Luo shouted. "We fucking beat anyone." Málaga's teammates shouted. Victory. Even madness. This game was crucial. The victory over Bayern gave Málaga confidence in the Champions League, allowing them to play with complete freedom. Chapter 119. Can we really win the championship? Immediately after the match ended, reporters rushed towards Ye Luo, who had scored 2 goals and provided 1 assist, including the equalizer and the go-ahead goal. Standing in front of a backdrop covered in sponsor logos, Ye Luo's hair was completely soaked with sweat, his black hair plastered to his forehead, and sweat was still dripping down. "It was a very tough match. Bayern Munich is very strong," Ye Luo said. "The match was difficult, but fortunately, we took 3 points from here. Málaga has 6 points after 2 consecutive wins in the group stage." Just as we are conducting this interview, another match in this group has ended, and the outcome might be a bit unexpected. AC Milan lost to Manchester City away, a Spanish reporter said. With 2 consecutive wins, Málaga's chances of advancing seem quite optimistic. "How far do you think the team can go in the Champions League this season?" Ye Luo thought for a moment and said, "We will do our best to win every match." This was a fairly official answer. No one could find fault with it. He certainly knew that these reporters' purpose was to get some big news from him so they could write their articles. Ye Luo could, of course, arrogantly declare, "We're going to win the championship." However, if Ye Luo said that, the media would definitely sensationalize it. Ye Luo himself wouldn't be bothered, but the key issue is the potential impact on his teammates, creating unnecessary pressure. This season, he'd just see how far they progressed in the Champions League. However, Ye Luo secretly resolved that after advancing from the group stage, he would do his best to lead the team through the knockout rounds, reaching the quarterfinals. If they could advance one more round, they'd reach the semifinals. Ye Luo refused to believe that anyone on the team would say something like, "The Champions League is too difficult, we've reached the semifinals, let's quit while we're ahead." They'd reached the semifinals, they'd definitely fight tooth and nail to push through. Few knew Ye Luo's true thoughts. Meanwhile, when facing reporters, Hank shook his head repeatedly, saying, "We lost to Ye Luo. Yes, we lost to true genius. My players performed exceptionally well in this match, but that's sometimes how football is. When you face a player like Ye Luo, a moment of carelessness can lead to goal. My God, he's already scored 6 goals in 2 Champions League matches. I remember in previous seasons, the Champions League Golden Boot winner only scored 7 or 8 goals. He scored 6 in just 2 games." Hank spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. "I can only say, this world is crazy." Indeed, it was crazy. An 18-year-old player had scored 6 goals in 2 Champions League matches. At this moment, before the traditional media had even reacted, the internet was already in an uproar. People were amazed by Ye Luo's incredible performance. When it was Pellegrini's turn to arrive at a post-match press conference, he said, "This is a tough group. 2 consecutive wins don't mean anything, because there are still 4 tough group stage matches to go. This is an absolute group of death. Even with 0 points, Milan still has a chance to advance. We can't relax yet." Pellegrini tried to calm things down. Even if a team achieves 2 consecutive wins and 6 points, it doesn't guarantee qualification. This group is highly unpredictable. Before the Champions League began, people assumed Bayern Munich and AC Milan would be the top 2 teams in the group. However, after 2 rounds of group matches, Málaga, with 2 consecutive wins, is in first place. Bayern Munich, with 1 win and 1 loss, is in second. Manchester City narrowly defeated Milan 2-1 at home, also with 1 win and 1 loss, placing them third due to a lower goal difference. Milan, considered a favorite to advance, has suffered 2 consecutive losses and is now on the brink of elimination. They must face Bayern at home in the 3rd round, and losing any of their remaining group matches would likely result in their elimination. Milan cannot afford to lose. However, this doesn't mean Malaga's qualification is guaranteed. The opponents in this group are all quite strong, at least on paper. Malaga's 2 consecutive wins don't guarantee qualification. After the match, German media reports on Bayern Munich's home loss to Málaga were overwhelmingly filled with shock and surprise. This is a true group of death. Even Bayern Munich could be eliminated now. Bild emphasized the difficulty of the group in its report. Meanwhile, in Spain, the media was quite excited about Malaga's away victory over Bayern Munich. Perhaps all 4 La Liga teams can advance from their groups this season and reach the round of 16. Spanish football legend Ye Luo exclaimed excitedly on a COPE radio program. At this time, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Málaga all had 2 consecutive wins in the Champions League group stage, while Valencia had 1 win and 1 draw, all with optimistic prospects for advancement. Currently, La Liga is slightly behind the Premier League in UEFA coefficient rankings. However, with Barcelona's rise in recent years, Real Madrid's escape from the round of 16 last season and their advancement to the semi-finals, and Atletico Madrid's excellent performance in the Europa League these past 2 seasons, La Liga is now poised to overtake the Premier League and reclaim the top spot in UEFA coefficient rankings. If all 4 La Liga teams advance from their Champions League groups this season, La Liga will likely become the league with the most UEFA coefficient points. In that case, the 4th place team in La Liga wouldn't need to play a qualifying match and would directly qualify for the Champions League group stage. Therefore, Malaga's excellent performance in the Champions League is beneficial to La Liga. Meanwhile, the Chinese media is more focused on Ye Luo's individual performance. The second-ranked goal in this week's Champions League top 10 goals on the national television sports channel comes from Ye Luo's first goal in the Champions League group stage, away against Bayern Munich. It was a counter-attack goal. Ye Luo's speed was lightning fast, and Isco's passing technique was also quite exquisite. Ye Luo then completed a textbook dribble past the goalkeeper and slotted the ball into the empty net, helping Málaga equalize. The number 1 goal in the top 10 goals also belongs to our player Ye Luo. This was the decisive goal that helped Málaga defeat Bayern Munich directly. It was a spectacular turn and shot. Many players can score with a turn and shot, and such goals are generally quite spectacular. But Ye Luo's turn and shot goal is enough to compete for this year's Puskas award. There are many goals comparable to this one. Perhaps it was his diving header after dribbling past 7 players in the Champions League group stage match between Málaga and AC Milan. Ye Luo's handling of this ball was full of his genius imagination and amazing footwork. Facing a high ball, he headed it on under pressure from Boateng, and before the ball hit the ground, he flicked it to his left and back with his left foot, then turned and fired a shot. The whole process was seamless and incredibly smooth, and he even produced a dipping shot. Neuer had no chance against this ball and could only watch helplessly. Even the German media, Bild, marveled that the imagination and courage contained in this goal were enough to shock everyone who saw it. At that moment, Ye Luo, with his imagination and skill, delivered a brilliant goal worthy of countless revisits. However, after the sports channel's top 10 Champions League goals program aired, the fans' reaction was not particularly enthusiastic. Ye Luo's form has dipped a bit this time. Only 2 of his goals made the top 10 this time, compared to 4 last time. Versailles, bro, actually, I don't think the second one is as beautiful as Ronaldo's goal. Ronaldo made things difficult for himself. What, can't my little master have some special privileges at home? Stop talking, Stop talking. The fans were all discussing and reminiscing about the exciting Champions League match. Meanwhile, for Malaga, they had to rush back to Spain. In the 6th round of the league, Malaga would play Getafe away. Then there would be a 2-week international break, followed by a crucial La Liga match against Barcelona in the 7th round. After that, they would immediately travel to play their 3rd Champions League group stage match against Manchester City. The international break wasn't easy for Malaga, as their current squad included many national team players, and all of them were key players. Playing Bayern Munich, then back to play Getafe, followed by 2 weeks of international break, with most national team players playing about 3 matches before returning to face Barcelona and Manchester City. The intensity is considerable. Therefore, Pellegrini rotated the national team players who were away for international duty in the match against Getafe. After all, most of them had participated in the high-intensity game against Bayern. Of course, Ye Luo was not rotated. Ye Luo led a reserve squad for Malaga in a very dull match at the Alfonso Pérez Stadium. Neither side scored in the first half. However, in the second half, Getafe scored on a counter-attack, taking the lead at home against Malaga. Getafe scored. Playing on 2 fronts is having a huge impact on Malaga, a commentator shook his head in the commentary box. However, Malaga did not lose the match. In the 83rd minute, Ye Luo broke through in the attacking third, creating a free kick, which he converted himself, helping his team equalize. Ultimately, Malaga drew 1-1 with Getafe, taking a point away from home. After the match, Malaga was missing more than half of their players. Due to improved performance and the acquisition of several big-name players, Getafe also had to field a significantly smaller squad during the international break. Isco and Camacho were both making their first call-ups to the Spanish national team. In addition, new Diego Bonnet, who had been absent from the Argentine national team for a long time, received a call-up. The Brazilian beast Baptista also garnered attention from the Brazilian national team and was called up. Brazil is currently lacking in number 9. It's hard to imagine that Brazil, which once boasted world-class center-forwards like Ronaldo, Romario, and Adriano, is now short of a center-forward? Of course, Brazil isn't actually lacking in center-forwards. They still have quite a few top-class players. The reason people have the impression that Brazil is actually short of center-forwards is Ronaldo has really spoiled the fans' appetites. Besides him, Cazorla, Matheson, Demichelis, Caballero, and others have all been selected for their respective national teams. Malaga has a total of 8 players leaving the team to participate in their national team matches. According to FIFA regulations, clubs are required to release players for national team matches during international break. In the entire La Liga, only Real Madrid and Barcelona have more national team players than Malaga. Real Madrid and Barcelona each have 10 players selected for their respective national teams. Of course, Malaga has Van Nistelrooy, who announced his retirement from the national team, and Ye Luo, who is no longer involved. If these two wanted to, Malaga would now also have 10 national team players, equaling Barcelona and Real Madrid. This perfectly illustrates Malaga's strength. Their first team squad is truly formidable. With the conclusion of the 6th round of La Liga, Malaga was tied by Getafe. Now, no team in La Liga has a perfect record. Malaga remains in first place with 5 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 16 points, but only leading the standings on goal difference. Second place goes to the in-form Real Madrid, whose team, under Mourinho, has achieved a 5-game winning streak, including in the Champions League. They've scored 22 goals in 8 matches across all competitions, conceding only 2, and keeping 6 clean sheets. Their attack is potent, and their defense is solid. Therefore, Real Madrid is currently considered the overwhelming favorite to win the title by the Spanish media. Another title favorite, Barcelona, is in third place with 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss in 6 league matches, accumulating 13 points, 1 more than Atletico Madrid and Real Betis, who both have 4 wins but 2 losses. This season, Barcelona has given Cesc Fabregas their own jersey. With the signing of Ye Luo unsuccessful, Barcelona brought in Chilean winger Alexis Sanchez. However, Barcelona has been unlucky since the start of the season, with Xavi, Busquets, and Villa all suffering injuries. This international break is crucial for Barcelona to stem the bleeding. Hopefully, no new injuries will occur during this period. Xavi, Busquets, and Villa all recovered and returned to action within 2 weeks, Barcelona truly lives up to their reputation as a dream team with 3 key players injured and 10 national team players missing. In reality, the probability of player injuries during this international break is quite low. There are no major tournaments happening worldwide right now. Even the weekly Copa America hasn't been held this year. So everyone is playing friendlies. It's rare for a friendly match to be intense enough to cause injuries, let alone cripple a player. Gareth Southgate's decision to have Jones play with pain-killing injections in a friendly match is truly unique. Malaga's draw against Getafe led many media outlets to believe that Malaga's form is nearing its end and they will soon be dragged into a deep abyss by the Champions League. Malaga has to make a choice. With their squad strength, they can only choose between the league and the Champions League. However, anyone with a modicum of sense knows that even if Malaga completely abandons the league, they can only manage to advance from the Champions League group stage at best. What's the point for Malaga then? Can they possibly win the Champions League? This is the prevailing opinion in many Spanish media outlets. If Malaga's efforts in the Champions League lead to collapse in the league, it would be a net loss. What good would Malaga's efforts in the Champions League do? The Champions League is a game for traditional powerhouses. No matter how hard they try, can they really win? The media's discussions have left many Malaga fans somewhat bewildered. Do we really have to give up on the Champions League? But beating AC Milan and Bayern Munich was really exhilarating. Outside Malaga's training ground, many fans leaned on the railings to watch the players train. Most of the team's key players had already gone to play for their national teams, so many reserve players were brought up to train with them. Those watching the training were all die-hard Malaga fans. While watching the training session, everyone started chatting. Realistically speaking, we should choose between the Champions League and the league. We're in good form this season, maybe we really can. One fan paused, glanced around, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Everyone knew he meant to say win the championship. But seemingly worried that saying it would shatter the promise, everyone avoided the topic. Why worry so much? A slightly childish voice rang out. Everyone looked down. It was a boy of about 11 or 12. Can't we just rotate the players normally and give our all in every game? Winning the championship isn't that important, is it? I only know that winning against Milan and Bayern is something that deserves to be recorded in Malaga's history, the boy said. Everyone was stunned. They shook their heads. Comments like too young and naive poured out. Just then, someone shouted, when did we start worrying about that? Whatever the team chooses, I'll be happy. Even if the team competes on 2 fronts and ends up with nothing, what's the big deal? This is already our peak. The fans fell silent. Soon, someone echoed, yes. We've done enough. I support the team's decision no matter what. The fan who spoke was Juan Lawrence, a middle-aged man from Malaga. A smile played on his lips as he proudly raised his scarf. Everyone looked at Lawrence with admiration. It turned out he was a member of the team's die-hard fan group, the Malaga Shield. The Malaga Shield travels with a team to every away game. Whether in Spain or other parts of Europe, they follow them all the way, forever. In Europe, almost every team has a similar group of die-hard fans. They are the most die-hard fans, the absolute supporters of the team. For them, the team is their faith. 2 weeks later, all of Malaga's national team players returned unharmed. None were injured. This relieved Pellegrini considerably. However, the team's upcoming matches against Barcelona and Manchester City present a significant challenge for him: how to arrange the lineup. Chapter 120. Malaga is Malaga after all. In reality, Malaga's upcoming schedule is indeed quite difficult. They face Barcelona in the 7th round of the league, followed by a Champions League group stage match against Manchester City, then Levante in the 8th round, Real Madrid in the 9th, and Rayo Vallecano in the 10th. The schedule is packed, including matches against super-strong teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona. How to rationally allocate the players' stamina is a challenge the coaching staff needs to plan carefully. Ultimately, Pellegrini decided to field his full starting lineup against Barcelona, with some rotation for the Manchester City match. This was undoubtedly due to the team's 2 consecutive Champions League wins giving Pellegrini confidence, and the media was right about one thing: for Pellegrini, the league is the most important. He is well aware of the difficulty of achieving a breakthrough in the Champions League. Although the chances in the league are also slim, at least if the team can stay healthy, they can keep pace with Real Madrid and Barcelona in this league marathon. Who knows what will happen towards the end of the season? Before the match, many media outlets speculated about Malaga's choices, Unlike teams like Barcelona, Malaga's starting lineup and substitutes are truly on different levels. Barcelona rotated their midfield with Busquets, Xavi, and Iniesta. They could still field a midfield combination like Fabregas, Mascherano, and Thiago. That's what a dream team looks like, tactical lean back. This is something Malaga simply can't match. Most of the time, for a small team like Malaga, fielding a second-string lineup is practically tantamount to giving up the game. In this match at Camp Nou, when Malaga fielded their full-strength starting lineup, the reporters in the media section all said that Malaga was still rational and hadn't gone crazy. But could a full-strength Malaga beat Barcelona? Xavi, Busquets, and Villa are all back from injury. This match is our chance for revenge. Whether Malaga fielded their full-strength lineup or not doesn't matter much. The Catalan players in the media section seemed very arrogant. But looking at Barcelona's lineup, they clearly had reason to be arrogant. Goalkeeper Valdés. The midfield consisted of Piqué partnering Puyol at centre-back, Alves at left-back, Abidal at right-back, and the midfield trio of Xavi, Busquets, and Iniesta starting together for the first time this season. Up front, Sanchez, Villa, and Messi formed a formidable attacking trident. On the bench were players like Mascherano, Fabregas, Thiago, and Pedro. Before the match, the Catalan media hyped revenge, aiming to avenge last season's defeat at Camp Nou. Driven by this desire for revenge, Barcelona pressed forward aggressively, dominating Malaga with their superior ball control and overall strength. At this point, Barcelona certainly didn't underestimate Malaga. If Malaga had defeated Real Madrid twice last season, sunk the Camp Nou, and this season had crushed AC Milan at home and narrowly defeated Bayern Munich away, it would be a mistake for Barcelona to be complacent. Therefore, Barcelona, starting the match with the determination to face a team like Real Madrid, was a formidable opponent. For the first time this season, Malaga was completely overwhelmed. Barcelona launched a series of attacks, making the atmosphere at Camp Nou incredibly intense. However, it was Malaga who scored first. In the 28th minute, Ye Luo dribbled down the wing. At the edge of the penalty area, he pushed the ball to the other side with the instep of his right foot, adding a slight spin as he pushed, turning the ball's trajectory on the grass into an outward curve. This perfectly bypassed Piqué's defense and found Van Nistelrooy, the king of the penalty area, lurking on the other side. Van Nistelrooy may be getting older, but his awareness and shooting skills are becoming increasingly refined. He immediately got into position and fired a shot. The ball skimmed the grass, grazed the post, and nestled into the goal. It was a very tricky shot. Valdés reacted quickly, diving to his side, but still couldn't reach the ball. Malaga took a 1-0 lead away from home. Van Nistelrooy's goal silenced the fervor of the Camp Nou. Malaga took a 1-0 lead back to halftime. However, in the second half, Guardiola made substitutions. He first replaced the recently recovered but out-of-form Xavi with Fabregas, then replaced the equally injured Villa with Pedro, moving Messi to the center-forward position and having Pedro and Sanchez alternate on the flanks. This substitution quickly brought Barcelona a goal. In the 53rd minute, Messi emerged from the penalty area, received a pass from Iniesta at the edge of the box, and crossed to Fabregas. Fabregas dribbled into the box, backheeled the ball, and Messi unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. The ball flew just under the crossbar and into the net. The combination was beautiful, perfectly executed, and full of imagination. Although Fabregas played for Arsenal's first team, he was, after all, a product of La Masia, and a childhood friend of Messi, Piqué, and others who also grew up there. Therefore, he quickly integrated into Barcelona this season. After equalizing, Barcelona continued their relentless attack. In the 68th minute, Barcelona's second penalty area opened up. Iniesta's long-range shot from the edge of the box helped Barcelona score again. This goal silenced the die-hard Malaga fans who were optimistic about the away team. Facing a Barcelona team at 100% at Camp Nou was indeed too difficult. A first-half lead had given Malaga fans the hope that their team could once again defeat Barcelona at Camp Nou. But now, the harsh reality was staring them in the face. No team can win forever. Barcelona can't. Neither can Malaga. Accepting defeat is part of football. The Malaga fans sat dejectedly in the stands. Malaga has conceded another goal. They've been overturned by Barcelona. Malaga's style of play this season has been about control and attacking, but so far in this match, Malaga's midfield simply can't compare to Barcelona's. They're significantly behind Barcelona in possession, only managing 36%, far lower than their previous games, commentator Andres said from the commentary box. The camera focused on Pellegrini, whose brow was furrowed on the sidelines. Last season, Málaga was in excellent form. After only 5 points in the 13th round of the league, they went on a scoring spree from the 14th round onwards, ultimately finishing third in the league. They've also been in great form this season, with 5 wins and 1 draw in the league and 2 epic victories in the Champions League. However, now at Camp Nou, Málaga is behind and they're likely to suffer their first defeat of the season, Andres said, shaking his head. Not far away. The Catalan commentator roared, Barcelona. Oh 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 oh. Barcelona. Oh 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 oh. We are Barcelona. We are the invincible Barcelona. The cheers from the entire Camp Nou stadium almost lifted the roof off. It's no wonder the Barcelona fans were so excited. For Barcelona, this match was truly a revenge game. In their view, if they hadn't unexpectedly lost to Málaga at Camp Nou last season, their league title race wouldn't have needed to continue until the final round. Ye Luo frowned. He felt a sense of powerlessness once again. Facing Barcelona's possession-based tactics, Malaga's pressing seemed to hit cotton, and Ye Luo himself didn't get much possession. Malaga's own passing and control also seemed somewhat out of sorts because they hadn't had much possession in this match. Ye Luo looked to the sidelines. Pellegrini was gesturing to him. Ye Luo nodded to the sidelines and returned to midfield. As the game restarted, Málaga began passing the ball around Ye Luo. Yellow's range of movement expanded. He constantly stretched space in midfield, and when Malaga's players couldn't find passing lanes, they looked for Yellow's position. The defensive pressure around Yellow was immense. But neither Busquets, Fabregas, nor Iniesta, nor the 2 Barcelona fullbacks pushing forward, nor Pedro and Sanchez dropping back to help press, could dispossess Yellow, at most committing a foul. In the 72nd minute, Yellow received a pass and was marked closely by Fabregas and Busquets. Yellow fell to the ground, but possession wasn't taken away. Fabregas fouled him. A minute later, almost the same thing happened, this time with Alves and Sanchez combining, but still couldn't win the ball. Yellow's ball control was too solid, their outstretched feet could only trip him. Another foul. Thanks to Yellow's efforts, Málaga finally stabilized the situation after conceding 2 goals. In the stands, Málaga's fans were moved. They were ashamed of their previous frustration. Ye is still trying. We've really embarrassed ourselves. It's only 1 goal behind. We have to shout. We have to let the players hear us. Come on. Come on. The fans encouraged each other. Soon, the cheers of the Málaga fans erupted again in the away stands. Although the cheers of 3,000 Málaga fans seemed insignificant compared to the 76,000-strong crowd at Camp Nou, their cheers were like a tenacious sprout emerging from a crack in the rock, standing proudly in the sunlight. Whether they won or lost, they wanted to tell their players, "We're together. You don't give up. We won't give up either." Ye Luo received the ball again. This time, Messi tried to steal it from him, but Ye Luo immediately blocked Messi behind him, preventing Messi from touching the ball. On the other side, Abidal, attempting to steal the ball while Messi and Ye Luo were vying for it, stretched out his foot to hook it, but Ye Luo pulled the ball away immediately. Just as Ye Luo was about to accelerate, Abidal committed a tactical foul. The referee blew his whistle. Messi reached out to Ye Luo and helped him up. Messi suddenly said, "I won the La Liga title and the Champions League last season. Do you know why, Ye?" Ye Luo was taken aback, looking at Messi with confusion. He had just been about to deliver a quick message. Now, this hesitation had ruined his chance. He glared at Messi, annoyed. "You're so great, so awesome," Ye Luo said irritably. Messi laughed, shook his head, and said, "No. Ye, you're very strong too, maybe even surpassing me." Seeing Ye Luo frown, Messi cut to the chase. "It's because of my teammates, my team. You know what I mean? I don't need to be like you, trying to carry the whole team from the front to the midfield. That's impossible, Ye. Football." Messi patted Ye Luo's shoulder. "Football is a team sport." Seeing Ye Luo turn his head, Messi said seriously, "Join us, and we can win every championship." Ye Luo laughed. "Leo, you're too cunning." Seeing Messi's expression froze. "Your words just now bought us more than 30 seconds. Ye Luo said, bending down, pressing the ball, and then quickly kicking it out. What did you say to him? Iniesta leaned over. Messi shook his head. Nothing. Iniesta watched Ye Luo get the ball again, his brow furrowing slightly. Ye Luo dribbled past Abidal with a croquet-style free kick, quickly advancing until he was fouled by Puel, who rushed up to challenge him. Just 30 meters from the goal, Puel received a yellow card for the foul. Messi and Iniesta both sensed trouble. And indeed, Ye Luo unleashed a stunning long-range free kick, sending the ball into Barcelona's net and leveling the score. This was the final score. 2-2. Malaga drew with Barcelona away from home. Malaga suffered their second consecutive draw. Real Madrid were happiest with this result. Moreno's team won again, defeating Atletico Madrid 3-1 away from home in this crucial Madrid derby. With 6 wins and 1 draw in 7 league games, they have 19 points and dominate the standings. Malaga slipped to second place due to this draw, with 5 wins and 2 draws for 17 points. Barcelona has 4 wins and 3 draws for 15 points. Fourth-placed Real Betis and Valencia have 4 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, while Atletico Madrid lost a Madrid derby, slipping from 4th to 6th. Real Madrid has become the biggest favorite to win the title. Meanwhile, Malaga, having suffered 2 consecutive draws in the league, is being criticized by many media outlets, who believe they are returning to their normal level. These 2 draws are proof of that. After the match, a reporter asked Ye Luo, "Ye, do you still think Malaga's goal is the La Liga title? You're already 2 points behind Real Madrid." Ye Luo was naturally quite unhappy with the evenly matched result. He looked at the reporter and said, "Oh, I thought we were 20 points behind." With that, he turned and left. Some Madrid reporters were quite pleased. They watched Ye Luo's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. This guy is strong, but Malaga is Malaga after all. Want to win the championship? In their Chinese slang, what's that called? A toad trying to eat swan meat. Ho ha ho ha. I bet they'll lose the next game. Playing Manchester City away, Malaga probably won't be able to field their full starting lineup. I'm looking forward to the moment they get worn down by the Champions League. They still have to play Real Madrid when they get back. How pathetic. Ye Luo frowned upon hearing the laughter behind him. Side quest activated, the crisis of 2 consecutive draws, a side quest? This quest system activation is really quite random. Chapter 121 Attack. 3 consecutive Champions League victories. Ye Luo opened the mission system. Mission, crisis of 2 consecutive draws. Description, Malaga has suffered 2 consecutive draws, and the team is facing public scrutiny. Mission objective, deliver an undeniable performance in the remaining matches this month. Mission reward, a comprehensive score will be calculated at the end of this month. Ye Luo frowned slightly. This mission objective was far too vague. It was already mid-October, and the team still had 5 matches left. First, on October 16th, an away game against Manchester City. On October 21st, a home game against Levante in the 8th round of the league. On October 25th, an away game against Real Madrid in the 9th round of the league. On October 28th, a home game against Rayo Vallecano in the league. On October 31st, a home game against Manchester City in the 4th round of the Champions League group stage. 5 matches. 2 against Manchester City. 1 against Real Madrid. This schedule was really tough. To deliver a convincing performance in these 5 matches, the most basic requirement would be 5 consecutive wins, right? Ye Luo stroked his chin, thinking. He opened his attribute panel. The fusion progress of the 3 SS-level templates has reached 70%. At this rate, relying solely on matches, it's unlikely to reach 80% this season. However, if more fusion points can be obtained through the mission system, it means that Ye Luo's strength can achieve a leap forward after this season. Ye Luo now possesses 70% of the abilities of each of the 3 Ronaldos at the peak. However, Ye Luo is clearly more consistent than any of the Ronaldos. First, he has excellent physical condition, doesn't gain weight, doesn't frequent nightclubs, and doesn't have many other distractions. Second, his stamina can always be at its peak. This is crucial. This almost means Ye Luo has no stamina slumps, he can maintain top performance at all times. This also means his performance is more stable, and his output is more consistent. In a peak burst, Ye Luo might still be slightly inferior to the 3 Ronaldos, but in terms of sustained bursts and performance stability, Ye Luo currently holds the upper hand. Closing the system, Ye Luo hitched a ride with Cazorla back to his residence. The team assembled the following day and immediately traveled to their away game to prepare for the Champions League match. They flew from Spain to misty, rainy Manchester. Manchester is a famous industrial city in England and one of the world's earliest industrialized cities. It is a vital transportation hub, commercial, financial, industrial, and cultural center of Britain. Over 200 years ago, the world's first modern large-scale cotton textile industry was established here, ushering in the Industrial Revolution. Manchester, with the emergence of the cotton textile industry, became a pioneer of a new generation of large industrial cities. Previously, Manchester needed to transport its industrial goods through the port of Liverpool. However, Liverpool, taking advantage of the port's advantages, continuously increased taxes on imported and exported goods, directly leading to high export costs for Manchester's industrial products, causing strong dissatisfaction among the people of Manchester. Therefore, the people of Manchester dug a canal from Manchester to East Hamley, perfectly bypassing Liverpool. This way, Manchester's exports no longer needed to pass through Liverpool, but could directly enter and exit via the canal. This canal firmly established Manchester's status as the world's factory in the 19th century. Therefore, the canal is arguably the most important landmark of Manchester. The canal is an indispensable element in the crests of Manchester's two Premier League teams, Manchester United and Manchester City. However, this same canal has also severely damaged Liverpool's status as a shipping hub. And it is precisely because of this that Manchester and Liverpool, once relatively amicable neighbors, have become bitter enemies. Liverpool residents, whose interests have been severely harmed by the canal, sarcastically refer to Manchester residents as smugglers and criminals. Not to be outdone, Manchester residents use the term scousers to subtly mock Liverpool residents for their scouse, fried meat, implying the city's crude and vulgar character. The animosity between the two sides spiraled upwards. In football, this manifested as the world-renowned rivalry between Manchester United and Liverpool. Meanwhile, Manchester City also considers Liverpool a sworn enemy. The rivalry between Manchester and Liverpool is comprehensive, extending beyond football to cultural and religious spheres. Liverpool has a large Irish immigrant population and a strong Catholic atmosphere, while Manchester is a Protestant centre. Neighbouring cities that are hostile to each other in many ways, including sports, religion, and economy, are truly rare in the world. Manchester United and Manchester City, these two fierce city rivals, share a united stance when dealing with Liverpool. They are jointly hostile to Liverpool fans. Ye Luo is unfamiliar with Manchester because he has never been there and has never played against either Manchester City or Manchester United. However, Manchester fans and media are certainly familiar with Ye Luo. He is now one of the most famous footballers in the world. A player who surpassed Messi and Ronaldo to win the La Liga Golden Boot. He scored 6 goals in 2 Champions League matches this season, topping the Champions League scoring charts, and scored 12 goals in 7 La Liga matches, also currently leading the La Liga scoring charts. Ye Luo has already scored 18 goals in all competitions, leading the European scoring charts by a wide margin. More importantly, Ye Luo doesn't just score a lot. He also has a lot of assists. He has already completed 5 assists in La Liga, tied for first place with Messi. Ye Luo currently has only 1 assist in the Champions League, but this is because Málaga has scored 7 goals in 2 rounds so far, 6 of which were scored by Ye Luo. With such statistics, it's impossible for the Manchester media to ignore him. Before the match, the Manchester media devoted considerable time and effort to introducing Malaga's star player, Ye Luo, to Manchester City fans. In fact, Manchester City fans all know Ye Luo, and they understand that he is key to this match. So when Ye Luo emerged from Manchester Airport, he received a warm welcome from Manchester fans. Manchester City fans booed Ye Luo. Various posters and banners humiliating him appeared one after another. It was as if the team Manchester City was facing wasn't Málaga, but Ye Luo and his teammates. This was Manchester City fans' way of intimidating Ye Luo. Isco saw a distant view and couldn't help but whistle. Ye Luo looked in the direction of the sound and his face darkened. A row of girls were shaking their hips, their underwear labeled, Ye. If you don't score in this match, welcome here. Tisk tisk tisk, look at Manchester City's female fans, so generous. Van Nistelrooy whistled mockingly. When did Manchester United fans need to do this? Van Nistelrooy was right. If this match were against Manchester United, there certainly wouldn't be any female fans doing this. Manchester United, while not at their peak, is still among the world's best. They've reached the Champions League final twice in the past 3 seasons. Although they were defeated by Barcelona both times, it at least proves Manchester United's strength. So when this scene was captured and widely circulated on social media, Manchester City was once again mocked by their city rivals' fans. But in reality, Manchester City's performance in the Premier League this season has been outstanding. 8 rounds of the Premier League have been played so far, with Manchester City having 7 wins and 1 draw, surpassing Manchester United's 6 wins and 2 draws to sit at the top of the standings. And in the Champions League, Manchester United doesn't seem to have the right to mock Manchester City this season. Manchester City secured 3 points with 1 win and 1 loss in their 2 group stage matches. Manchester United, on the other hand, were grouped with Benfica, Basel, and Galatasaray, and were expected to advance easily. However, they lost away to Benfica and drew at home with Basel, earning only 1 point and placing 3rd in the group. Both are 3rd, but Manchester City's performance is clearly of much higher quality. Therefore, Manchester City fans have reason to retaliate. Before this Champions League match, the fans of the 2 Manchester teams were already clashing. At the airport, Ye Luo was the most interviewed Málaga player. "Of course, I love it here, it's a great city," Ye Luo said politely. "It would be even better if the weather were a little better." The reporters laughed at this joke. "But I won't hold back, we came here for a victory. I heard Málaga will make some minor rotations for this match. That's something the manager needs to consider," Ye Luo said. "Manchester City's squad is quite luxurious." "Really? That's really good." Ye Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. To be honest, he was just being polite. But many Manchester journalists interpreted it as sarcasm. No wonder, Manchester City supporters are all suffering from nouveau riche PTSD. They're very sensitive to this. So when they saw Ye Luo's smile, many Manchester City fans were quite unhappy. "What's with the arrogance? Aren't you nouveau riche too? We're all nouveau riche. What gives you the right to laugh at us? Don't you know the saying the older brother doesn't laugh at the younger brother?" Frankly, although both teams have received investment from Middle Eastern tycoons, Málaga and Manchester City are clearly incomparable. They're both rich, but some people own an oil field, while others own a country, and the entire country's oil fields belong to them. Just look at their summer signings to see how rich Manchester City really is. Nasri, Aguero, Chris, Savic, Pantleman, Hargreaves. The total spending this season reached over £70 million. Although this is the first time in recent seasons that they haven't made any signings exceeding €100 million in the summer transfer window, they are still the Premier League's most supported club this summer. Coupled with their already impressive squad, it's understandable that Pellegrini is cautious against this team. In the away team's dressing room, Pellegrini emphasized, "Our opponents have a very luxurious squad, and we must be 120% focused on them. They beat AC Milan at home, so in this game, we need to control the ball as much as possible, control the tempo, and not easily lose possession." In reality, Pellegrini could accept a draw in this away game. This is partly due to his apprehension about Manchester City's star-studded lineup, and partly due to concerns about the team's fitness. The team made few rotations for this match, with Isco and Joaquin on the bench, replaced by Camacho and Bonanet. Baptista, the starting striker against Barcelona in the previous match, was also on the bench, with Van Nistelrooy starting. So, in reality, only 2 key players were rotated. Baptista and Van Nistelrooy started about the same number of matches, so they took turns starting and coming off the bench, without a strict distinction between starters and substitutes. The players from both sides have appeared in the player tunnel. This 3rd round of the Champions League Group A, Manchester City hosting Málaga, is about to begin. Duan Juan's voice came through the television as the players from both sides emerged from the locker rooms and lined up in the player tunnel, energizing the Chinese fans who had stayed up all night waiting for the match. Chinese fans were very familiar with Manchester City. This wasn't because they received a large investment from Middle Eastern tycoons. In fact, even before this, when Manchester City was still in the championship, Chinese fans were already very familiar with the team. The reason was simple. Sun Jiahe, a legendary figure in Chinese football, played for the team for many years and was instrumental in helping Manchester City rise from the Championship to the Premier League, a fact that even the fans who later established Manchester City's dynasty in the Premier League held in high regard for Sun Jiahe. After all, Players like Sun Jihae were among those who stood by Manchester City during its decline. While their fame and ability were far inferior to the current Manchester City squad, their place in the hearts of Manchester City fans was unshakable. As Ye Luo stood in the players' tunnel, he saw Manchester City fans holding up cartoon images of Sun Jihae with the words, "Ye, we once had a hero of the Dragon Kingdom here." Clearly, Manchester City fans hoped to lure Ye Luo to join them. He had been sold countless times by the English media during this summer transfer window. First Chelsea, then Manchester United, then Manchester City. And now, Manchester City fans had become arrogant. They were afraid the star wouldn't want to join. Money? Manchester City's money seemed to spring from the ground, spent freely without a care. Just then, on the big screen, Manchester City's starting striker, Balotelli, grinned and walked to Ye Luo's side. Ye Luo felt a pungent perfume waft towards him and frowned involuntarily. He turned his head and saw Mario Balotelli's rather dim-witted face. Speaking of which, Ye Luo hadn't actually interacted with Balotelli, but they were acquaintances on Twitter through likes. "Hey, Ye, come to my party after the match," Balotelli whispered, leaning closer. "I've invited a lot of young English models." Ye Luo shook his head. "Mario, I'm not interested." "Not interested? How can you not be interested? How can you not be interested? If you don't come, most of those models probably won't come either. How am I supposed to set off fireworks in front of him then?" Balotelli pleaded in a low voice. Ye Luo's face darkened. This guy was actually using his fame to attract young models to his party? "Mario, have you ever heard of a saying?" Ye Luo said, looking at Balotelli. "What did you say?" "Your body below the neck is world class." Balotelli immediately laughed. "You think I'm great too, right, Ye? Let's make a bet. If you lose, you come to my party, how about that?" "I can't possibly lose." "Then it's a deal." Balotelli ignored Ye Luo's face, which was even darker than his own, and scurried back to his team. "Mario, what did you say to him?" Aguero patted Balotelli's butt and asked. "I went to issue a challenge for you. I bet you'll score more goals than him in this game. Otherwise, you'll be paying for tonight's dinner," Balotelli said seriously. Aguero's face stiffened. Is this kid really an idiot? The little incident in the players' tunnel was little known. Soon, both teams entered the field under the guidance of the referee team. The Champions League theme song played. Kick Barca. Kick Barca. Kick Bayern Munich. Our Arsenal has collapsed. Under the familiar and majestic melody. The pre-match ceremony was quickly completed. Both teams took their positions, awaiting the refereeing team's clock checking before the whistle blew to start the game. Meanwhile, the commentators in the stands began announcing the starting lineups. The home team, Manchester City, truly lived up to their reputation as a star-studded squad. Their starting lineup was as follows: goalkeeper, Joe Hart; defenders, Clichy, Company, Lescott, Richards; midfielders, David Silva, Yaya Touré, Barry, Nasri; forwards, Aguero, Balotelli. On the bench, Manchester City also had Zico, Milner, Kolarov, De Jong, and other talented players. Just looking at the lineup, even without Yaro's name, Manchester City's squad was far more luxurious than Malaga's. However, the outcome of a football match is never solely determined by having a star-studded lineup. The fans at the Etihad Stadium took their positions after the match began. Although the FA has now mandated that all professional league teams at all levels must have seating and no standing room for safety reasons, standing to watch football remains a tradition in England. From the very start of the match, Manchester City fans stood up, cheering for their team and booing to disrupt their opponents. This is the spirit of English fans. While their reputation in other European countries may not be entirely infamous, their passion for football is commendable. You won't hear them quiet for even a second during a match. They are always singing, clapping, and shouting. This is their way of fighting. And against Malaga's star player, Ye Luo, Manchester City fans were naturally fully prepared. Every time Ye Luo received a pass, a whirlwind of boos swept through the stands. When Ye Luo's pass, slightly disrupted, went out of bounds, a burst of laughter and gloating whistles erupted from the stands. This misplaced pass by Ye Luo was a reflection of Malaga's state in the opening stages of the match. They definitely weren't in form for this match. This might be related to fatigue from recently playing against strong opponents, not just physical fatigue, but also mental fatigue. Ye Luo didn't seem to have any mental burden. However, He dropped back a lot during the match, as instructed by the coaching staff. In midfield, Ye Luo's passing was hampered by the team's overall poor performance, resulting in 1 or 2 errors that made his performance appear rather poor in comparison. Manchester City, on the other hand, played very steadily. After all, this was their home ground. This season, Manchester City has played 5 matches at their home ground and won them all, including victories against strong opponents like Arsenal and AC Milan. Especially their victory over AC Milan in the Champions League, Manchester City's first win in the group stage of the Champions League in 2 seasons, gave them tremendous confidence. Furthermore, Manchester City's squad is indeed quite luxurious. They are the most valuable team in the Premier League. In terms of total squad value, they are currently 3rd in Europe, only behind Barcelona and Real Madrid. Their manager, Mancini, is no ordinary coach either. At least, he is definitely not a typical English coach like former Manchester City manager Mark Hughes. As an Italian, Mancini's tactical acumen is beyond doubt. Manchester City's consistent performance in the league this season is proof of this. As the match progressed, Manchester City gradually established a siege at home. This excited the Manchester TV commentator. Manchester City's fighting power at home is undeniable. Even though Málaga defeated AC Milan and Bayern Munich, they were still suppressed by Manchester City at this stadium. If Manchester City beat Málaga and get 6 points, they will have a chance to top the group standings. The first climax of the match occurred in the 33rd minute. Sergio Aguero. The stadium announcer chanted the goalkeeper's name. Sergio Aguero, this season's Premier League summer signing, opened the scoring for Manchester City with a powerful shot inside the penalty area. A deafening roar erupted from the stands at the Etihad Stadium. Aguero, having scored, slid on his knees with his arms outstretched. Aguero. 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 33 minutes into the first half. Manchester City have finally scored. This goal was a natural progression. Manchester City have completely taken control. Málaga are struggling in the stadium. Their star player, Ye Luo, hasn't even had many shooting opportunities. Aguero's performance has been outstanding. In this match, he has overshadowed Ye Luo. Beautiful. Beautiful. Manchester City are in the lead. The light at the end of the tunnel has appeared. The Manchester TV commentator shouted, raising his arms in celebration from the commentary box. Pellegrini, on the sidelines, frowned deeply. He was reflecting on his tactical setup. Conservative. Too conservative. Málaga shouldn't have been so conservative. Pellegrini thought with frustration. The situation was dire for Málaga. Manchester City's stars were in top form, making a comeback extremely difficult. Fortunately, with only 10 minutes left in the first half after Manchester City's goal, they failed to capitalize on any further chances. This gave Málaga a chance to breathe. However, judging from the first half, many experts and commentators believed that Manchester City was in excellent form, while Malaga's players appeared sluggish and lethargic. Look at the expressions of the players as they left the field. Malaga's faces were grave, their brows furrowed. Even captain Ye Luo's brow was tightly knit. Ye Luo is frowning. Málaga was indeed very passive in the first half, and Ye Luo himself didn't get many passes. Duan Zhuan's worried voice came from the television, making many anxious Chinese fans even more irritable. And Manchester City? Their players had smiles on their faces, looking quite relaxed. The atmosphere in the stadium was also quite lively. Manchester City fans were singing and dancing in the stands, turning the entire stadium into a huge party. Although they were only leading by 1 goal, Manchester City's winning streak at home this season had given them immense confidence. They were now brimming with confidence to win this match. In this nouveau riche derby, Manchester City currently held the upper hand. Inside the away team's dressing room, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. When manager Pellegrini entered, he saw everyone looking dejected. Pellegrini glanced at the tactics whiteboard, which contained his tactical arrangements written before the match. He picked up the eraser and wiped everything off. Then he turned around and said apologetically, "Guys, my arrangements for the first half were flawed, and I need to apologize to you all." Everyone was shocked. Their performance in the first half had been terrible. They themselves knew it: many mistakes, unstable passing, anxious mentality, sluggish running, and a disorganized mess. This was the result. This was a classic sign of impending defeat. Many of those present were veterans with hundreds of professional league games to their name, having lost dozens, even hundreds of matches. They knew exactly how loss occurred. No team is invincible, and no game is won forever. So everyone was prepared for a scolding from the head coach. But unexpectedly, Pellegrini proactively admitted his tactical blunder and apologized. This surprised all the players, who looked up at him. Even Ye Luo was taken aback, not understanding why the coach was apologizing. Wasn't it because of our poor performance in the first half? Yes, our passivity in the first half had nothing to do with you, it was because of me, my mistake, Pellegrini said. So, I want to apologize to you. Oh, coach, you don't need to apologize. It was our poor performance in the first half. Ye Luo, as captain, stood up and said. No, everyone is an excellent player. I was too conservative, too cautious. To be honest, before this match, I was even thinking, even a draw would be good. Pellegrini waved his hand, gesturing for Ye Luo to sit down. But as it turns out, I was wrong, terribly wrong. Pellegrini said. Because, our team style shouldn't be so conservative. What are we best at? Pellegrini looked at Ye Luo. Attack. Ye Luo's eyes lit up. That's right. Attack. Pellegrini shouted. Why were we able to beat Bayern Munich? Because we weren't afraid of our opponents. We dared to attack them head-on at the Allianz Arena. Our attacking ability is among the best in the world, but against Manchester City, I actually thought of a conservative strategy. Isn't that my mistake? Pellegrini spread his hands and said. So, in the second half, I ask everyone to abandon the conservative mindset of the first half. We must attack. Overwhelm them with our attacks. Don't be afraid of conceding goals, because we will always score more goals than our opponents. Upon hearing this, everyone trembled. Yes, we must attack. We even dared to attack Bayern. How could we be afraid of Manchester City? Our captain will definitely score more goals than them. Attack. Attack, the crowd chanted. Pellegrini smiled slightly. With Ye Luo around, he had actually been conservative. He must have been out of his mind. Look at these players. The situation will definitely be different in the second half. During halftime, many people thought that Manchester City would maintain their advantage in the second half. But after the second half started, everyone forgot this idea. Malaga launched an aggressive attack from the very beginning of the second half. Manchester City's goal was suddenly under constant pressure. Joe Hart became the busiest Manchester City player on the field. Yellow cut inside and shoot. Joe Hart. A crucial save. Van Nistelrooy header. Again, Joe Hart. Manchester City escaped a close call. Malaga seems like a completely different team in the second half. Their attack is so sharp. Manchester City's defense is teetering on the brink of collapse under Malaga's onslaught. The Manchester TV commentator's face showed worry. Malaga seems to have woken up in the second half. They've launched an attacking frenzy. Mancini needs to think of something. The camera focused on Mancini. Mancini was already standing on the sidelines, a hint of confusion on his face. He didn't understand why Malaga's performance in the second and third halves had changed so drastically. He could only press his hands down, urging Manchester City's players to solidify their defense. Anyway, Manchester City was in the lead now. Perhaps it's Malaga's opening attacking tactic, said Mancini's assistant, Hiria. Mancini nodded. But he had a premonition. Malaga had truly become different in the second half. Mancini was just thinking when he saw Manchester City players trying to stabilize the tempo through short passing combinations. Yaya Touré, under pressure from Cazorla, dribbled past midfield and then passed the ball across to the other side, looking for Nasri. However, just as Nasri was about to receive the ball, Demichelis, as a centre-back, dared to press in that area. Before Nasri could even receive the ball, Demichelis pushed past him, feinted, and hooked the ball away. Nasri has lost possession, the commentator exclaimed. After intercepting the ball, Demichelis immediately passed it to Cazorla nearby, letting Cazorla initiate the attack. Cazorla received the ball, turned, and facing Barry's pressing, preemptively passed the ball to the wing. Banana received the ball on the wing and dribbled forward. Before Manchester City defender Richards could catch up, he swept the ball towards the edge of the penalty area with his right foot. Ye Luo came from the other wing. As Yaya Touré dribbled forward, Manchester City's midfielders had pushed past midfield. So now Manchester City only has one defensive line left. Seeing Bonnet's cross, England centre-back Lescott quickly pushed forward to clear the ball. Company, behind him, spotted Ye Luo's path first and was immediately alarmed. Watch out! His words had barely left his lips when Ye Luo had already stepped in front of Lescott, dribbling the ball into the penalty area with his right foot. Lescott hadn't expected Ye Luo to come around from behind him. He wanted to foul, but it was too late. Company swallowed the urge to curse, gritting his teeth as he rushed forward. The Belgian international lost his footing and was easily outmaneuvered by Ye Luo's left foot. When he turned around, he saw Ye Luo push the ball towards the far corner of the goal. Only after the ball crossed the goal line did Joe Hart react and attempt to save. But this action was merely the backdrop for Ye Luo's goal. Poor Joe Hart, once again becoming a backdrop. Bonnet crosses. Lescott in yellow. Goal. Spanish commentator Andres thought the ball was lost, but who could have imagined Yellow's speed and agility? Compared to Yellow, Lescott, Company, and Joe Hart's defensive actions were practically in slow motion. Every defensive move they made was incredibly delayed. Yellow had already broken through and shot before their defensive actions were even completed. In this attack, Manchester City's defense was completely overshadowed by Yellow. In the media section, many English journalists were seeing Yellow's performance live for the first time. Their faces showed surprise. Manchester City's defense is already excellent in the Premier League, but they didn't expect it to be so clumsy against Yellow. It's not that Manchester City's defense is clumsy, it's that Yellow's performance is amazing. This is his 8th goal in the Champions League. I wonder which big club will get him. Just as the journalists were discussing, the game quickly restarted. With Yellow's goal and the onslaught from Málaga, the performances of both sides seemed to have reversed in the first and second halves. At the Etihad Stadium, the boos far outnumbered the cheers. By the end, even the most enthusiastic and die-hard Manchester City fans were finding it difficult to continue booing. There was nothing they could do. Málaga was now dominating the attack. In the 78th minute, the Etihad Stadium finally fell into a brief silence. Yellow unleashed a long-range shot from about 30 meters out, producing a spectacular dipping shot. Yellow had initially planned to dribble forward a few more steps, looking for a combination play, and then find a shooting opportunity in the penalty area. However, seeing Joe Hart in front of the goal, he impulsively decided to take a direct long-range shot. At 30 meters, the goal is practically the size of a ping-pong table. Even hitting the ball squarely is difficult, let alone hitting it at a tricky angle. However, Ye Luo's shot nestled into the goal from a 10-point angle. Even heaven has feelings, even heaven grows old. Seeing Hart, it gave him a hard kick. Congratulations Hart, once again becoming the backdrop for a world-class goal. Poor Joe Hart. Chinese fans complained incessantly when they saw the goal. Ultimately, thanks to this incredible long-range wonder goal, Málaga overtook the score, defeating Manchester City away from home and achieving their 3rd consecutive victory in the Champions League group stage. Chapter 122 Golden Boy Award and Golden Globe Award. Málaga secured their 9th Champions League point with an away victory against Manchester City. Meanwhile, AC Milan suffered a 0-1 home defeat to Bayern Munich. Who could have imagined that in this season's most anticipated Champions League group of death, AC Milan would become the biggest loser, while Málaga would emerge as the biggest winner. 9 points is a fairly safe position for Málaga. Just 2 more points, or a direct victory over Manchester City in their next Champions League group stage match, would guarantee their advancement to the knockout stage, though finishing first in the group is still uncertain. After all, Bayern Munich, having defeated AC Milan, now has 6 points, only 3 behind Málaga. The match became headline news in many countries. In England, the media marveled at Yero's ability. It was the first time they had witnessed Yero's prowess up close. Manchester City suffers their first home defeat. Málaga star player Yero overshadows Manchester City's brilliance. Chinese star shines at the Etihad Stadium, a star-studded team defeated by one man. Manchester City's home defeat means they need a miracle to advance. English media coverage was quite sarcastic towards Manchester City. While they have money, they haven't yet established themselves in the Premier League or English football. Furthermore, Manchester City hasn't achieved anything significant yet. They haven't made a breakthrough in either the Premier League or the Champions League. Therefore, even in the Premier League, Manchester City is the target of ridicule from many other teams' fans. Having money but failing to win titles leads to accusations of being foolish and wasteful. Even Manchester United, the Premier League's most established and prestigious club, note that it's the Premier League's most prestigious club. If we're talking about the best club in England, It's a matter of debate whether it's Manchester United or Liverpool. However, with 12 Premier League titles, Manchester United is undoubtedly the Premier League's top club. Even with such a deep history, after 5, 6, 7, or 8 years of decline, they've become a club that gets mocked for its inflated value. In the world of football, or rather, in competitive sports, the winner takes all. In Spain, Ye Luo's performance was also highly praised. Ye Luo's performance was outstanding. Facing Manchester City's star-studded lineup at the Etihad Stadium, he overshadowed the city's stars. After the team was quite passive in the first half and conceded a goal, he scored 2 goals in the second half to help the team take the lead. Málaga completed a very exciting comeback away from home. Their 3 consecutive Champions League wins put them at the top of Group A, the group of death. They only need 2 more points to secure qualification. That means if Málaga wins against Manchester City in their next home game, they will qualify for the knockout stage 2 rounds early. Ye Luo's 2 goals were both spectacular. One involved him skillfully dribbling past Lescott and shooting in the penalty area, while the other was a long-range shot. His attacking arsenal is incredibly diverse. No one knows what weapons he will use to attack the opponent's goal in the next game. Ye Luo may be the most troublesome opponent for any team right now, helping the team secure 3 points. Yellow certainly deserves this praise. The Spanish media has become increasingly accustomed to lauding Yellow's performance in this way, especially in his year in La Liga. Yellow has been the brightest new star in La Liga, his brilliance almost overshadowing Messi and Ronaldo. In a report by the well-known and authoritative Spanish news agency EFE, they mentioned the Golden Boy and Ballon d'Or awards. The Golden Boy is awarded to a young star under 21 years old playing in Europe. The Ballon d'Or is awarded to the best performing footballer of the year. Why are these awards related to Yellow? Of course they are. At only 18 years old, being shortlisted for the Golden Boy is practically insignificant, although Tuttosport is still hesitantly stating that they are awaiting the final selection by the judging panel. The Golden Boy judging panel consists of media outlets from 20 European countries and 30 authoritative journalists. If these people aren't blind, if this year's Golden Boy isn't Yellow, Tuttosport would be ruining its own reputation. To paraphrase Spanish legend Ye Luo on social media, awarding the Golden Boy to Yellow is an honor for Tuttosport. So there's not much to say about the Golden Boy award, although there are still 2 weeks until the official announcement. This year's award is practically the least suspenseful. What people are really concerned about is Yellow's ranking in this year's Ballon d'Or voting. The Chinese media outlet Nanguo Sports Daily wrote in its analysis, overall, Ye Luo's biggest honor last season was the La Liga Golden Boot. He didn't win any other trophies, so he couldn't possibly win the Ballon d'Or. The Ballon d'Or likely offended Messi. Barcelona won both the La Liga and Champions League titles last season, and Messi himself won the La Liga Silver Boot and the Champions League Golden Boot. He was also the player with the most chances created and assists in La Liga last season. Such performance is almost undeniable, at least far more convincing than Messi beating Sneijder to win the Ballon d'Or last year. As for another former Ballon d'Or winner, Cristiano Ronaldo, although his goal tally is comparable to Messi's, Real Madrid only won the Copa del Rey last season, making his title less prestigious than Messi's. Furthermore, he didn't have any major international matches this year. Therefore, the Ballon d'Or selection almost entirely considered club achievements. Under these circumstances, Ronaldo could potentially take second place. And Ye Luo? He's also on the 23-man shortlist for the Ballon d'Or this year. How many votes will he get in the Ballon d'Or voting? We'll wait and see. We can even hope he gets third place. Winning the Golden Boy award is enough to excite Chinese fans. If he can get third place in the Ballon d'Or voting, that would be even more bringing glory to the country. So this matter is being hotly discussed in China. But it hasn't really affected Ye Luo in Spain. After finishing the Champions League match, the team immediately faced Levante at home. The team made a lot of changes for this match. Apart from Ye Luo and goalkeeper Caballero, almost all the other key players were replaced. It was obvious to everyone that Pellegrini was preparing for the 9th round of the league, an away game against Real Madrid. Although the schedule is tight, fortunately for Pellegrini, there are no back-to-back games against strong teams between each match. Otherwise, he would have a headache just figuring out how to rotate his squad. Málaga struggled in this rotated match. They had just returned from a Champions League away game, and the gap between their starters and substitutes was significant. The 0-0 scoreline persisted until the 80th minute of the second half. Under these circumstances, Pellegrini, who had been considering substituting Ye Luo earlier, couldn't bring himself to do it. Another draw would mean 3 consecutive league draws, a significant blow to team morale and impacting his resolve to continue rotating players. Fortunately, Pellegrini's trust in Ye Luo paid off. In the 87th minute, Málaga won a free kick. Ye Luo received a pass in the penalty area, outjumped a defender, and headed the ball into the net. With this goal, Málaga defeated Levante 1-0 at home, securing their 6th league victory. This disappointed Real Madrid and Barcelona fans who had hoped for a 3rd consecutive draw. Despite this, Spanish media outlets generally held a pessimistic view of Malaga's situation. The impact of playing on 2 fronts is enormous for Málaga. They rotated their squad against Levante, and indeed, they secured 3 points again thanks to Ye Luo's goal. However, everyone knows that Pellegrini rotated everyone except Ye Luo. Why? Because without Ye Luo, Malaga's rotation squad is at the level of a lower-tier La Liga team. Without Ye Luo, Málaga simply wouldn't dare make such a significant rotation. But how long can Ye Luo continue to be used like this? Is he a robot? Doesn't he get tired and injured? If Pellegrini continues to stubbornly refuse to rotate Ye Luo, letting him play almost every game, then we can almost predict that the moment Ye Luo can't hold on any longer will be the moment Málaga collapses. Malaga's goal is the La Liga title? That's almost a joke. No championship-winning team becomes a mid to lower-tier team because of the absence of a single player, and no championship-winning team is afraid to rotate their core players. For a team like Málaga, which only has one starting lineup, if they don't make a choice soon, they will face the fate of being dragged down by both competitions. Although both were victories, the win against Manchester City garnered widespread praise from the Spanish media. However, the win against Levante was met with a barrage of criticism, especially from the Madrid-based media. Why? Because Malaga's next match is against Real Madrid, and these pro-Madrid media outlets are putting pressure on them. This is a challenge faced by all title contenders. However, Real Madrid and Barcelona each have their own media outlets with immense influence, making their competition relatively even. Málaga, on the other hand, is a nobody. The local Málaga media is also relatively insignificant in Spain. Under these circumstances, they are powerless to mount any counterattack in the media landscape. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123: The Battle of Focus. For Málaga, after their Levante match, they faced a packed schedule, an away game against Real Madrid in the 9th round of the league on October 25th, a home game against Rayo Vallecano on October 28th, and a home game against Manchester City in the 4th round of the Champions League group stage on October 31st. 3 matches in 5 days, 2 of which were against strong teams like Real Madrid and Manchester City. Therefore, Pellegrini faced a simple choice: rotate the squad heavily against Levante and Rayo Vallecano, fielding the strongest lineup against Real Madrid and Manchester City. They narrowly escaped defeat against Levante, but the upcoming match against Real Madrid, with their strongest lineup, will be the biggest test of this congested schedule. Real Madrid are in phenomenal form this season, with 7 wins and 1 draw in the league and 3 consecutive wins in the Champions League. Their star player, Cristiano Ronaldo, has scored 10 goals in the league, second only to Ye Luo's 13. He has also scored 6 goals in 3 Champions League matches, second only to Ye Luo's 8. His form is phenomenal. In an interview, Cristiano Ronaldo no longer sees Ye Luo as a young player or a rising star, but as a true rival. Of course, my goal is to surpass him and dominate the top scorer list. Ronaldo said coolly during a Real Madrid Open training session, his hair half sprayed with hairspray. This match requires absolutely no motivation from him, he will definitely give it his all. Last season's double defeat by Málaga was a disgrace, and we will wash away that disgrace with our own hands in this match. Real Madrid's key centre-back, Ramos, spoke with fierce determination. Real Madrid has also expressed its determination to wash away the shame of last season's double defeat by Málaga at home at the Bernabeu. The Madrid-based media has also begun a full-scale mobilization. A serious Real Madrid is terrifying. They're invincible at the Bernabeu. Malaga only beat Real Madrid last season because Real Madrid underestimated them. Real Madrid has never lost 3 consecutive matches against the same team. Can Malaga, competing on 2 fronts, really give Real Madrid another humiliating record? Why not? Ye Luo was stopped by reporters with their long lenses and recording equipment at the training ground entrance. Facing their questions, he said irritably. The reporter who asked him proudly told Ye Luo, "No team has ever beaten Real Madrid 3 times in a row. Can Malaga do it?" Ye Luo was utterly baffled. He didn't know where these reporters got this information from. That's Real Madrid. A Madrid reporter was very dissatisfied with Ye Luo's attitude, as if it were a desecration of his beliefs. Ye Luo paused. Then he looked at the reporter. "Yes, that's Real Madrid." He was about to leave when he seemed to suddenly remember something. "Oh, right, after this match you can also achieve a record. You can say that no team has ever beaten Real Madrid in 4 consecutive matches." The reporter's face darkened. He had gotten carried away and forgotten that Ye Luo was a hothead, a troublemaker, and had a sharp tongue. But the other reporters were happy. They loved watching this kind of thing. Stirring things up. The bigger the stir, the more they could write about. And when it comes to stirring things up, no one could beat Mourinho. The day after Ye Luo's words made the news, Mourinho was caught by the media at the training ground. Of course. Mourinho wasn't caught often, but it always happened at crucial moments. He really knew how to choose his timing. "Jose, what do you think of Ye Luo's words? Can Real Madrid defend their honor at home?" The reporters shouted, microphones in hand. A slight smile appeared on Mourinho's lips. His smile was always enigmatic. When he smiled, you had no idea whether he was genuinely smiling or mocking and disdainful. But the journalists in Madrid were used to it. Although many criticized Mourinho for turning Real Madrid into a primarily counter-attacking team, the fact remained that he could win. Winning was the only thing that mattered. No matter how beautiful your play, what good was it if you couldn't win? Even an idealist like Bielsa, no matter how high his tactical understanding, would never have been invited to coach a team like Real Madrid if he couldn't lead his team to victory. Mourinho, while starting with a pragmatic counter-attacking style of football, and despite criticism for being too pragmatic, could still win and win championships. 2 Champions League titles, 2 Premier League titles, and 1 Serie A title, these are his most prestigious trophies. Besides these, he has numerous other cup titles, which I won't list here, especially after being sacked by Chelsea owner Abramovich. Just when everyone thought Mourinho's magic had faded, he led Inter Milan to a historic treble, proving to the world that he was still the same Mourinho, still full of magic. This is precisely why he became the manager of Real Madrid. Although they only won the Copa del Rey last season, his performance in breaking Real Madrid's round of 16 curse and reaching the Champions League semifinals was still widely recognized. Last season's home victory against Barcelona, avenging their earlier defeat, also earned Mourinho unprecedented support from the Real Madrid dressing room. At the same time, Mourinho knew that Real Madrid stars wouldn't be so obedient unless he could lead them to achieve their goals. For most of Real Madrid's players, defeating Barcelona, overturning Barcelona's dominance in La Liga, and winning the Champions League was everyone's dream, especially for Real Madrid star player, Cristiano Ronaldo. And for Cristiano Ronaldo personally, he had another goal, to dominate the top scorer list. Whether in La Liga or the Champions League. Currently, yellow is at the top of both lists. Therefore, everyone has witnessed Cristiano Ronaldo's intensity on the training ground these past few days. Everyone knows he's determined to defeat yellow head-on in the match against Malaga. Knowing everyone's goal is key for Mourinho in controlling the Real Madrid dressing room. There's hostility towards Barcelona? Then continue to incite that hostility. Make the Real Madrid players realize how powerful and formidable their enemy is, so they can demonstrate their discipline on the field. Want to dominate the top scorer list? Then listen to me, Jose Mourinho. I can devise tactics to help you score. This is Jose's philosophy for managing the dressing room. He wants his players to be constantly on edge. He wants to find an enemy for his players, an enemy that can unite them. Whether this enemy is Barcelona or yellow, it doesn't matter. Facing the reporters' microphones, Mourinho's lips curled into a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. He makes a lot of sense. The only purpose of records is to be broken. Mourinho's words stunned the reporters present. But it won't be in this match, and it won't be yellow who achieves it. This sentence finally put the reporters at ease. That's right. This is the Mourinho we know. If he had said something more conciliatory, downplayed the conflict, or covered up the tension, these Spanish reporters would have suspected that Mourinho had been possessed. Malaga? They've performed very well this season, but they're different from us. They're not in the same league as us. Mourinho shrugged. Our strength is far superior to theirs. The only possibility for us to lose is underestimating them. But Mourinho pursed his lips and didn't continue. But everyone knew what Mourinho was going to say. If Real Madrid, playing at home, went all out from the first minute, could Malaga really stop them? This is Real Madrid. The atmosphere surrounding this highly anticipated match was starting to heat up. Of course, the outcome of such a league match isn't particularly significant at the very beginning of the season. But there's no way around it. Mourinho wanted this kind of effect. Malaga certainly wouldn't back down either. Players and coaches from both sides made bold statements, making the match incredibly heated. On Cope Radio's La Liga preview program, host Andres invited Guti, Ronaldo, and Malaga Football Club legend Katanja to participate. I think Ye Luo's performance is indeed noteworthy, but on paper, Real Madrid's strength far surpasses Malaga's, so I think Real Madrid has a very good chance of winning this match. At least, they won't lose at home. The recently retired Guti shrugged. I don't know who will win, but I'm really looking forward to this exciting match. I especially admire Ye Luo's performance. He's truly an amazing player. Did you notice? His performance in the 90 minutes was so stable, playing with such maturity for his young age. Ronaldo, who also retired this year, was also invited to participate in the program. Their gazes turned to Katanja. With Ye Luo, we are invincible. Katanja declared. He even went so far as to sing a hymn praising Ye Luo on the show. The group exchanged glances and laughed. For Malaga, Ye Luo was their banner, their greatest asset in winning. Chapter 124. Is this your defense? The pre-match verbal sparring between players, coaches, and legends from both sides is ultimately not the main focus of the event. People are still focused on the game itself. As the match time approaches, the hype surrounding this game in China is growing. Many Chinese media outlets even believe that Malaga, having narrowly drawn with Barcelona in their previous away game, might not deliver a convincing performance in this match. In that case, Ye Luo's bold claim of winning the season might truly become a joke ridiculed by the Spanish. Ye Luo is currently the face of Chinese football, although the Chinese Football Association and some media outlets have differing opinions on this. For most fans, even if all the players on the Chinese national team were bundled together and multiplied 100-fold, they still wouldn't match a single toe at Ye Luo. The current buzz surrounding Ye Luo in China is unimaginable in Spain. Ye Luo is already quite famous there, but in China, that level of attention is like starlight compared to the moon, completely incomparable. Therefore, 2 hours before the match, in Madrid, outside the Bernabeu Stadium, as Real Madrid fans entered the stadium, they felt a small shock from China. There were simply too many journalists and independent media reporters from China. Not only major traditional newspapers, but also online media like Sina, Leshi, and Tencent, as well as small teams of independent media, all sent reporters to the Bernabeu. Chinese journalists were clearly the most active group around the Bernabeu Stadium. They would grab Spanish fans to interview them. Of course, all the questions were related to Ye Luo. They asked Real Madrid fans, how do you think Real Madrid needs to defend against Ye Luo? They asked Malaga fans, what do you think of Ye Luo's performance? In short, they wanted to hear good things about Ye Luo. The editor-in-chief of As Loritz didn't look too pleased. Damn it, Chinese, and more Chinese. How come there are so many Chinese? It's just because one player performed well. In La Liga, there are so many stars from all over the world. If they were all like these Chinese, would Madrid be able to accommodate so many players? Loritz's face was grim. He had attacked Ye Luo because of his conflict with Perugulini, and Ye Luo's outstanding performance was a direct slap in the face. Now, when people mentioned the credibility of Ye Luo's example became the perfect example to mock his. However, the presence of so many Chinese at the Bernabeu could only mean that Ye Luo's performance was indeed phenomenal. Loritz no longer dared to say things like, they only have one Ye Luo, we are Real Madrid. He had been proven wrong too many times. Therefore, Loritz could only choose to lie low. Before the match, he had even praised Ye Luo's performance in his preview. This made his reports appear very objective, fair, neutral, and insightful. But in reality, While writing those words, Ronaldo was practically gritting his teeth. But what could he do? This was his livelihood. And unlike tabloids like the English newspaper The Sun, which openly proclaimed itself vulgar, shameless, and prone to spreading rumors, as claimed to be a reputable Spanish media outlet, if he wrote something too outrageous, where would his authority be? Therefore, Ronaldo had to praise Ye Luo against his will because Ye Luo's performance was so explosive that he couldn't find fault with him. Besides, he couldn't ignore Ye Luo in this Real Madrid vs Malaga match. In short, Ronaldo was now praying that Ye Luo would perform poorly in this match. Real Madrid has never lost 3 consecutive matches against the same opponent, so Malaga is destined to lose this game. Ronaldo thought. This was his thought, and also the thought of most Real Madrid fans. When Ye Luo stood in the players' tunnel again, his expression was much calmer. When he first came to the Bernabeu to play, he was filled with curiosity about the stadium. But after that first time, the second time didn't feel the same. He stood at the front. The Real Madrid players were lined up in a somewhat disorganized row, chatting casually, appearing relaxed. However, most of the Real Madrid players' attention was focused on Malaga's number 10. Before they even left the tunnel, Moreno had been repeatedly emphasizing the importance of defending against yellow. Ye. Cristiano Ronaldo felt like his head was about to explode. Moreno had said so much, but he hadn't really remembered much of it, only the ye. Unbelievable. I admit this guy is great. But you don't need to spend 20 minutes emphasizing that, do you? I'm great too. This game is all about who scores more goals. But then Cristiano Ronaldo thought again. If his teammates could strictly follow the coach's instructions and limit yellow to the maximum extent possible, then, the chances of winning this head-to-head match would be even greater. After the ceremonies of lining up, shaking hands, and tossing the coin were completed, this highly anticipated La Liga match was about to begin. Ye Luo and Van Nistelrooy stood in the center circle, ready to kick off. Van Nistelrooy stood with the ball under his foot, looking around. Playing here is really not easy. Ye Luo looked at Van Nistelrooy, unsure whether he was referring to this match or his 3.5 years at Real Madrid. So he remained silent. Perhaps the old man was reminiscing about his Real Madrid years, which were neither particularly successful nor unsuccessful. Wouldn't it be too abrupt for him to interrupt at this point? Van Nistelrooy noticed that Ye Luo didn't respond, turned his head, and saw Ye Luo staring at the Real Madrid goal. "What are you thinking about, Ye?" Van Nistelrooy asked. "Huh?" Ye Luo snapped out of his reverie, smiled, and said, "I was thinking about how I should celebrate after I score." "A sliding knee celebration? That seems a bit too much, a little monotonous, and I feel like my sliding knee technique is never that great. It's really a headache." Van Nistelrooy's face darkened. "The game hasn't even started yet. Why are you thinking so far ahead?" "That's nothing, you know. I've been researching how to lift the championship trophy in a truly cool way." Van Nistelrooy rolled his eyes. This guy. The league has only reached the 8th round. And he's already thinking about lifting the trophy. Are there some unusual things going on in the minds of geniuses? But after this banter, the slight apprehension about returning to the Bernabeu dissipated. Van Nistelrooy looked at Ye Luo. "If I were a scientist, I'd definitely dissect this guy to see what kind of alien creature he is." Van Nistelrooy muttered under his breath. "Old Van Nistelrooy, what are you talking about?" "Nothing, the game is about to start." Whistle. As expected, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. Van Nistelrooy passed a ball to Ye Luo. With that whistle, the commentators also began their commentary. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this key match of the 9th round of La Liga, taking place at 8 p.m. local time, 2 a.m. Beijing time. This match is a head-to-head clash between Real Madrid, currently at the top of the standings, and Malaga, currently in second place. If Malaga defeats Real Madrid, they will overtake Real Madrid to take the top spot." With the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. Duan Juan's voice came through clearly. Unfortunately, because it was under live commentary, his voice couldn't quite blend with the enthusiastic atmosphere of the stadium. However, the Chinese fans didn't care about that. All the Chinese fans watching on television were stunned, their eyes glued to the screen. Both teams are fielding their strongest lineups. Real Madrid starting goalkeeper is Casillas, with Ramos and Pepe in central defense, Marcelo at left back, Arbeloa at right back, and Xabi Alonso and Khedira in double pivot. Kaká is the attacking midfielder, with Ronaldo on the left and Di Maria on the right, and Benzema as center forward. Málaga is also fielding their strongest lineup: Caballero in goal, Demichelis and Mathijsen in central defense, Monterrey at left back, Sanchez at right back, Talarlan, Joaquin, and Cazorla in midfield. Up front, Ye Luo is initially on the left, Isco on the right, and Van Nistelrooy in the center. As the commentator Duan Juan's voice rang out, the match began on the television screen. The ball reached Cazorla's feet. Cazorla glanced at the attacking third and immediately made a diagonal pass to Ye Luo. Ye Luo, close to the sideline, chested the ball down. At that very moment, Di Maria and Arbeloa closed in from both sides, and simultaneously, an unexpected figure appeared: Khedira. Ye Luo hadn't expected Khedira to be on the right flank. With the help of Di Maria and Arbeloa, Khedira poked the ball to Kaká, who immediately turned and passed it diagonally to Ronaldo. Ronaldo dribbled down the wing, cut inside, and shot. Cristiano. The commentators exclaimed in surprise. Ronaldo's shot was incredibly fast, eliciting gasps from many Málaga fans. Fortunately, the shot was too straight, hitting Caballero in the chest and falling to the ground, where he scrambled to his feet. Ronaldo jumped up in disappointment, swinging his arms and kicking the turf with all his might. Kaká and others clutched their heads. If that ball had gone in, Real Madrid would have had a dream start. Ronaldo took a shot, but the angle wasn't right, and he didn't score. However, the source of this shot was Ye Luo being dispossessed. Let's look. Oh, Khedira's range of movement is really wide. The TV was replaying the scene of Ye Luo being dispossessed. After Ye Luo chested the ball down, he was immediately surrounded by Di Maria and Arbeloa, and Khedira poked the ball away. Moreno on the sidelines also leaned back and clapped loudly, praising his team's attack. At the same time, on the other side, Pellegrini was taken aback. His assistant, Marasca, asked, "Is it a trade?" Pellegrini shook his head. "It's hard to say." However, the following match made Pellegrini's brows furrow completely. Close marking and zonal marking, Pellegrini exhaled and said to Marasca, "Khedira is responsible for marking closely. In any area, Ye Luo will be marked by more than 3 players. This level of defensive intensity is really rare. If Ye Luo can pass the ball out to an open space, maybe we have a chance," Marasca said. "Not necessarily." Pellegrini pointed to the pitch. "Their central defense is very tight. Mourinho truly deserves his reputation as a defensive master." As Pellegrini spoke, Ye Luo received the ball near the center circle, and Khedira followed him like a leech all the way there. However, when Ye Luo dribbled back into his own half, Khedira didn't follow, only marking him after he crossed midfield. Ye Luo seemed thoughtful, a faint smile playing on his lips. Khedira remembered Moreno's instructions: as long as Ye Luo crossed midfield, he wouldn't leave his side for more than a meter. And the defenders in that area were to immediately surround Ye Luo, regardless of whether he had the ball at his feet. This kind of defense was achieved at a cost of sacrificing the number of players pushing forward to participate in the attack. At least so far, neither of Real Madrid's 2 fullbacks had gone up to participate in the attack. However, Málaga didn't seem to launch any threatening attacks under these circumstances either. They'd had possession for almost a minute, but hadn't yet gotten the ball into Real Madrid's penalty area. Judging from this play, Real Madrid's defensive strategy was effective, allowing them to launch a quick attack, while Malaga's attack appeared very sluggish. They kept trying to find Ye Luo, but Ye Luo was currently the primary target. Khedira frowned when he saw the smile on Ye Luo's face. What was this guy smiling about? What else could he be smiling about? Moreno and the Real Madrid players thought they had unleashed a secret weapon, but for Ye Luo, in the virtual arena, what hadn't he encountered? Could this level of defense stop him? The answer was no. While Isco, Cazorla, and others were still figuring out how to break down Real Madrid's defensive system, Ye Luo was already beckoning to them. "Get closer to me, pass the ball quickly, and pass it forward as much as possible. Utilize my speed," Ye Luo quickly instructed. Cazorla and Isco nodded repeatedly. Watching Ye Luo's departing figure, Cazorla exclaimed, "This guy will definitely be an excellent coach in the future. It hasn't been long, and he's already figured out a solution." "I'm looking forward to seeing the expressions on the Real Madrid players' faces," Isco laughed. Chapter 125 Winning requires taking risks. Ye Luo retreated to his own half. This secretly pleased Khedira. This guy must have chosen to avoid a suffocating defense. But how much of a threat could he pose in his own half? You can't shoot in your own half to score, can you? While Khedira was thinking this, Ye Luo received the ball, turned, and dribbled forward along the left flank. Di Maria immediately chased after him to defend, with Arbeloa beside him. Khedira also immediately prepared to surround Ye Luo with his teammates. Di Maria was on high alert, his eyes fixed on Ye Luo's feet. Facing Di Maria, Ye Luo made a feint with a step over, but Di Maria remained unmoved. Ye Luo glanced at Arbeloa behind Di Maria but didn't force the attack. Instead, he used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball towards the center, passing it to Cazorla. Then he charged past Di Maria, accelerating and racing against Arbeloa. Although Arbeloa turned early and pushed the ball towards Yellow, Yellow ran a small arc, bypassing Arbeloa's defense, turning the attack into a 30-meter sprint. In this situation, Arbeloa simply couldn't keep up with Yellow's speed. The ball, passed by Yellow, landed at Cazorla's feet. Cazorla glanced at Yellow's running route and also saw Real Madrid center-backs closing in on Yellow. Real Madrid's defense against Yellow was truly tight. Cazorla clicked his tongue, so instead of passing directly, he passed the ball to the other side. Isco received the ball and faced a large open space. He dribbled forward, and facing Marcelo's defense, he cut a ball to his left foot and quickly passed it into the penalty area. The ball bypassed a near post and found Yellow, who was making a run into the penalty area. Yellow was adjusting his stride and speed as he ran, and as the ball flew towards him, he leaped high into the air at high speed. Ramos was running towards Ye Luo while glancing at the incoming ball. Even though he was taller than Ye Luo still managed to head the ball over his head. Bang! The two bodies collided in mid-air. When Ramos landed with his hands covering his head, the ball had already been headed towards the goal by Ye Luo. Casillas. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Real Madrid captain Casillas quickly moved to Ye Luo's side, raised his left arm, and forcefully blocked Ye Luo's header, sending the ball out of bounds. Casillas made a crucial save. A gasp rippled through the Bernabeu stadium. Only 5 minutes into the game, if Malaga scored now, Real Madrid would face a very difficult situation. The Bernabeu fans were hoping for a swift and decisive victory, not a closely contested match. They had already suffered 2 consecutive defeats against Malaga. Losing at home would be a disgrace for Real Madrid. On the sidelines, Mourinho frowned. He seems to have found a way to break through, Faria said, his brow furrowed. Real Madrid, of course, couldn't possibly have only one plan. Preparing 3 plans, A, B, and C, for a single match was normal. Originally, Real Madrid's coaching staff planned to first make Ye Luo uncomfortable defensively, to disrupt his mentality, and then launch a full-scale attack when he became anxious and his performance dipped. This initial defensive plan was supposed to last at least 20 minutes. But now? Less than 5 minutes had passed, and Ye Luo seemed to have already found a way to break through Real Madrid's defense. Passing the ball out, increasing passing speed and movement speed, while reducing slow dribbling. And focusing on forward runs. Simple changes, yet easily shattered Real Madrid's defense in contesting Ye Luo's position. Mourinho, his brow furrowed, stood on the sidelines. Could such a genius truly exist in this world, someone who could instantly grasp the situation on the field and find a way to counter it? It's important to remember that the perspective of a player on the field is different from that of a coach on the sidelines. Although Mourinho hadn't heard the proverb, "You can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you're in the mountain yourself," everyone understands this principle. Players on the field only see the game within their own field of vision, they are part of the game themselves. Therefore, compared to coaches on the sidelines, their perception of the overall situation on the field has blind spots. Few players can immediately discern the weaknesses in the opponent's tactics and devise countermeasures. If such a player exists, they are called a rare super genius. The next few minutes forced Mourinho to admit that his opening tactics had failed. Yellow had several shooting opportunities, and if it weren't for Casillas' brilliant performance, Real Madrid's defense would have been breached. When Yellow delivered a through ball to Van Nistelrooy near the edge of the penalty area, Van Nistelrooy swept the ball towards the goal with his left foot, just wide of the post, eliciting a gasp from the entire Bernabeu stadium. Mourinho had no choice but to call Xabi Alonso to the sidelines. "We need to attack now, execute the second plan." Xabi Alonso, drenched in sweat, glanced at Yellow on the field and said, "Coach, that guy looks like he's getting better and better. So we can't wait any longer, we need an attack to crush their momentum, Mourinho said. With Xabi Alonso back on the field, the tide of the game turned again. The two sides launched a fierce attacking offensive. In the 7th minute, Ye Luo received a ball on the left flank, drawing Real Madrid's defense before passing it to the center. Cazorla attempted a shot from the edge of the box, but the ball went over the crossbar. In the 8th minute, Ye Luo attempted a shot inside the box, but the ball went wide under pressure. These two consecutive attacks sent shivers down the spines of Real Madrid fans. Mourinho's furrowed brow made the Real Madrid players realize that their coach was very dissatisfied with their performance. Cristiano Ronaldo was yelling at his teammates in the midfield and defense, urging them to pass the ball forward as quickly as possible. Next, Real Madrid launched a counterattack. In the 10th minute, they won a free kick in the attacking third. On the left side of the pitch, about 26 meters from the goal, Cristiano Ronaldo took the free kick himself, but his shot was caught by Malaga's goalkeeper, Caballero. 3 minutes later, Kaká unleashed a right-footed shot from the edge of the penalty area, the ball grazing the post and going wide. This was Real Madrid's most threatening attack so far in the match. Since the start of the season, Kaká seemed to have found some form, receiving considerable playing time. If he hadn't suffered another major injury, perhaps he could still find a place at Real Madrid. But there are no ifs. The Brazilian golden boy Kaká clapped his hands in disappointment, then turned to prepare for a high press. Real Madrid's continuous attacks turned the Bernabeu into a blazing furnace. Fans cheered and encouraged their team from the stands. In their view, after withstanding Malaga's initial onslaught, it was now Real Madrid's turn to dominate the game. In the media section, the Chinese media reporters couldn't help but frown. Their initial onslaught failed to produce a goal, but now Real Madrid seems to have regained the initiative. Real Madrid's attack at home is too strong. Everyone says Mourinho is a defensive coach, but his winger-centric attacking tactics are also commendable. Ronaldo and Di Maria are both very strong on the wings, and Benzema in the middle can hold the ball well, acting as a great target man. Kaká is now able to unleash his full potential. The Chinese reporters were buzzing with discussion. This scene was observed by Lorates, the editor-in-chief of AS, who smiled smugly. That's it. That's it. In the upcoming match, Real Madrid will definitely completely dominate Málaga, and the goals will come one after another. The team's attacking form is excellent. Mourinho's assistant, Faria, was excited. Mourinho nodded slightly, remaining silent. What, are you worried about the opponent's counter-attack? Mourinho shook his head. Worrying is useless. Málaga isn't a team we can easily beat without taking any risks. Faria nodded gravely. How could they possibly beat a team like Málaga without taking some risks? However, Mourinho's gamble didn't yield the results he wanted. Instead, it resulted in a goal conceded. In the 18th minute, Joaquin took over the team's attacking organization while Cazorla was tightly marked. He delivered a through ball from midfield. Van Nistelrooy was on that route, but he was marked by Real Madrid's defender Pepe. The aging Van Nistelrooy struggled against the vigorous Pepe, and controlling Joaquin's pass was basically a matter of luck. Just then, Van Nistelrooy caught a glimpse of Ye Luo's run into the penalty area. A thought crossed his mind: what if this ball, let it pass? Van Nistelrooy knew that Casillas was no easy goalkeeper to deal with, and that the opponent had likely already observed Ye Luo's run. If the ball slipped through, Casillas could easily collect it. After all, Ye Luo hadn't communicated with him, so it was unlikely he would know in advance that he was letting the ball pass. As Mourinho said, how can you win without a bit of risk-taking? So, Van Nistelrooy was taking a gamble. However, the consequences of losing the gamble weren't serious. It would just be losing possession in the attacking third. But if he won, it would be a golden opportunity. Because Van Nistelrooy trusted Ye Luo's speed. He certainly wouldn't have acted this way with anyone else, but Ye Luo was incredibly fast. So, Van Nistelrooy made a feint to receive the ball. He took a step forward, raised his right foot, and while struggling against Pepe, he also seemed ready to control the ball. Sure enough, Pepe immediately closed in, both challenging Van Nistelrooy and preventing him from turning. Under such defense, Pepe believed that with Van Nistelrooy's current ability, he was unlikely to easily control the ball. He would most likely pass it to another Real Madrid player in the penalty area. However, when the ball suddenly slipped past Van Nistelrooy's feet, Pepe was startled. It had slipped past? Had he not controlled it? He turned his head, only to feel a gust of wind. It was Ye Luo. Pepe was shocked. But he didn't have time to turn and defend. Goalkeeper Casillas reacted first. He saw the ball pass by Van Nistelrooy's feet. He didn't know if it was Van Nistelrooy's mistake or intentional. In any case, now was not the time to consider that. Casillas quickly rushed out, intending to control the ball first. He had only taken a few steps when a figure in a blue and white striped shirt had already entered the penalty area. Ye Luo! Andres shouted. In the commentary box, many commentators jumped out of their seats, and a gasp rang out from the Bernabeu. In the media section, the Chinese reporters clenched their fists, their eyes glued to the pitch. The moment Pepe saw Ye Luo, he raised his hand, not in surrender, but his last stand. He was protesting to the referee that Ye Luo was offside. However, neither the referee nor the linesman reacted. The referee didn't blow his whistle. The linesman didn't raise his flag. Therefore, it wasn't offside. Perhaps if VAR existed in this era, this decision might be debatable. But now, if the referee didn't make a call immediately, even if the ball was truly offside, it wouldn't be ruled out. No referee would easily overturn their decision, giving the players the impression that this referee isn't firm enough. We must argue with him. Ye Luo. Ye Luo received the ball behind Real Madrid's defense, one-on-one. Duan Zhuan roared. The Chinese fans in front of their televisions leaned forward, ready to leap up and cheer for the goal. When Ye Luo appeared in front of Casillas, Casillas was indeed startled. However, his expression remained unchanged. The experienced goalkeeper was very composed, quickly adopting the most accurate defensive stance. He lowered his center of gravity, spread his arms, and expanded his defensive range as much as possible. Ye Luo, of course, couldn't just gamble with a single shot. He wouldn't allow himself to squander such a good opportunity. He quickly moved the ball to the side, intending to use his speed to get past Casillas. Casillas reacted very quickly. He was considered short for a goalkeeper, and his ability to become Real Madrid's first-choice goalkeeper, a world champion, and one of the world's top goalkeepers, relied on his reaction speed. Seeing that Ye Luo didn't shoot immediately but instead dribbled past the goalkeeper, he quickly pushed off the ground and lunged at the ball that Ye Luo had taken away. He didn't directly dive for the ball because he was worried about committing a foul, which would result in a red card and penalty. So he positioned his body in front of the ball, blocking the shooting path. He hoped that Ye Luo would shoot directly after getting past him. That way, there would be a high probability that the ball would hide him. But Ye Luo didn't do that. After dribbling past the goalkeeper, he flicked the ball towards the byline with his right foot, leaving him completely undefended. His shooting angle was also very narrow. So Ye Luo didn't continue dribbling. Instead, he lifted his foot, twisted his waist, and shot the ball towards the goal. Casillas made a final defensive effort, using his excellent glutes and thigh muscles to spring up and make a second save despite being on the ground. But he was too late. He couldn't touch the ball. He couldn't see what was behind him. But he could hear the sound. The Bernabeu suddenly fell silent. Casillas slapped the turf hard, filled with resentment. He knew. Goal. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.